The Tupac Amaru Rebellion. The Tupac Amaru Rebellion. Charles F. Walker. The Belknap Press of Harvard University Press. Cambridge, Massachusetts. London, England. 2014 Copyright symbol 2014 by the President and Fellows of Harvard College. All rights reserved. Jacket image, Michael Melford / National Geographic / Getty Images. Jacket design, Graciela Gallup. The Library of Congress has catalogued the printed edition as follows. Walker, Charles F., 1959. The Tupac Amaru Rebellion / Charles F. Walker. Pages centimeter. Includes bibliographical references and index. ISBN 978-0-674-05825-5, ALC paper. 1 Peru, History, Insurrection of Tupac Amaru, 1780-1781. 2 Tupac Amaru, Jose. Gabriel, 1781. I title. F3444.W35 2014. 985.033, DC 232013037830 wonderful historians, with whom I so very much wish I could share this book. Alberto Flores Galindo. Friedrich Katz. Enrique Tandita. Eduardo Mendoza Maland. As it is unlikely that in the history of revolutions, another will appear that is more justified or more unfortunate. Spanish America had become in those times the theater of the most extensive tyranny, but the yoke lay most heavily on the necks of Peruvian Indians. Gregorio Funds. There is a general belief that the Declaration of Peru's independence, proclaimed by Gabriel Tupac Amaru, was suffocated by his capture and death in May 1781, in Cuzco's main plaza. This is a historical error that needs to be overturned, and only a few people have scoured the archives, collecting the precise sources and rebuilding the real and true facts. Modesto Basadra contents. List of maps. Introduction, the execution of Antonio de Arriaga. 1. The Andes in the Atlantic world. 2. From Pampamaca to Sangarera. 3. A world without the Catholic Church. 4. The rebellion goes south. 5. The siege of Cuzco. 6. In pursuit of Tupac Amaru. 7. Torment. 8. The other side of the lake. 9. Southern campaigns. 10. The pardon and the ceasefire. 11. The rebellion in limbo. 12. Ordered by the Catholic king. Conclusion, the legacy of Tupac Amaru. Illustrations. Chronology of the rebellion. Notes. Acknowledgements. Index maps. Western South America. Colonial Lima. The rebellion's core area. The Southern campaigns. The siege of Cuzco. The Royalist advance, 1781. Qatarista violence. Battle areas near Lake Titicaca. The distribution of rebel body parts. The prisoner's journey, Cuzco, Lima and Calais, Europe. Introduction. The execution of Antonio de Arriaga. On the 4th of November, 1780, José Gabriel Condorcanqui Noguera, who increasingly used the Inca royal name Tupac Amaru, had lunch with Antonio de Arriaga at the house of Carlos Rodriguez, the priest of Yanaoca. If a Hollywood producer had asked Central Casting for colorful individuals who personified political relations in the colonial Andes, he would have been delighted with this trio. Tupac Amaru was the curator or cacique, the ethnic authority in charge of collecting the head tax. Tribute was the colonial euphemism, and keeping order in Yanaoka and two other small towns, Pampamaka and Tungasuka, 50 miles southeast of the ancient Inca capital Cusco. The Incas still loomed large in this area. Quechua-speaking Indians constituted the vast majority of the population, and they venerated their ancestors, defeated by the Spanish in the 16th century, and those like José Gabriel Tupac Amaru who claimed bloodlines from the Inca royalty. Well-educated and bilingual, the 42-year-old José Gabriel moved easily between the Spanish and Indian worlds. In fact, this was his role as curator. 1. Arriaga was the corregidor, the Spanish authority who collected taxes, arranged the despised labor draft for the massive Potosí mine 600 miles to the south, today Bolivia, and oversaw regional affairs. Arriaga was a nobleman born in 1740 in the Basque country in northern Spain, whose family had strong connections to Spain's American Empire, as members of the all-important Council of the Indies in Madrid and as merchants. Originally from Panama, Father Rodriguez was Yanaoka's parish too. Priest. He, along with another priest, Antonio López de Sosa, had been Tupac Amaru's first teachers. Impressed by the young boy's intelligence, they had remained close to him. These priests' nurturing took hold. José Gabriel would remain pious and intellectually curious throughout his life. Thus, as was usually the case, Tupac Amaru the curator was indigenous or mestizo, Arriaga the corregidor a Spaniard, and Rodrigo as a Creole, the term used for people of European descent born in the Americas. These three authorities, curator, corregidor, and priest, formed the triumvirate that maintained order throughout the Andes under Spanish rule. Two other priests, Arriaga's scribe and assistant, and numerous savants also accompanied them at the meal. José Gabriel's wife, Misila Bastidas, did not join them. Arriaga and Tupac Amaru knew each other well. Arriaga had a web of economic activities and, as tax collector and foremost authority, he enjoyed capital and power and had even lent Tupac Amaru money. Although the two had previously bickered over the labor draft or mitad to Potosí, they shared an amicable meal that day, celebrating the day of Saint Charles, San Carlos, Father Rodriguez and the King of Spain's Saint Day. After Arriaga enjoyed a short siesta, Tupac Amaru invited him to spend the evening at his house in Tungasuka. Arriaga insisted that he had to be back in Tinta, his home and the largest town in the area, about 7 miles from Yanaoka, and began the 4-hour journey by foot and horse over several precipitous hills. The imminent arrival of tribute money, the Indian head tax that filled colonial coffers, encouraged him to return. Tupac Amaru and a few young men accompanied the corregidor for a bit and then feigned that they were returning to Tungasuka. Instead, they rushed ahead to a hiding place on a peak, shocking Arriaga and his entourage when they leapt in to their path. Arriaga fled into a canyon, hiding behind an apashaya, an indigenous sanctuary or sacred place made of stones. An Indian, however, spotted him and Tupac Amaru tied him up. They waited several hours until late that evening and then they took their prisoners in chains to Tungasuka. They forced Arriaga, his scribe, Felipe Bermudez, and 2 black slaves into a cell in the basement of Túpac Amaru's house. 3. Tupac Amaru compelled the stunned Ariga to write letters to his treasurer in Tinta requesting money and arms, with the peculiar pretext that he was planning an expedition against pirates on the coast. Tupac Amaru himself then went to Tinta and used Ariga's key to take 75 fusils or light flintlock muskets, a small number of standard muskets, gunpowder, bullets, some militia uniforms, mules, silver, 22,000 pesos of tribute money, gold, and other goods. He also wrote 4 messages in the name of Ariga to mayors and powerful individuals demanding that they convene in Tungasuka. Numerous military figures and entrepreneurs such as the Spaniards Juan Antonio Figueroa and Bernardo La Madrid fell into the trap. Curecas also received instructions to send their Indians. Thousands assembled in Tungasuka, streaming in 4 days. The rebels posted sentinels on the road to Cusco to keep the news from authorities there. They also kept Ariga's whereabouts a secret. The masses congregating in Tungasuka did not know the corregidor was a prisoner in Tupac Amaru and Misila-based Idas basement. 5. When Tupac Amaru placed a painting of the crowning with thorns in Ariga's cell and sent Father Lopez de Sosa to take confession, Ariga knew that he was in deep trouble. Flabbergasted by the events and conscious that his life was in danger, Ariga offered his entire fortune to the Pampamaca parish in exchange for freedom, but to no avail. Lopez de Sosa and 3 other clerics accompanied the corregidor in his cell on November 9. Tupac Amaru explained to those assembled on the nearby 6 plain that he had orders from the powerful Visitor General, José Antonio de Valriche, that were approved by the High Court, the Audiencia of Lima. In the coming months, Tupac Amaru often referred to orders or permission that he had from Madrid authorities, including even the king. He did not, of course, but many of his followers believed him or at least felt that Tupac Amaru was fulfilling the king's wishes, that if His Majesty only knew about the situation in the Andes, he would understand. Rumors spread that Ariga was to be punished. The astonished crowds wondered why. Many believed that it was God's will. 7. On November 9, moving on horseback, Tupac Amaru ordered Europeans, mestizos, and Indians to line up in military columns. He was elegantly dressed, black velvet coat and knee breeches, a ruffled shirt, a vest, linen, silk stockings, gold buckles at his knees and shoes, and a Spanish beaver hat. His attire often included more indigenous flourishes, such as the unqueur tunic and a gold chain with the Inca sun. His hair cascaded down his back. Tupac Amaru repeated these maneuvers on the 8th, instructing the thousands present to follow him to a nearby knoll, where a gallows had been set up. Some of his followers waved a white flag with a red cross. A mestizo read a proclamation in Spanish and 9 Quechua. Through the king it has been ordered that there no longer be alcabala, sales tax, customs houses, or the potosimitar, and that Don Antonio de Ariga lose his life because of his destructive behavior. 1. Witness claimed that Tupac Amaru called Ariga harmful and tyrannical and pledged to raise barrages, textile mills, hold the mitar to Potosi, the alcabala, customs tax, and the reparto de mercancías, the forced sales of goods, and free Indians so as to live in union and harmony with the Creoles. Another witness quoted him as saying that he had 10 Superior orders to abolish taxes and customs houses, to expel corregidors and textile mill owners, and that his actions were not against God or the king. He wanted Indians and Spaniards to live as brothers. 11. The crowd understood that it was witnessing a momentous event. Indians heard, in their own language, about the abolition of the forced sales of goods and the hated labor and sales taxes, and witnessed the condemnation of the maximum Spanish authority in the region. Mestizos and Creoles nervously wondered whether these seemingly welcome changes might lead to turmoil and dangerously independent Indians. Spaniards did not fully understand what they were seeing but feared for their lives. A town crier led the procession to the gallows, announcing that they were fulfilling the king's wishes and repeating the pledge that customs houses, alcabalas, and the mitar would henceforth be abolished. Tupac Amaru ordered the town crier to speak in Quechua, a language never used in official events or in documents. The 3 priests accompanied 12 arriegas, surrounded by soldiers. Once at the gallows, the soldiers took arriega's staff from him and asked him to replace his military uniform with the simple, penitentiary habit of the Franciscan order. Arriega's black slave, Antonio Oblitas, was forced into service as the executioner. On the first try, as he heaved to elevate Arriega, the rope snapped, and slave and master fell to the ground. Oblitas received several ropes to carry out his task, and people close to the gallows, some of the Arriega's allies, tugged to strangle him. All commentators noted the tomb-like silence. One witness claimed that some Indians passed by Arriega's cadaver and sneered in Quechua, "Jew, didn't you used to do this? Jew dio manichu katarura hux kanki." As would be the case throughout 13. The uprising, Mysila had an active role. One account mentioned that she surpasses her husband in spirit and malevolence. She knew all about the execution of Arriega, and despite the weakness of her sex, she carried out that unjust homicide, transporting bullets used by the guards in her shawl. 14. Speculation on why Tupac Amaru and Mysila Bastidas had executed Corregidor Arriega circulated like an Andean thunderstorm through the crowd that fateful the 10th of November, and people have not stopped asking the question since. Then and today, people gave reasons that range from the personal, a grudge, to the macro-political, the weakening of Spanish rule. The biography of Tupac Amaru is, of course, central to the explanation. He had witnessed the worst forms of Spanish exploitation of indigenous people. And found himself increasingly hard-pressed to fulfill his duties as intermediary between the Quechua and Spanish world. José Gabriel's work as a merchant and muleteer took him throughout the Andes, while his legal battles to regain a marquisate, a noble title, had forced him to spend 8 months in the viceregal capital of Lima. In 1777, where he made important contacts and gained a deeper understanding of Peru, he had the respect of Cusco's Indians, reasons to loathe the Spanish, and the experience and worldliness to organize an uprising. In broader terms, in 1780 colonial authorities continued to escalate the Bourbon reforms, a series of measures that increased taxes and labor demands on indigenous people while reducing their autonomy. Spanish reformers sought to restrict the pact created in the 16th century that granted Indians certain rights, including a high degree of cultural and political autonomy and the control of communal land, in exchange for subordination and a slate of taxes. They increased labor and tax demands, and debated about how, or whether, to assimilate the native population and convert Indians, a category that implied political and cultural independence, into Spanish subjects. In practice, this meant that Indians throughout the southern Andes faced higher and new taxes, the revival of older and despised practices such as the potter scimitar, and an assault on their ethnic authorities, the curanderos. The reforms also sought to reduce the power of the church. Tensions between secular and religious authorities escalated in the 1770s and came to the surface throughout the rebellion. Arriaga himself had battled priests over protocol and finances. The fact that Tupac Amaru had been involved in these events helps explain the rebellion itself and the sympathy of some priests for the rebellion. Not surprisingly, many parish priests opposed the colonial government's efforts to control and tax their parishes. At the same time, dozens of priests remained in their parishes and fought the rebels behind the lines, casting them as apostates and heathens, bolstering royalists' spirits. The Catholic Church, a term that should not be conceived of in the singular, provided supporters and opponents. The uprising emerged from and brought into view these and other deep tensions in the southern Andes of Peru. 15. By late 1780, Tupac Amaru's forces had defeated the Spanish in several confrontations. He and his followers entered small towns and Indian villages to gain recruits and provisions. They sought to kill all corregidors. Most, however, fled before the rebels arrived, and to imprison landowners despised by local Indians. The rebels razed the small textile mills present throughout the area, which served as virtual prisons for the Indian workers, distributing the cloth to shocked locals. Tupac Amaru and other leaders spoke Quechua to the indigenous masses, and rumors spread that he embodied the return of the Incas, as indicated in his name. A link to one of the last Inca rulers, Tupac Amaru I, 1545–1572. A widespread belief in the possible return to Inca rule nourished the uprising. These assaults were just the beginning. The uprising rapidly spread across the Andes. The colonial state collapsed in much of the area that stretched from Cusco to Puno, near Lake Titicaca in the south, as authorities dared not attempt to collect taxes or enforce the mita. With the adjoining Upper Peru or Charcas under fire from a coalition of uprisings often called the Cataristas, and revolts inspired by the events around Cusco springing up to the north and south, the Spanish faced the greatest military challenge since the 16th century, with what became the largest rebellion in colonial history. Although authorities initially underestimated the uprising, they realized by the end of 1780 that their control of Peru and beyond was in danger. The experience of rebellion. The Tupac Amaru rebellion is not an untold story. Generations of historians have written on it, ranging from epic tales in the 19th century to social scientific works of the late 20th. This book builds on 16. The torrent of studies in the last 40 years or so, including 2 major multi-volume document collections as well as works on specific topics, such as prior uprisings in the 1770s, conflict in towns and cities far from The Tupac Amaru base in Cusco, and the history of the textile mills. 17. T. Wo phenomena coincided around 1970 to prompt fascination with Tupac Amaru and boost the number of studies, the interest in rural revolts. Because of the Vietnam War and other anti-colonial struggles and, in Peru, the unique Juan Velasco Alvarado revolutionary military regime. 1968–1975, which cast José Gabriel Tupac Amaru as the forefather of its revolution and of Peruvian independence from Spain. It was during those years that the 86-volume collection Documental de la Independencia Peruana, 1971–1976, originally projected to have 106 volumes, was released, and Colección del Bicentenario de la Revolución de Tupac Amaru undertaken. The 7 tomes were published in 1980–1982. These provided thousands of pages of transcribed and indexed documentation on the uprising. Nonetheless, despite this outpouring of studies, no access 18-able account of the Tupac Amaru rebellion exists in English, while those in Spanish are outdated and out of print. 19. Yet the book is not simply a revised overview, a retelling of a well-known story with some new citations and documents. It seeks to make several novel arguments regarding the uprising and to contribute to broader debates about violence and geography. The first contribution is seemingly mundane, a question of chronological scope or time frame, but important. Virtually every study focuses on the period from Arriaga's execution in November 1780 to mid-1781, when the Spanish captured and executed important rebel leaders. He executions are fascinating and ghastly events that nonetheless serve poorly as bookends or starting and stopping points for an analysis of the uprising. Many of the most intriguing and influential moments of the rebellion occurred after April 1781, when Tupac Amaru's cousin Diego Cristobal and others took over the leadership of the rebellion. The uprising became increasingly bloody as it shifted to the south in the area near Lake Titicaca. It was here that the full force of the rebels emerged as they swept through the Altiplano and linked with insurgents in Upper Peru. Their control of South America in danger, the Spanish divided between soft and hardliners, with the latter ultimately winning. They imposed draconian measures against indigenous people that marked the region for decades, until the Wars of Independence, 1808–1825, and beyond. Only through an examination of the overlooked events of 1782 and 1783 can the uprising and its legacy be understood. 20. Western South America. I also provide the first full portrait of Misila Bastidas. Authors have always cast her as an important secondary player, in part because of the lack of sources to flesh out her character. I have found rich material on her and place her, as was the case then, in the limelight. Prior to the uprising, Bastidas was an active partner in Tupac Amaru's work as a merchant muleteer. She collected debts, hired field hands and molesquinas, planned the long journeys to northern Argentina, and represented José Gabriel in his frequent absences, as is common today in the Andes. The woman, Misila, oversaw the family's finances. All of these skills prepared her well for her role as a rebel leader, particularly to manage logistics. More than accompanying or backing her husband, she led the uprising alongside him. The book also rethinks the role of the Catholic Church in the uprising. Most studies on this theme have focused on priests who supported the rebels. This reflects, I believe, the massive documentation generated by the trials against priests such as Lopez de Sosa and Bejarano who stayed with Tupac Amaru, as well as the inclination of historians, particularly in the 1970s and 1980s, to search for rebel heroes, including men of the cloth. I argue that the Catholic Church, particularly Cusco's Bishop, 21. Juan Manuel Moscoso y Peralta, was fundamental in the repression of the rebellion. He excommunicated Tupac Amaru and demanded not only that parish priests remain in the areas controlled by the rebels but that they proselytize against the uprising. Tupac Amaru and Mysila Bastidas did not know what to do. Highly religious, the two rebel leaders could not conceive of a world without the church and could not come up with an effective plan to silence these royalists. The stories of the priests who remained behind enemy lines will shake up studies of late colonial Spanish America and add to the rich storyline. I attempt to tell the entire story of the uprising, from its onset to its legacy. I return to the events themselves, probing why people supported the royalists or rebels, why some sought to remain neutral. I aim to give the reader a feel for the lived experience of the uprising. The idea is 22. Not only to extend the analysis chronologically but also to explore how people understood and participated in the uprising. The flurry of studies published in recent decades has overlooked the fascinating events of the rebellion in their totality. I want to immerse the reader in the terrifying guerrilla campaigns, the relentless propaganda war, the gruesome repression of the revolt, and the rebellion's long aftermath, revealing the fear and indecision on both sides and the ever-narrowing room for neutrality and negotiation. I shed new light on Tupac Amaru and Mysila Bastidas, while also addressing the role of common people who fought for or against the uprising or sought to remain on the sidelines. I hope to help answer the vital questions about this and other rebellions. Why did they fight? What did they seek? Why did they succeed so brilliantly at first, but ultimately fail? Gore and gorges. Two topics or phenomena form the backbone of this study: violence and geography. Violence is at the center of any mass uprising, and this book probes why and how people kill. The Tupac Amaru rebellion provides rich, grim material. Not only did the death count reportedly reach 100,000, the Viceroyalty of Peru had about 1.8 million people, but the stories are gruesome. Colonial forces exterminated hundreds of indigenous fighters at a time, displaying heads on pikes, while rebels reportedly committed atrocities including raping dead women, drinking the blood of the recently killed out of skulls, and throwing children in Lake Titicaca to drown. The analysis builds from the argument by Stathis Kalivas, in his work on Greek civil wars, that clearly, the relation between political actors and underlying populations must be problematized rather than assumed away. Leaders and followers constantly negotiate the terms of their 23 relationship and the ways of war. Too many studies of Andean uprisings have assumed that rebel and royalist fighters followed their leaders. Without question, their loyalty is taken for granted or overlooked rather than scrutinized. I pay particular attention to why and how violence intensified over time. The initial efforts on both sides to respect those remaining neutral fell by the wayside and atrocities mounted. The fighting moved toward a total war in which the limitations on who was to be attacked and who was to be mobilized disappear. 24. Prior to the 20th century, people followed largely unwritten rules. While conducting war, the understanding of how women and children should be treated, whether enemy combatants deserved Christian burial, and whether soldiers merited the right to ransack varied greatly according to local or imperial military culture and the particularities of the war itself. Rules applied, but could change dramatically in the course of a 25. struggle. This was the case in Peru, where the rebellion quickly pushed its followers and enemies into uncharted territory. This book sheds light on this new terrain, where restraints or limitations on violence eased or even disappeared. Colonial authorities had little experience in repressing such a massive uprising, which eventually stretched across the Andean core of South America. They did not count on a standing army in Lima or Cuzco and relied, at least initially, on militias. These had proven adequate in putting down local revolts. In riots or upheavals prior to 1780, militias took advantage of their arms advantage. Indians and blacks were not allowed to own firearms, moved into a town, captured and executed the leaders, and returned to Lima once order had been restored. The Tupac Amaru rebellion demanded a much greater effort than this. 26. In the 18th century, indigenous people of Cuzco and the Lake Titicaca area had sued authorities, run them out of town, mutinied, and even taken over towns. Submission did not characterize Indian-state relations. The Tupac Amaru rebellion, however, was a much larger enterprise. With no precedent, the fighting occurring at the same time in what became the United States was, from the perspective of Peru, a poorly reported, distant phenomenon. Rebels invented the rules as the uprising grew. In fact, debates about violence, who was to be killed and how, proved to be a major point of contention among both the rebels and the royalists. This book traces the changing nature of violence in the uprising. While a mass uprising fought over a vast terrain was unprecedented, violence was not. It formed part of an indigenous person's daily life, part of the fabric of colonial society. Authorities ranging from corregidors to curators arrested, detained, whipped, struck, and threatened in order to ensure that Indians paid their taxes and worked for the state, the church, and others. But the colonial state did not have a monopoly on violence. Estate owners counted on jails and gallows to ensure order and compliance. Textile mills had become privately run jails, as the owners locked up Indians to make them work in abysmal conditions. Rebels destroyed the gallows and jails, or turned the world upside down by placing the powerful in them. Nor was violence unidirectional. Local people, Indians and others, proved highly capable of hitting, whipping, raping, and coercing one another, as the bulging trial records in Cuzco's historical archive demonstrate. Drinking often played a part. Yet this does not 27 mean Andean society was uniquely violent. Europe in this period also was the site of countless forms of aggression, both from the state and the upper classes and within the lower classes. 28. One tendency in the rebellion stands out: aggression on both sides increased and became more ghastly as the uprising moved away from its base in Cuzco and the months passed. In the initial weeks after the execution of Arriaga, Tupac Amaru made sure that rebels only attacked Spanish authorities. He shielded rich Creoles or others whom the indigenous fighters might have understood as the enemy. Across time and space, this changed. Both sides began to slaughter their opponents, and neutrality became impossible. By mid-1781, neither took prisoners, they killed those they captured. In fact, the atrocities began to mirror one another. Royalists would hang rebels and display their body parts, rebels would humiliate and brutalize captives. By late 1781, rebels near Lake Titicaca reportedly pierced eyes and drank blood out of skulls. Each side increasingly saw the other as barbarians, as bad Christians, which justified greater violence. Violence spiraled out of control because of three overlapping factors: leadership, chronology, and geography. First, Tupac Amaru and Maisila Bastida sought to control their combatants' aggression, stressing that the fight was against evil Spaniards. They protected Creoles, mestizos, and even affluent Indians from rebel wrath. They managed to do this quite effectively in the core area where they were in charge. When the rebellion expanded, and, of course, when José Gabriel and Maisila were no longer the leaders, this proved more difficult, and rebels attacked non-Europeans. In fact, this aggression broadened from Europeans to all non-Indians, in some cases. Whereas Tupac Amaru and Maisila Bastida protected mestizos and Creoles, own rebels in the second phase attacked people for simply wearing European dress or speaking Spanish. This also proved true of the royalist commanders. They were less capable of controlling the fury of their followers, or willing to. Second, as the uprising spread, each side abandoned the restraints that had kept them from killing civilians, victimizing women, or ransacking stores and estates. Violence begets violence, and as each side ramped up the aggression, the other acted in kind. The transformation was not just tactical or a byproduct of the search for revenge. Each side increasingly envisioned and cast the other as heretics, as fallen Christians who deserved to die. This ideological transformation justified greater violence, which in turn reinforced the interpretation of the opponent as a heathen or barbarian. What began as an uprising developed into a guerrilla war and then deteriorated into a vicious bloodbath. Geography or space was the third factor. Important changes can be seen depending on where the fighting took place. As the rebellion's center shifted from Cuzco toward Lake Titicaca, the violence worsened. This has much to do with the time frame outlined above. Tupac Amaru and Maisila Bastida could not control their forces and, over time, aggression accelerated, but also with different populations and their relation to the colonial state and each other. In Cuzco, the state and the Catholic Church had a stronger presence than in the Titicaca area. Tupac Amaru himself had pleaded his case in the courts, lobbied corregidors, bishops, and patriarchs, and used his power as a curator to improve his lot and that of the Indians he represented. He had gone to school at the prestigious School for Curitas in Cuzco's center and rubbed elbows with people ranging from common Indians to Cuzco patricians. Demographics, more intermediate. Groups such as mestizos, and the economy, more active trade networks, meant that different ethnic groups knew each other and coincided in daily life more in Cusco than in the Titicaca region. This contact or exchange could, arguably, build bonds and fortify empathy that decreased the likelihood of violence. The towns Tupac Amaru represented as a KKA and which served as rebel centers, Tungasuka, Surimana, and Pampamaca, stood just 50 miles from Cusco. Even the more humble residents took the much-traveled valley route to conduct business or to visit acquaintances in the former Inca capital. In contrast, the Spanish state and even the church had a lesser presence in the south, around Titicaca. These institutions existed to oversee Spanish rule and the exploitation of Indians. Yet they also could shield Indians from behavior considered abusive or abhorrent. These safety valves were not as heavy on the ground away from Cusco, and Indians and Spaniards had less contact or interaction, helping to explain why violence was cruder. Indians had fewer qualms about attack. King all Europeans, particularly after more than a year of warfare, a point when the Spanish took no prisoners and assumed all Indians were bloodthirsty rebels. The Spanish falsely framed this in terms of civilization. The Indians of the south were more savage or barbaric. Instead, southern Indians had less attachment to the colonial system than their brethren in Cusco, yet suffered brutal exploitation. The war itself had erased any empathy, a key impediment to the use of coercion the Indian insurgents might have had with the Spanish. 29. This spatial or cultural argument should not be exaggerated or oversimplified. The opposite argument may be equally true. A strong, colonial, state presence meant greater exploitation and thus a stronger likelihood for tension and violence. The city of Cusco and the surrounding area were certainly violent before the uprising. Eminent scholars continue to debate whether modernity and the civilizing process reduce, increase, or modify violence. Nonetheless, Tupac Amaru and Misila 30 sought to limit aggression against Europeans and envisioned a post-insurrection utopia free of European exploiters. Rebels farther to the south attacked a far wider group and showed particular cruelty in the towns that they seized along Lake Titicaca. This contrast reflects the other two factors outlined here, the leadership and changes over time, but also a different social reality to the south. Geography, or topography, marked the uprising, no only the battles, but also the animosity between the two sides. In fact, ideas about nature, the Andes, shaped how each side viewed and fought against the other. This study stresses these ideas' centrality for understanding the bloodshed and more generally, colonialism. The Spanish incessantly 31 plained about the towering mountains and craggy passes that the rebels used to their great advantage. They wondered how people could live at over 12,000 feet above sea level and related this harsh environment to Indians' supposed maladaptation to Spanish ways. Just as the rebels frequently retreated to the hills, a classic guerrilla, a term that had not yet been invented, tactic, the Europeans believed that the Inca descendants had also turned their back on or retreated from the Spanish language and Christianity over the centuries. Indians, in turn, saw the soldiers, at least those from the coast, as outsiders who deserved to be pushed back to the sea. They also questioned their Christianity. Over the last 150 million years or so, Plate tectonics created the Andes. The Nazca Plate below the Pacific Ocean has slipped ever so slowly under the South American Plate, the grinding impact prompting earthquakes and pushing the Earth up and to the side. Many writers use the image of a car hood after a collision. Two main ranges, the eastern and the western, or, in Spanish, the black and the white, as the mountains closer to the Pacific have considerably less snow, run down much of South America, their highest peaks rising over 20,000 feet above sea level. In several places, mountains running east-west bridge the two ranges, separating the Sierra valleys. Plate tectonics also formed gorges and lakes, most notably Lake Titicaca, which straddles what is today the Peru-Bolivia border and is often called the highest navigable lake in the world, by large ships. In Cuzco, the Vilcabamba and Porcatambo rivers run to the northeast, into the Ucayali and from there, the Amazon. The warm valleys to the north and northeast of Cuzco, including the tourist Mecca Machu Picchu, were barely touched by the Tupac Amaru rebellion. Instead, the rebellion stretched from Cuzco to Lake Titicaca. Towns such as Tungasuka and Pampamaca stand at about 11,500 feet above sea level, ensconced in broad bluffs above the Vilcanota Valley. These towns benefited from prime agricultural land, particularly in comparison to the surrounding sheer highlands or punas that soar well above the tree line. The correctly named high provinces or provincias altas just 50 miles southeast of Pampamaca tower above 14,000 feet. Europeans could not believe that humans lived there. The area became a rebel hotbed. As the rebels and the pursuing colonial armies moved from Cuzco toward the Titicaca Basin to the southeast, altitudes became higher, the air thinner, the valleys narrower, and the hills steeper and more barren. In the midpoint between Puno and Cuzco, the two Andean ranges come together in a snowy crag, the La Rare Pass. Train riders today, often dizzied by altitude sickness, crane their neck to peer upwards to the glacier peaks and typically deem the terrain lunar. From this gateway south, into the Titicaca Basin, more than 13,000 feet above sea level becomes the norm. Corn does not grow at this altitude and livestock, cattle, sheep, goats, llamas, and alpaca, rather than agriculture drove the economy. In linguistic terms, Quechua, the lingua franca of the Incas, and today the most widely spoken indigenous language of the Americas with over 10 million speakers, predominated in the Cuzco region. Around and to the south and east of the Lake Titicaca Basin, what is known as the Caldao and today is part of Bolivia, much of the population spoke and speaks Aymara. Throughout the uprising, royalists complained bitterly about the altitude, the precipitous hills and mountains, and Indians' rejection of the Spanish and their language. Rebels used all of these to their advantage. This dichotomy between a European coast, Lima, and Indian highlands, Cuzco, should not be exaggerated. The Spanish had a strong presence in Cuzco, and Indians typically constituted 10% of Lima's population of about 50,000 at this time, with its population of 30,000. In 1780, Cuzco was Peru's second city, the key administrative center between Potosí in Upper Peru and Lima, the viceregal state. Main 33 timed important institutions and authorities there, and over the centuries, Thousands of Europeans settled in Cuzco to work as merchants or to purchase haciendas. This Spanish presence weakened as one moved toward Titicaca. Fewer Europeans owned estates or mines or worked as merchants, and the state relied more on indigenous authorities, curadores, than European bureaucrats. Mestizos, those of mixed European and Indian blood, made up a major part of the city of Cuzco's population, about 50% according to the imprecise censuses of the era. Although important, they had less of a demographic weight in the rural areas toward the south where, in the 18th century, the dividing line between Europeans and Indians remained stark. As the Spanish army would learn in the course of the uprising, the Colonial was more indigenous and even more mountainous than Cuzco. Throughout the Peruvian Andes, Indian towns and communities in the lower levels specialized in agriculture, while those in the higher areas focused on livestock, both European animals such as cows and goats and the American cameloids, llamas, vicuñas, guanacos, and alpaca. But this contrast was not as great as it might seem. The genius of the Incas, the remarkable empire that ruled the Andes in the 3 centuries prior to the arrival of the Spanish, was their ability to grow a vast variety of foodstuffs in different ecological niches, potatoes being the most famous, quinoa the trendiest, and to exchange and distribute goods among the Andes, the Amazon lowlands, and the coast. These vertical archipelagos did not crumble with the conquest. In the 18th century, indigenous communities in the valleys often maintained pastureland in the higher reaches and traded actively with producers of coca leaves and chili peppers in the warmer areas toward the Amazon. Túpac Amaru XXXIV himself was a muleteer, specializing in the route between Cuzco and Jujuy in what became northern Argentina. In general, communities at lower altitudes and closer to the cities such as Cuzco or, in the Titicaca Basin, Puno were more affluent than those in the more remote areas. However, they also faced greater oversight by authorities such as Corregidor Uriga. This study highlights some key differences in how these diverse regions reacted to and participated in the uprising. In geographical terms, the Tupac Amaru rebellion encompassed a larger area than the contemporaneous struggle in North America, the American Revolutionary War. On a darker note, the level of violence approached that of the ghastly Haitian Revolution a decade later, with up to 100,000 dead. The mass rebellion greatly altered Peru and Spanish presence 35 in the Americas, casting a large shadow on the wars of independence that would emerge in the early 19th century. On the one hand, repression was brutal and anti-Indian sentiments flourished, or resurfaced, throughout the Andes in the following decades. The rebellion deepened the coast-Andes divide. On the other hand, Indians looked back at the uprising with pride and earned certain rights, as the Spanish dreaded another uprising. It certainly has not been forgotten in subsequent centuries. In recent decades, José Gabriel Condorcanqui, Túpac Amaru II, provided the name for 2 guerrilla groups, the Tupamaras in Uruguay and the Movimiento Revolucionario Túpac Amaru in Peru, and one rap singer, Tupac Shakur. The name Túpac Amaru is everywhere in Peru. I hope to show why it continues to resonate in Peru, Bolivia, and beyond. 1. The Andes in the Atlantic world. José Gabriel Condorcanqui, born on the 10th of March, 1738 in Surimana, was the son of Miguel Condorcanqui Usquianza Tupac Amaru and Maria Rosa Noguera. Miguel, who died in 1750, was the curator of 3 towns in the Tinta district, Surimana, Pampamaka, and Tungasuka, a position José Gabriel inherited. José Gabriel would throughout his life use multiple last names. Condorcanqui, you are a condor in Quechua, was his patronym. Associated with the rights to the curator position, but like his father, he also employed the last name Túpac Amaru to underline his royal Inca blood. Amarus are mythological winged serpents, while Tupac, as his name was usually spelled, denotes royalty or proximity to the Inca. José Gabriel I claimed to be a direct descendant of Tupac Amaru, the final Inca ruler, beheaded by Viceroy Toledo in 1572. These bloodly nes gave him considerable prestige among Quechua Indians, many of whom believed, 2 centuries after the conquest, that the Tawantinsuyo or Inca rule would return. In addition, José Gabriel occasionally added his mother's last name, Noguera, which some scholars believe indicated Catalan roots. 2. José Gabriel spent his childhood in Surimana, but accompanied his father on trips throughout the district and beyond as he fulfilled his duties as curator and plied his trade as merchant. These expeditions continued. When José Gabriel came of age and assumed his father's position and profession, after initial classes by Fathers López de Sosa and Rodriguez, he studied in the prestigious San Francisco de Borja school in Cusco, run by the Jesuits for the sons of curators. The Jesuits provided him a strong education that also impressed on him his social standing as future curator and someone of royal Inca blood. At school just up the hill from Cusco's imposing cathedral, he learned Latin and deepened his Spanish. 3. As a curator, José Gabriel held rights to land. He also had small mining interests and coca fields in Carabia, to the south, and owned several houses and a small hacienda. His wealth, however, should not be exaggerated. He owed and was owed a great deal of money and had liens and mortgages on his property. He inherited 350 mules from his father, 4. which he used to work the Cusco to Upper Peru circuit, the trade route that linked Lima and Cusco with the all-import and Potosi mines. He carried textiles from local mills as well as sugar, coca leaves, and dried chili peppers on his mules and llamas to sell or trade in the Lake Titicaca region and Upper Peru. He returned with more mules and other goods as well as posts and packages. As a muleteer, he gained important contacts throughout the region and had a privileged viewpoint on the ebb and flow of the colonial economy and the increasing strains it put on the indigenous population. Over campfires at night or when negotiating a deal, people told him about the local situation and asked him for news from Cusco and beyond. Throughout the colonial period and until the emergence of four-wheeled vehicles and the diffusion of radios in the 20th century, Andean muleteers such as Tupac Amaru served as the main conduit between rural life and the outside world. People revered him for his Inca heritage and, according to many, his kind manner and willingness to defend the rural poor. The late 1770s were difficult years for the Andean economy. The opening of Buenos Aires to Upper Peruvian trade, Lima had previously held a monopoly, meant that producers in Cusco selling their wares in Potosi had to compete with products from Buenos Aires and even from Spain. Moreover, widespread overproduction throughout the Andes prompted prices to drop. The coarse wool fabric from Cusco's mills, for example, confronted unprecedented competition from European textiles. Moreover, the years 177, 8 and 1779 brought extremely cold weather to Andean Peru, damaging crops and making travel more difficult. Tupac Amaru himself experienced this crisis. By 1780, he had considerable means but mounting debts as well. He also witnessed and heard about widespread economic malaise, ranging from merchants verging on bankruptcy to Indian communities that could not pay the increasing tax load. 6 writers have long asked whether Tupac Amaru was an Indian or a mestizo, a question that would not have been posed in the same way in his time. His contemporaries made clear that he was both and that he took full advantage of his ability to move among the different social groups of the period. His economic interests and education made him a member of the colonial middle class, with ties to the upper and lower classes. He had close connections with distinguished Spanish and Creole residents of Cusco such as his friend Gabriel Ugarte, but also was comfortable with the region's masses, Quechua-speaking Indians. He spoke both Spanish and Quechua well, wrote graceful Spanish, and thanks to the Jesuits knew some Latin. The upper classes in Lima saw him as a well-educated Indian. Some understood this as an acceptable case of social mobility while others saw it as an aberration and threat to the flexible but ultimately real barriers between caste groups in colonial Peru. Tupac Amaru and Mysila Bastidas were able to carry out the rebel lion because of this ability to move among, go in acceptance from, and recruit different social groups. They attracted, at least initially, Spanish, Creole, mestizo, black and, above all, indigenous followers. In the midst of the uprising, however, this balancing act became increasingly difficult. Europeans quickly became concerned about the use of violence and the ransacking of estates. Some groups never supported the rebels. For example, some curecas, particularly those of the Sacred Valley, saw him as an arriviste with an unimpressive lineage. They questioned both his claims to royal Inca blood as well as his economic standing, believing themselves superior on both fronts. 7. Many Spaniards and Creoles scoffed at the notion of a noble Indian, and despite business dealings and even friendship with him, wanted nothing to do with his political project. They rejected his requests for support. On the other hand, while Indians venerated the couple, some abandoned the movement or pushed for more radical, violent actions. Doubts about the leader's revolutionary credentials and opposition to the multi-class alliance they sought nourished these desertions and insubordination. In a society as hierarchical as colonial Peru, coalitions that united racial and class groups strained from the beginning. As for Mysila Bastidas, she was born in 1744 in Pampamaca. Some writers have contended that she was from Abanqui, west of Cusco, but the archival records confirm Pampamaca, part of the Tupac Amaru's family Curaca. Zgo. When I visited this town in 2007, locals proudly claimed her as their own and showed where she had lived about a mile outside of town. They maintained that parts of her house had stood until Recent decades. Her mother was Josepha Puiukahua, look at the clouds. In Quechua, Sisa and her father Don Manuel de Bastidas, they never married. He died in 1746 and his identity remains unclear. Some contend that he was a local man with black heritage, inasmuch as a few documents refer to her as a Zamba or one with cinnamon-colored skin, implying that she had black blood. Others claim that he was a priest, assigned to nearby Yanaoka, being an illegitimate daughter of either a partially ate black father or a priest placed her in an unusual social category, particularly in the overwhelmingly indigenous highlands, and closed doors to her. It certainly excluded her from elite circles. Yet her wedding certificate listed both her parents as Spaniards, a sign of respectability more than birthplace. Racial and class categories in Spanish America were quite fluid, and someone like Mysila could move among different sectors comfortably and gain their respect. She had 3 brothers, Antonio, Pedro, and Miguel. Mysila was a devout Catholic throughout her life. She had little schooling and her Quechua was far superior to her Spanish. In Pampamaka, oral history claims that she was forced to work in an abrage, the oppressive textile mills. Father Antonio de Sosa married her, N.D. José Gabriel in Surimana on the 25th of May, 1760. They had 3 children. Hipólito, born 1761, Mariano, born 1762, and Fernando, born 1768. All baptized by Father Sosa in Pampamaka. The 19th century 9. English geographer Clements Markham, who knew the Cusco area well, and wrote widely on the Incas, Quechua, and Andean geography, called her a beautiful Indian girl. He knew this because Dominga Bastidas, Mysila's cousin, had survived the uprising and, 50 years later, described her beauty to General John Miller, who was in Cusco in 1835. Miller then relayed the description to Markham. 10. Mysila was a full partner in José Gabriel's enterprises. While he was away in Lima or elsewhere, she managed his business and curaca affairs, overseeing tax collection and the labor draft and supervising the men who stepped in for him in his work as a merchant. This helps explain how she proved to be such an exceptionally able leader of the rebellion. She excelled at paying the troops, managing supplies, keeping discipline, posting sentinels, and watching for spies, all of the intricate logistics that make up military campaigns. Her proficiency brings to mind the military axiom, amateurs talk about strategy, professionals talk about logistics. Even before the uprising, she displayed her strong nature. One tithe collector claimed that in front of the corregidor, Mysila had threatened to punch him if he did not relent. Her work 11. As Tupac Amaru's partner in his political and economic endeavors prepared her well for the uprising. Mysila's prominence in the uprising was not a shocking reversal of gender roles in the Andes. Women participated actively in the cash economy, particularly in the sale of produce, livestock, and other goods in markets and fairs. They frequently managed the household economy. Men believed themselves the representative of the family and saw themselves in charge. Domestic violence, frequently fueled by alcohol, was rampant. Nonetheless, women were usually significant partners in the large, extended families that characterized the period, and led the household if males weren't present. In the case of the Condorcanqui-Bastidas household, Túpac Amaru no doubt spoke for the family and believed that he had the final say. But, as would occur in the rebellion, Bastidas helped make decisions and run the household economy. 12. Although Spaniards burnt the portraits of Túpac Amaru that he commissioned during the rebellion, we have several descriptions and one painting. Markham reproduced one royalist's recollection. Túpac Amaru was 5 feet 8 inches in height, well proportioned, sinewy, and firmly knit. He had a handsome Indian face, a slightly aquiline nose, full black eyes, and altogether a countenance intelligent, benign, and expressive. His address, remarkable for gentlemanlike ease, was dignified and courteous towards superiors and equals, but in his intercourse with the aborigines, by whom he was profoundly venerated, there was sedateness, not inconsistent with his legally admitted claims, de jure, to the diadem of the Incas. In mind he was enterprising, cool, and persevering. He lived in a style becoming his rank, and, when residing at Cuzco, usually wore a black velvet coat and small clothes in the fashion of the day, a waistcoat of gold tissue, embroidered linen, a Spanish beaver dress hat, silk stocking, and gold knee and shoe buckles, and he allowed his glossy black hair to flow in ringlets which extended down nearly to his waist. 13 An anonymous Spaniard stressed his seriousness and deemed Túpac Amaru very white for an Indian, although not so very much for a Spaniard. Descriptions from the rebellion cast him as an elegant figure. 14. On a white horse, dressed in European style with a few Andean touches, such as the unque or overshirt and mascapature or royal band. Royalists emphasized his cold, calculating bearing, which in their eyes enabled him to oversee the slaughter of innocent Europeans, while subsequent generations of admirers have presented him as an elegant and handsome mestizo. Portrayals from the mid-20th century gave him the impossibly large muscles of the Soviet social realism school and, in the 1960s, features that made him a sort of darker-skinned Che Guevara. 20th century depictions of Mysila cast her as a long-necked, thin beauty, with European features. Many have whitened her skin considerably. The Atlantic world reaches the Andes. Túpac Amaru moved throughout the Peruvian viceroyalty, from the legendary silver mines of Potosi to the regal colonial capital of Lima, where he found himself entangled in new policies and ideas emanating from Europe. While the rebellion cannot be understood without taking into account the lives of Túpac Amaru and Bastidas as well as those of the indigenous masses of the southern Andes, it also requires examining changes in Spain and its treatment of its American holdings. Túpac Amaru, Bastidas, and their followers lived and suffered the Bourbon reforms. Their lives provide excellent entryways into local Andean society as well as global changes. In the 18th century, warfare and commercial competition with France and England plus a palpable sense of decline prompted Spain to change its relations with Andaman DS on its American holdings. Its alliance with France against Great Britain in the 7 Years' War 1756–1763 proved disastrous. The English occupied strategic Havana and Manila in 1762, a devastating blow to Spanish prestige and morale. King Charles III, who ruled from 1759 until 1788, understood that 15. He had to revamp the military and modernize the administration in Spain and its colonies in order to keep pace with France and Great Britain. In 1765, he commissioned the lawyer José de Galvez to conduct an inspection or general visit to New Spain, Mexico, where he remained for 6 years. Galvez then became Secretary of the Indies in 1775 and dominated the Madrid court on all overseas issues until his death in 1787. Rival factions among the Spanish in Peru maneuvered to gain his favor. It was Galvez who received the voluminous information arriving from Peru about the Tupac Amaru uprising and oversaw the royalist response. Spain closely followed events in Europe and the Americas. Anti-colonial movements in North America in the 1770s and 1780s troubled authorities. The Madrid court believed that if victorious, the patriots would set a bad example for their colonial brethren in Spanish America. Worse yet, if the British maintained control, they might launch new attacks to the south. Some authorities even worried that the English secretly sub-16 ported Tupac Amaru. In reality, the British focused their attention and 17 resources on keeping as large a claim as possible in Canada and the newly emergent United States. While the English press printed information about revolution in Peru with a certain satisfaction, the Spanish had little reason to worry about British support for the Andean rebels. Intent on improving its defenses and extracting more revenue from the American colonies, the Spanish state centralized its colonial administration and increased the demands on the population. Dismantling the Habsburg system, the dynasty that ruled Spain from 1506–1700, which relied on negotiation and the diffusion of power, it reduced the number of American-born individuals in the administration, replacing them with Europeans. The Bourbons, the royal house of French origin that ruled Spain after 1700, also tightened control of the administrative units through visits and other mechanisms. Visitada generals such as Galvez in Mexico and Antonio de Ariche in Peru, who would play a vital role in the Tupac Amaru drama and appears prominently here, clashed with viceroys and other authorities, whom they believed too lax and cozy with local society. The viceregal state increased taxes and extended them to previously exempt groups, improved collection methods, and imposed new monopolies. Curators such as Tupac Amaru found it increasingly difficult to meet the growing demands of the state without jeopardizing their own legitimacy in local society. They pleaded with corregidors and in the courts for leniency, tax reductions, extensions, or exemptions, and for recognition, stressing their heritage and the local stability they maintained. The reformers, however, had little sympathy with curators such as Tupac Amaru and saw them as an unfortunate vestige of the Inca and Habsburg past. Tupac Amaru's frustration grew as his efforts to contest the tax and labor demands failed. Yet even if unsuccessful, this work brought him increasing appreciation and even veneration by the Indians in his Curaçao and beyond whom he defended. The military reforms had initially concentrated on improving Spanish America's coastal defenses. Authorities understood the British Navy and seaborne pirates as the primary threats. In 1780, military authorities were in the midst of shifting imperial defense from militias, local volunteers, to a standing army. These reforms reflected the Bourbons' distrust of those born in the Americas and their preference for professionals. The events in Cuzco accelerated this process. 18. Jurisdictional changes in the 1770s weakened Cuzco's role in Upper Peru and the Atlantic trade via Buenos Aires, angering bureaucrats, merchants, estate owners, and peasants throughout Peru. In 1776, the Viceroyalty of Rio de la Plata was created, separating Cuzco from Potosi and the Titicaca Basin. The 1778 free trade policy opened Buenos Aires to trade with Spain, reducing Cuzco's role in the vast Potosi network by directing trade that had flowed through Cuzco via the Pacific to the Atlantic instead. Authorities also raised fiscal demands. The alcabala, a sales tax paid on most goods traded by non-Indians, rose from 2 to 4% in 1772 and to 6% in 1776. Visitada General Arish arrived in 1777, implementing the construction of customs houses throughout the Andes and endeavoring to enforce the taxes collection. He also broadened the tax to include products, such as coca leaves, and social groups, such as artisans, previously exempt from the alcabala. People in Cuzco despised these changes. Indigenous people suffered the most from these tax increases. The colonial state had long relied on the Indian head tax as a main source of revenue, and the amount collected in Cuzco multiplied by a factor of 16 between 1750 and 1820. In addition to increased tribute and sales tax, Indians continued to confront the odious forced purchase of goods, the reparto de mercancías or repartimiento. Corregidors, usually aligned with powerful merchants and producers, required Indians to buy products, often at inflated prices. 19. José Gabriel witnessed and bore the brunt of these reforms from an early age. He struggled against one of the hallmark reforms in the Andes: the transfer of the curaca office from locals, usually families that had held the office for centuries and often had claims of Inca royal blood, to outsiders, who in many cases did not even speak Quechua. Corregidors were unable to implement the changes until the 1790s, and even then with delays and exceptions, but in previous decades they obstructed every transfer from father to son and occasionally placed outsiders in the position. José Gabriel had fought to assume the curacazgo that his father had held, succeeding in 1766. Yet in 1769, authorities in Cuzco took the position away from him, only to return it in 1771. Conflicts with successive corregidors of the Tinta province, Gregorio de Viana and Pedro Muñoz de Arjono, prompted these setbacks. In 1768, Tupac Amaru took Geronimo Cano, a tax collector, to court for his abusive behavior in the forced sale of goods to Indians. This very well might have hurt his efforts to reclaim the curaca position. 20. Tupac Amaru heard complaints and pleas for help from Indians forced to buy overpriced goods under the reparto, who then scrambled to pay the head tax and other obligations with the scarce cash that circulated in indigenous society. He witnessed groups of men and their grieving families, who generally accompanied the men, leaving for mitar work at the Potosi mines, no one sure that they would return due to the cost of the journey and the danger in the mines. The new trade policies, which facilitated the arrival of goods from Buenos Aires and Spain to Upper Peru, made his work as a merchant muleteer in the Potosi circuit less profitable. Like many, he despised the new customs houses installed en der Visitada a Reich's watch. Tupac Amaru had witnessed the erosion of Creoles' power, a decrease in Indians' autonomy, and the weakened position of the church. He butted heads with Spanish authorities, particularly the autocratic corregidors and their henchmen who were in charge of implementing these new policies. Tupac Amaru had objected to the exploitation and abuse of Indians and, of course, despised the efforts to replace ethnic curecas with Spaniards or Creoles. The Bourbon 21 forms, as they would later be known, were not an abstraction for Tupac Amaru and the indigenous people of southern Cusco. They were a daily grievance, corroding their social, political, and economic standing. Tupac Amaru had an extended battle in the Cusco courts and then Lima's Real Audiencia or High Court with Don Diego Felipe de Betancourt, over which of them was the legitimate descendant of the last Inca, Tupac Amaru I, and thus entitled to the Marquisate of Oropesa, a rich fief dating from the 17th century. Tupac Amaru I had led the final stages of Inca resistance in Vilcabamba, the lush area toward the Amazon basin. The Spanish captured him in 1571 and beheaded him the following year. Tupac Amaru claimed that he descended from Huanapilcahuaca Coya, the illegitimate daughter of Tupac Amaru I, who married Diego Felipe Condorcanqui, the curaca of Surimana, Tungasuka, and Pampamaca. José Gabriel's father would in this case be the great-grandson of this couple. Betancourt contended that Tupac Amaru had fabricated important elements of the supporting evidence and consequently was not a direct descendant. Betancourt presented ample material showing his lineage, which was itself of dubious origin. Each side accused the other of fraud. The Spanish prolonged the trial, preferring not to fill the marquisate. In April 1777 Tupac Amaru traveled to Lima to plead his case 22 in the Audiencia. This long trial, which was not over when he hanged Arriaga in November 1780, clearly troubled him. The colonial courts had denied what he believed to be his ancestral rights. 23 The last Inca in the City of Kings. In the 1530s, the Spanish created Lima or the City of Kings as it was also known, to anchor and represent Spanish power in the still Inca-dominated Peru. The city and its nearby port, Callao, served as the political and economic center of the viceroyalty. Home to the viceroy, the archbishop, the principal religious orders such as the Jesuits, Franciscans, and Dominicans, and the aristocracy. In 1780 it had a population of about 50,000 Indians made up about 10% of the city, ranging from workers in the eastern Indian district to curecas such as Tupac Amaru conducting business in the capital. Spaniards, blacks, and multiracial groups constituted the bulk of the city's population. The city's architecture and active court life impressed Europeans. 18th-century travelers also commented, usually with disdain or even fear, about the city's multitude population and its disobedient ways. 24. During his year in Lima, José Gabriel stayed in a second-story room on Concepcion Street, in front of the Concepcion Monastery, 3 blocks from the Plaza Mayor, the city's center. His room became the meeting place of malcontents, mostly from Cusco, such as Father Vicente Centeno, and the mestizo Miguel Montiel y Surco from Oropesa, a town between Cusco and José Gabriel's home base. Montiel had traveled throughout Peru, visited England, France, and Spain in the 1760s and 1770s, and greatly admired the English. As a merchant in Lima, he had a small stand in the Street of the Jews next to the plaza, and according to one testimony in his trial for sedition, Montiel maintained that the Spanish occupation of Peru was illegal, that Tupac Amaru should replace the king and take the throne, and that if Indians weren't enough to expel the Spanish, the English, who have a superior government, will help. He was a fervent reader of Garcilaso de la Vega's royal commentaries of the Incas, the fundamental text for the rebels. 25 Colonial Lima. Born in Cusco in 1539, the offspring of a conquistador, Sebastian Garcilaso de la Vega y Vargas, and an Inca noblewoman, Pilar Chimpu Arcalo, Garcilaso de la Vega became a leading figure in Spain's golden era of literature. He lived with his mother in Cusco in his early years, learning Spanish and Quechua and imbibing vivid stories of the Incas and the still unfolding conquest. His was not a story, however, of mestizo bliss. His father married a noble Spanish woman and passed on Chimpu Arcalo to a Spanish foot soldier. Garcilaso decided to use a 4,000 peso inheritance upon his father's death in 1560 to travel to Spain, living in Montilla and Córdoba until his death in 1616. Garcilaso finally published his epic royal commentaries, Comentarios Reales de los Incas, in 1609. Part 2, General History of Peru, was published posthumously, in 1617. Garcilaso presented the Incas as dignified, accomplished rulers who had conquered and even civilized a vast territory. While historians question many of his arguments, readers appreciated his lively prose and bold depiction of the Incas and the conquest. 26. Published in numerous editions, the book circulated widely in 18th century Peru, nurturing Neo-Inca nationalism. José Gabriel 27 had the education to capture all the nuances of this literary work. He no doubt appreciated the romantic depiction of the Incas and read with horror about the betrayal and execution of his ancestor, Tupac Amaru. So ended the Inca, the legitimate heir to the empire by the direct male line from the first Inca Manco Capac to himself. One source claimed 28. That during the uprising, José Gabriel nourished himself with daily readings of the historian, Garcilaso. Garcilaso de la Vega, often called El 29 Inca to differentiate him from another writer, provided José Gabriel and others readers a rousing portrait of the grandiose Incas, casting them as worthy rivals, respectable monarch HS who perhaps deserved a renewed opportunity to lead the benighted Andean people. El Inca Garcilaso tells particularly moving stories of how different Incas such as Mata Capac, the fourth Inca, conquers Tiahuanaco, Book 3, Chapter 1, and about other successful campaigns to the south. As will be seen, these stories of southern expansion would inspire and influence Túpac Amaru. José Gabriel met with many dissidents in Lima. Francisco Pineda, a tamale and pastry vendor identified as a young black man, recalled Hearing spirited conversations about how the reparto oppressed Indigenous when he made his deliveries to Concepcion Street, and that corregidors and their tribute or head tax demands didn't leave the poor enough to maintain their wives and children. Pinedar noticed that Túpac Amaru was ill with tertian fever, malaria, and understood that doctors told him he would die if he did not get out of Lima. Prosecutors later claimed that Túpac Amaru met with dignitaries in Lima, including men of letters who encouraged him to get on with the uprising. According to Father Lopez y Sosa, Indians from an adjoining 31 province, probably Huaquiri, visited him in Lima. Concerned about his illness, they kneeled and expressed their veneration. They had told a judge in Lima that he was their king. Indians believed him to be a Messiah, the last Inca. Misila Bastidas claimed that the experience in 32 Lima opened his eyes. 33. In Lima in July 1777, Túpac Amaru presented an impassioned defense of the Indians of the districts of Canas y Canchis and Quipicanchi, emphasizing the heavy burden of the Mitar labor draft. This was not that unusual an act. Throughout the colonial period, authors wrote careful yet pointed critiques of aspects of colonial rule. The court channeled Túpac Amaru's petition to Visitada General Arish, whose power by this time perhaps surpassed that of the viceroy. Arish responded on September 23, 1777 that Túpac Amaru's petition against the Mitar was insufficient and unconvincing. Moreover, he instructed Túpac Amaru to return to his towns and wait for an answer from the superintendent of the Mitar, who held office in distant Potosi. Túpac Amaru responded to Viceroy Manuel de Guairia in December 1777, with a biting critique of the Mitar. Túpac Amaru stressed the unbearable burden the labor draft placed on families, as wives, children, and other dependents almost always accompanied the man forced to work in Potosi, and they received no compensation for the 600-mile journey. The expenses often forced them to sell their huts and furniture to finance the trip, making their return unlikely. Because of the decreasing population of the region, caused, he claimed, in large part by the Mitar, men were enlisted more frequently than every seventh year as the law stipulated, and were forced to stay for longer periods. Túpac Amaru stressed that Potosi already had a sufficiently large resident labor population and cited at length the Crown's Laws of the Indies, the body of laws that oversaw Spanish control of the Americans and the Philippines, to show how the system had been perverted since its origin in the late 16th century. He suggested that the mine owners rely instead on blacks, presumably slaves, and wage laborers. On the 20th of May, 1778, the protector of Indigenous Don Francisco Ruiz Cano, who apparently had been friendly with Túpac Amaru, confirmed Arish's earlier rejection of the petition. Túpac Amaru lost this case at the same time that his legal battle with Betancur stagnated. He left Lima in mid-1778 dejected, convinced that the legal system offered little hope for improving the lot of the Indians he represented. The long trip to Cuzco gave him plenty of time to mull over his frustrating defeat. He met with disgruntled Indians in Huaquiri, just outside of Lima, a region that had risen up in arms before and would do so again. His anger with the Spanish and his willingness to be seen as 34 An indigenous leader and even the savior of his people were on the rise. Foreshadowings. In the months and years after the uprising, prosecutors scrutinized all of Tupac Amaru's activities from 1777 until his death, seeking to discover how long he had planned the uprising and with whom. They recognized that as curator Tupac Amaru had defended his Indians with growing passion and had met with a variety of people. The image of him as an Inca royal destined to represent his people began to take root throughout Cuzco, in other Andean areas, and even in Lima. Conspiracies and revolts. In Cuzco as well as Tupac Amaru's actions foreshadowed the violence of the 1780s. In hindsight, investigators wondered how they could not have seen the rebellion coming and why they had tolerated Tupac Amaru's increasing belligerence. Visitador General Arish arrived in Peru in 1777. Born in 1731 near Santander, Spain, Arish had studied law and received his first appointment overseas in the Philippines in 1765. He worked closely with José de Galvez, Mexico's first Visitador General. Both clashed with viceroys, who saw them as uncouth interlopers with no sense of local reality. The viceroys, up until this point the maximum representatives of the king in the Americas, disliked the Visitador's heavy-handed implementation of the administrative changes, which they knew sought to undermine their own power. The Visitadors, in turn, saw the viceroys as second-rate bureaucrats who were too corrupt or too lazy to implement changes that sought to wrest power away from Creoles. Galvez and Arish shared a great impatience and even disdain for the residents of Spanish America. They worried that Spaniards who resided in the Americas had been corrupted by local society, and they mistrusted Creoles, whose loyalties were not necessarily aligned with Spain. They doubted that a fifth-generation Creole, say, appreciated and understood Spain. The Visitadors also disliked the multi-ethnic lower classes, questioning their assimilation and loyalty. Arish almost immediately fought with Viceroy Manuel de Guairia, seemingly over issues of protocol but ultimately about who was in charge of the viceroyalty, the Visitador or the Viceroy. Arish's arrival actually surprised Viceroy Guairia, who departed Lima soon after, in 1780. Arish did not get along any better with the replacement, Viceroy Agustin de Jagui, and their sparring marked the period of the uprising. Jagui, 1711–1784, had been governor of Chile until he reached Lima in July 1780 to assume the office of viceroy. His arrival took his predecessor, Guairia, by surprise. He did not know he was being replaced. Some believed that Visitador Arish had maneuvered to have Guairia removed. Nonetheless, the Visitador also battled with the new viceroy. 35. Jagui was one of the older, cautious, bureaucratic viceroys that Bourbon reformers such as José Galvez and Arish targeted. Galvez and Arish believed that authorities such as Jagui were too old and too tied to tradition to implement the changes that the Bourbons under the reign of Charles III, 1759–1788, sought. They held that he and his brethren aligned too easily with the American-born and did not have the will to implement real change. One historian deemed it a battle between complacent conservatives and zealous reformers. 36. Some of the precedents were almost comical. In 1776 in the city of Cuzco, an Indian named Wanda Dias Túpac Amaru told everyone he met that they should fear the year 1777 with its numerical or eschatological implications, the number 7 having an important biblical presence, and that Indians should rise up against Spaniards, beginning with corregidors, mayors and other white-skinned and blonde people, and kill them. He declared himself an Indian noble and claimed that 37. In the San Cristobal parish in the city of Cuzco, Indians were busy employing the quipu, the Inca knotted cords used to register information. Imprudent drinking and boasting got him into trouble. One evening, he and several other Indians had been drinking heavily and among discussions about rising up against the Spanish, had fought over a woman as well as the bill for chicha or corn beer. They became so drunk that when dancing, one of them fell on top of a guinea pig, ubiquitous in Cuzco households and a key source of protein, and squashed it. The next day, they ate it. Judicial officers in Cuzco learned about Túpac Amaru's subversive rants and arrested him. What seemed like a drunken party and loose tongues was, from the perspective of 1781, proof of formal machinations since 1776 of an uprising. The Spanish later recriminated one another for not having followed this lead. 38. The trial of Joseph Granquispe. Túpac confirmed rumors circulated widely in Cuzco that 1777 would be a tumultuous year, that Santa Rosa of Lima's prophecy about the end of Spanish rule might well come true, and that an Inca king might be crowned. Throughout the 18th century, the apocryphal story that Santa Rosa, 1586–1617, the first American-born saint, had predicted the fall of the Spanish-inspired renegades. Quispe, a 60-year-old illiterate peasant from the sacred 39 Valley, had commissioned letters that called for Indians to prepare an uprising and to kill puka kunkers, rednecks, the derogatory Quechua term for Spaniards used frequently during the rebellion. He defended himself, rather poorly, by claiming that he was merely trying to raise money for his sick daughter, yet he also noted that rumors had spread in Chichibas, Chicharias, that the prophecy would begin with commotion and sedition by Indians and mestizos rising up against corregidors, killing some and expelling others. The trial against Quispe Túpac 40 dragged on until the events of 1780 gave it new significance. Quispe died in Cuzco's royal jail in December 1780. His lawyer claimed that he and other prisoners were starving, barely surviving on scraps of barley bread. At that point, however, it became clear that Cuzco's authorities had greater concerns. 41. The trials of Túpac Amaru and Quispe Túpac as well as other rumors from the period indicate that the ingredients for an uprising were eloping, expanding, and feeding off one another, the widespread and growing hatred for the Spanish, the belief that they were divided and vulnerable, the notion that the Incas would return, and the pursuit of unity and strategies Túpac Amaru would imbibe and promote all of these, raising hopes among many. Some observers claimed that Túpac Amaru himself changed in the late 1770s. In the 2 years prior to the uprising, a few residents in Túpac Amaru's hometowns complained that he had become dictatorial and presumptuous. No one paid attention to these charges, until after the rebel Lion. In 1779, several Spaniards accused Tupac Amaru of authoritarian and violent behavior and alleged that he deemed himself the last Inca. After the rebellion, authorities reviewing the case believed that Tupac Amaru had given clear signs of his violent nature and subversive intentions and that an opportunity to prevent the uprising had been lost. The Justiciar or local judge of Tinta accused José Gabriel of detaining and whipping prisoners in his house and calling for all Spaniards to get out of town. One witness warned, a year before the uprising, that it's not good to have Tupac Amaru around here as the Indians are very restless due to the news he's spreading. Someone else accused him of meat 42ing with a group of unhappy Indians from Siquani in his role as the last Inca of Peru to hear their complaints. In the late 1770s, José Gabriel increasingly stressed his Inca lineage and the term the last Inca surfaced. Others charged him with whipping Spaniards with white faces and demanding that mestizos not from the region, that is, mestizos forasteros, leave the province. Esteban Zuniga, the tithe collector of the Azangaro province and a resident of Pampamaca, complained that Tupac Amaru always had disliked and mistreated him. They had once bickered over some land and had come to blows when Tupac Amaru brought Misila-based Idasa's aunt to town for some type of punishment, kicking her and pulling her hair. When Zuniga intervened, Tupac Amaru hit and kicked him. Zuniga claimed that Tupac Amaru consistently behaved as though he were the sole authority in town, whipping and imprisoning people at his whim, and acting with hostility toward mestizos and Spaniards. The local judge subsequently called Tupac Amaru in for a meeting. The curaca, however, brought a letter of support from Pampamaca's priest, Antonio Lopez de Sosa, and no punishment followed. Years later, 1785, when the newly named president of the Cusco Intendancy, Matallanares, reviewed this case, he seethed over how officials had missed so many signs of serious trouble brewing. This inattention caused so much misfortune, set the state so far back that we can't even calculate it. Matallanares ranted for paragraphs about this lost opportunity to stop the rebellion before it began. These small conspiracies in Cusco and Tupac Amaru's truculent behavior were not the only antecedents. In the late 1770s, people organized and rioted in different Andean cities and towns such as Cochabamba, La Paz, and, closer to Cusco, Maras, over the implementation of the tax reforms imposed by Visitada Arish. The turmoil did not begin with Arriaga's execution. In 1780, Arequipa and Cusco witnessed anti-Spanish disturbances. On the 1st of January, 1780, satirical posters appeared on the cathedral door in Arequipa that ridiculed the Spanish and threatened the administrator of the new customs house. On January the 5th, another one targeted Arequipa's corregidor, Baltasar de Sematnat. It ended on a familiar note: long live the great Charles III / death to his evil henchmen / and bad government. 18th century rebels frequently claimed to be fulfilling the king's wishes by targeting his wayward and corrupt representatives. Tupac Amaru himself held that he had the support of the king. In the following weeks, the posters in Arequipa became more pointed, complimenting England at a time when Spain was allied with France. and raising the prospect of replacing Charles III with an Inca king. 45. On January 13 and 14, 1780, rioters stormed the customs house, a symbol of the increasing tax demands, and troops were only able to control the rebels, described as a motley group of Indians, mestizos, and whites. After a week of fighting, the Spanish had initially believed that Indians 46 were too cowardly and mestizos too unfortunate, dedicated to lead an uprising. They would soon learn they were wrong. 47. News of the Arequipa disturbances reached Cuzco quickly, just when officials were inaugurating a customs house. Dissidents surreptitiously placed lampoons that objected to new taxes and the stepped-up collection. In March, the Cuzco police rounded up conspirators who planned to attack the new building, the so-called Silversmiths conspiracy. 11 of the 12 arrested were Creoles or mestizos, and in their confessions, they conceded that the movement sought to incorporate everyone in the region other than Spaniards. Tupac Amaru's brother-in-law, Antonio Bastidas, claimed that when the rebel leader learned that one leader, the curator of Pisac, Bernardo Tambahuixupumayola, had been hanged, he said that he couldn't understand how the Indians had let this happen. Authorities kept a close eye on potential conspirators, and in 48, ambience of impending civil war took hold in the city. Corregidor 49. Arriaga accused Bishop Moscoso of abetting the rebels, deepening the animosity between these two representatives of the state and church. This conflict flared up just months before the Tupac Amaru uprising. The church events in early 1780 in the towns that rose above Tinta and Tupac Amaru's base brought to the fore the explosive tensions that marked relations among civil authorities, members of the church, curators, and the Indian masses. In livestock towns such as Yarai and Copric, where sheep, llama, alpaca, and cows grazed in the narrow valleys and steep hills, and where Indians worked primarily as shepherds, the joint church-state governance system shattered, disrupting the fragile alliances and understandings that held society together and mitigated violence. The classic 18th-century clash between state and church lay behind the confrontation. Nonetheless, the battle over the state's effort to control the church, and the bishop's maneuvers to manage his heterogeneous and distant flock, can only be understood in the context of the local culture and economy. The story is not simple. In 1779, Cuzco's bishop, Juan Manuel Moscoso y Peralta, asked all priests along the royal highway to present detailed summaries of the state of their parishes. Bishop Moscoso would become a leading figure in the Tupac Amaru rebellion and its long aftermath. Born in the southern Peruvian city of Arequipa in 1723 to aristocratic parents, he studied in Lima and Cuzco and was married in 1748. His wife died 3 years later in childbirth, their newborn son days afterwards, causing Moscoso to rethink his plans to take his place alongside his father as an Arequipa patriarch. Instead, he petitioned to become a priest. He worked his way up the clerical hierarchy, in Moquegua and then Córdoba, in what became Argentina, and in 1779 became the Bishop of Cuzco. Several characteristics stand out in his long career: the use of his considerable wealth for the social work and art of the church, his frequent spats with authorities, and his taste, according to salacious accusations, for women, married and single, young and old. He and Core 50. Regida Arriaga had taken a dislike to each other before Moscoso's arrival. In Cuzco, and his nomination had irritated some Spaniards, who expected a peninsula rather than a Creole for the prestigious position. 51. His 1779 request for reports from the parishes along the royal highway sought to monitor the priests' actions and to gain a share of the revenue they earned from the services they offered to parishioners and the rental of church land. The bishop's defenders claimed that he sought to protect Indians from excessive fees and duties while watching over the moral activities of his flock, while critics argued that he was simply trying to extract more revenue from an impoverished area. Parish priests responded slowly or not at all to his requests, and so, in mid-1780, Moscoso sent Father Vicente de la Porrent, the priest of Copric, to investigate. Father Justo Martinez of Yaray, accused of improperly controlling vast amounts of land. After weeks of recriminations, tussles, and riots, the sides were set. On one side stood Moscoso and Porrent, who saw the LOCs as uncooperative at best and corrupt and belligerent at worst, and on the other side were Corregidor Arriaga and his allies, the Curaca Eugenio Sineuca, the disobedient Martinez, and other powerful locals, who saw Moscoso as a meddling outsider who sought money from their poor district. The church, as always, was divided. Priests can be found on both sides. In July 1780, Moscoso excommunicated Arriaga, Arriaga's nephew and assistant, Eusebio Balza de Verganza, who for years accused Moscoso of supporting Tupac Amaru and wreaking havoc, called this the most famously scandalous case this kingdom has ever seen, and deemed it proof of the lack of respect priests have for authorities and their continual insults. Arriaga himself retaliated by sending a secret report 52 to Viceroy Quiria that implicated Bishop Moscoso in the silversmiths' conspiracy, also called the Farfán de los Godos uprising, in early 1780. A reaction to the newly established customs house in Cuzco. 53. The all-powerful Visitador General Arish seemed to support Moscoso and Porrent at one point, sharing their disdain for corregidors and curacas. Porrent accused Arriaga of numerous illicit profiteering schemes, while the corregidor countered that Father Porrent was not only living sinfully with Maria Josefa Alarcon and their children, but that he also tyrannized and exploited local Indians. Arriaga charged that Porrent and other ecclesiastics have shaken up local Indians and blamed them, and above all their superiors, namely Bishop Moscoso, for disturbances in Cuzco and Arequipa along with the uproar over taxes. 54. As was so often the case, accusations about money quickly turned to those involving sex and scandalous lifestyle. Moscoso was forced to 55. Rescind Arriaga's excommunication in September. The conflict simmered until November, when the execution of Arriaga galvanized Europeans and put on hold this and other local struggles. Throughout these disputes, both sides worried that the conflict could lead to broader indigenous uprisings, but blamed the other side and refused to relent. In witnessing this infighting among Europeans, the indigenous population gained an anti-clerical and anti-corregidor vocabulary. If all revolutions require a prior partition of the upper classes, this was it, although in a micro-regional context. Pushed to the side with Arriaga's execution in November, the conflict smoldered for years. Arriaga's nephew, Don Eusebio, relentlessly accused Porrent and Moscoso of supporting Tupac Amaru. Years later, a former prisoner in Tungasuka stated that these events as well as the long, frustrating trial over the Marquisate had sparked the rebellion. 56. Preconditions. In the 1770s, Tupac Amaru made important contacts throughout the massive Peruvian viceroyalty, from the Potosi silver mines, where dragooned Indians moved from the bitter cold down into the dangerous and infernally hot shafts, to coastal Lima, where Tupac Amaru heard anti-Spanish ideas and received a cold shoulder from the powers that be. He and other indigenous people bore the brunt of the efforts by the Spanish to squeeze more revenue out of the colonies and to tighten control. Disgruntlement spread beyond the Indians, however, including hard-pressed mestizos, dissatisfied Creoles, and a small number of Spaniards. Opposition to Spanish rule blossomed and alternative visions and utopias emerged, most incorporating some form of the return of the Incas. In 1780, at the ages of 42 and 36, Tupac Amaru and Misila Bastidas seemed to have the connections, abilities, and grievances to lead a revolution. José Gabriel, in particular, rubbed elbows with Spaniards, Creoles, mestizos, and Indians, and both were comfortable in Spanish and Quechua. Work and legal troubles had taken José Gabriel throughout the Viceroyalty of Peru, and he and Misila counted on valuable networks of family, friends, and business partners in the Cusco region and beyond. José Gabriel had confronted all of the ramifications of the Bourbon reforms. He despised the new tax and labor demands, suffered from the limitations put on ethnic curadores, and distrusted the street, its incipient effort to reign in the church. He also disliked older forms of exploitation and domination, such as the corregidor's omnipotence and Lima's defer to Andean demands, phenomena that predated the Bourbon. At a broader level, beyond the personal, southern Peru also exhibited the necessary conditions for revolt, increasingly oppressed Indian masses, disaffected middle sectors and elites divided over changes emanating from Spain. Divisions within the ruling class are an indispensable precondition for revolution, and Peru had several schisms: Spanish Creole distrust, the church-state conflict, and tensions between Lima and Cusco. All worsened in the 1770s with the arrival of Visitado Arish and the jurisdictional changes understood, particularly in Cusco, as the loss of Upper Peru to Buenos Aires. In addition, the zealous, some would say fanatical, Bourbon reformers arriving from Iberia had no qualms about challenging other Europeans. Visitado Arish fought with Viceroys Guairia and Jagui almost from his arrival. The launching of a revolution requires more than a strong leadership, economic grievances, and elite political divisions. It requires a platform, an ideology, various sets of ideas or notions of change buoyed the rebels. Chief among them was the belief that the Incas would return, or that some sort of fairer, more just system with its roots going back to the Inca period would be put into place. Since the conquest, different groups, including non-Indians, had kept alive a belief that the Incas constituted an alternative to Spanish colonialism. Tupac Amaru's descent from the last Inca greatly augmented his prestige. It is no coincidence that he increasingly adopted that as his last name in the late 1770s. Bolstering the messianic nature of the uprising, followers believed that Tupac Amaru could not be killed, or had numerous lives, and that his martyred followers would be resurrected. The belief in resurrection emboldened his Indigenous soldiers. 57. The rebels also built on the idea of bad government, that people could take direct action against corrupt or disruptive authorities. Colonial Spanish America had a long tradition of negotiated relations between the state and the indigenous peasantry. 18th century insurgents of 10 claimed that wayward authorities had broken the pact which they, the insurgents, sought to rebuild. Tupac Amaru and other leaders never deviated from their proclamation that they acted on behalf of King Charles III. It is more difficult to discern whether elements of the Enlightenment 58 meant the radical and heterogeneous set of ideas that marked 18th century politics in Europe and the Americas can be found in their program. The rebels never presented a platform. In fact, the ideological nature of the uprising can only be understood by examining the events of the rebellion, the words and actions of the leaders and followers. 2. From Pampamaka to Sangarera. The days and weeks following Arriaga's hanging on the 10th of November, 1780, proved that the execution had not been spontaneous. Túpac Amaru and Mysila Bastidas set up camp in Tungasuka, sent emissaries to gain support in nearby towns, wrote notes to potential allies, particularly Curiacas, and supervised their prisoners, who trembled in their basement cells. Aware of the corregidor's fate, they also posted spies and sentinels on the roads into Cusco, hoping to keep the uprising secret as long as possible, and to be well prepared for a counterattack. Tupac Amaru almost immediately left the base in Tungasuka while Mysila Bastidas stayed behind, an arrangement that continued throughout the uprising. Tupac Amaru's forays into nearby towns in November 1780 reveal his objectives: social base, economic program, and military strategy. In light of the absence of a program, the activities and correspondence of Mysila Bastidas and Tupac Amaru are the best entryway into you understanding what they sought and how they intended to carry out their objectives. Tupac Amaru and his increasingly large entourage burst into towns and congregated people by the church, the cemetery, or in the plaza. The rebel leader then explained to the startled crowds what he planned to do. Most Indians, apparently, quickly warmed to the ideas he presented, his promise of a new world or perhaps an ancient one harking back to the Inca past. Members of the middle groups who stood just above Indians in Peru's social pyramid, merchants, shop owners, small landowners, primarily mestizos but also Creoles and even Indians, vacillated. Some welcomed the prospect of reduced taxes and less corregidor intrusion, while others agonized about the consequences, concerned that the Indians around were becoming less subservient or about the ensuing punishment and repression from the colonial state. With a few exceptions, Spaniards, not singled out by the rebels, paid little attention to Tupac Amaru's advances, and understanding the danger, made plans to flee. In the early weeks and months of the uprising, November 1780, the organization, unity, and rapid growth of the movement shocked the southern Andes. At the same time, the obstacles Tupac Amaru and Mysila Bastidas faced in maintaining a united front and creating a cohesive anti-colonial program came to the surface. Continuing with the questions of rebel support and how they organized themselves, I examine the rebel camp in the town of Tungasuka. Particular attention is paid to the mystery surrounding a group of European prisoners who passed over to the rebels. Their captivating stories demonstrate the challenge in constructing a multi-ethnic movement. Sources used to interpret the uprising include correspondence, extensive trials against major participants, accounts written in the aftermath, and documentation that, while not focused on the uprising per se, sheds light on the context or specific individual. All of this is in Spanish and the majority comes from the Spanish perspective. In some cases, multiple sources on a key moment can be contrasted in order to present the most plausible course of events and to highlight how different people or groups understand them. In many other cases, however, a single letter or brief testimony is all there is, forcing speculative interpretations. In terms of the quantity of available material, the archives reproduce the social pyramid. Much more is written about educated Europeans and the rebel leaders than about the mostly illiterate Indigenous followers and the black royalist soldiers. In fact, the sources almost never name common fighters, even if deemed heroic or blamed for an atrocity. They remain anonymous. This book uses the tidbits or fragments about Quechua-speaking rebels, the female camp aides, and the foot soldiers to tell a broad, social history stream of followers. Túpac Amaru headed for Quiquijana, the capital of the Quipicanchi province, on the 11th of November, the day after Arriaga's execution. A few thousand Indians as well as a small number of mestizos accompanied him. One observer noted that the Indians followed Túpac Amaru willingly, while many of the mestizos and Spaniards were coerced. The elegantly dressed Túpac Amaru and other leaders rode horses while most of the Indian fighters walked. Women accompanied them as camp aides, but almost no document or description mentions them in any phase of the U.P. Rising. One exception describes a battle in Oro, in Upper Peru, where the women aided the rock-slinging Indian soldiers. The women dedicated themselves to continually collecting rocks, particularly big, sturdy ones they brought from the mines. The only women subsequently prosecute were rebel leaders such as Mysila Bastidas and Tomasa Titu Condemitu or family members. Mules carried provisions and weapons, Al-3. Though the rebels traveled light in these initial excursions to nearby towns and communities, the term troops might be an exaggeration, since they had little military training and most relied on lances, pikes, and slings for weapons. They had a few rustic cannons, or pedreros, made by local artisans, and muskets that they seized from the enemy. The rebel soldiers struggled to learn how to use the muskets. For the rebellion's core area, the closest thing they had to a uniform were hay or palm crosses, such as those distributed on Palm Sunday that many of them wore in their hats. One prisoner admitted that he wore both the cross and a red embroidery, the insignias of the rebels. In December 1780, Mysila 5. Bastidas ordered that they display the crosses in their hats as a sign that they are good and true Christians. A small town mayor reported 6. That when a group of royalist troops switched over to Túpac Amaru, they put on Indian shirts, presumably coarse wool with rustic buttons, and placed white crosses in their hats. Nonetheless, thus, Indian combatants 7 knew the area well, venerated Túpac Amaru, and proved to be brave and resourceful. They also hated Spanish authorities and the status quo. On the 12th of November, the rebels destroyed the textile mills of Pamucanchi and Parapugio. Tupac Amaru opened up the jail in the Pamukkalechi mill, and, after asking if the owner owed anyone money, distributed some of the cloth and thousands of pounds of wool to his Indian followers. His half-brother, Juan Bautista Tupac Amaru, and a priest. One report noted that the resentful Indians were about to burn the mill, cheered on by the prisoners. Indians despised the mills because of the dreadful working conditions and their use as jails. Also, the abrages played a central role in the forced purchase of goods, the reparto, because their owners acquired wool at artificially low prices and sold cloth for substantial profit. Tupac Amaru used the confiscated funds to pay his soldiers, 2 reales, 1/4 of a peso, per day for Indians and 4 reales, half a peso, for Europeans. In the coming weeks he used the mill's jail for his prisoners. One astonished observer, Isidro de Montesinos, a salesman from Cuzco, could not believe the size of Tupac Amaru's following. He claimed that the rebel leader left Pamukkalechi at 3 or 4 p.m. and that a rope-like stream of followers continued well into the night. He calculated that the columns stretched over 7 miles, and included Indians, mestizos, and Spaniards. Montesinos reported that the Indians had slings, lances, and sabers, and that they were hugging one another in joy, proclaiming that forced labor and their suffering had ended. Tupac 10. Amaru's main objective, the corregidor Fernando Cabrera, evaded the first wave of rebels by hiding in a chapel and fled Quiquijana 2 hours before Tupac Amaru arrived, indicating the rapid spread of news or rumors. The rebels destroyed another mill, distributing the cloth and wool among themselves. They would ransack at least 2 more in the following days. 11. Don Joseph Alvarez y Nava, a post office administrator en route to Lima with satchels of mail from Cuzco, stumbled upon the rebel forces in Quiquijana. He noted that the hills were teeming with Indians and in-town armed men, mestizos and Spaniards, were taking orders from their cacique Don Joseph Tupac Amaru, who was distributing Cabrera's goods to the sound of drums. The corregidor had fled to Cuzco. 12. Alvarez y Nava rushed to the priest's house, where he met a Franciscan friar and 4 other priests. They were in shock, even more so when Tupac Amaru walked into the room. The rebel leader treated them courteously and granted Alvarez y Nava permission to continue with his parcels because the rebellion did not seek to harm anyone or anything, including royal paperwork and finances. It's surprising that Tupac Amaru did not confiscate the bundles, to prevent information about his uprising from reaching Lima, and to find administrative secrets. When Tupac Amaru left, another priest came 13. Out of hiding. The diligent postman asked the priests what he should do, and they gave him different opinions: leave the bags and return to Cuzco, or continue to Lima with Tupac Amaru's permission. Alvarez y Nava started toward Lima and witnessed Indians ransacking abrages in Quiquicayup, where about 25 Indians detained him. They sent a query to Tupac Amaru, who instructed that he be freed. At this point, Alvarez y Nava took flight to Puno, where he wrote to the viceroy about his adventure. His story captures the initial uncertainty about the UP14 rising as well as Tupac Amaru's efforts to gain the support of, or at least mollify, members of the church. On his return to Tungasuka, Tupac Amaru continued to recruit allies, intimidate enemies, and gather supplies. In the small town of Guaro. After services in the town church with the 2 priests who accompanied him, those of the town had fled. Túpac Amaru gathered local Indians and his entourage in the cemetery. He declared that they didn't even know who God was, that they were following false gods, those of the thieving corregidors and priests. This argument, that incessant exploitation by Spaniards impeded Indians from developing true faith, became a leitmotif of the uprising. The rebel leader promised to remedy this situation and to do away with repartos, the sales tax, the potasimitar, payments to priests, and customs houses. He pledged that Indians would be free and only have to pay the head tax to him. With this speech, Túpac 15. Amaru cast his uprising as a defense or liberation of indigenous Catholicism. Nonetheless, although he, mestizos, and other leaders as well as the bulk of his followers proved to be devout Christians who venerated the church, the uprising's opponents cast them as church-burning heathens, a label that proved difficult to shake. In this journey back to the base, Tupac Amaru sent his son Hipólito and his much-trusted brother-in-law Antonio Bastidas ahead to make sure that the route was clear of soldiers and that his Indian supporters did not pillage. They also obtained or expropriated supplies. Although the uprising had spread quickly, without a hitch, they understood that an encounter with a small group of well-armed enemies could be the end. In Andahuaylilas, priests met him on the stairs that lead up to 16. The town's spectacular church. After he kissed the cross and prayed at the main altar, Tupac Amaru descended to the adjoining cemetery where he made a rousing speech that again called for the elimination of the reparto, mills, and corregidors and called on the townspeople to support him. One priest, however, Martinez Sanchez, wrote him a letter Q17. Questioning whether the crown had actually sanctioned his activities. Tupac Amaru answered sharply, ending his letter on this ominous note, "I can see that you have a great deal of affection for the thieving corregidors, who, with no fear of God, imposed unbearable work on the Indians with the reparto, robbing them with their long fingers. Some priests collaborated with them and they will be expelled from their jobs as thieves, and then they will know my power." 18. His program in action. This initial foray to nearby Quiquijana set the tone for Tupac Amaru's military activities in late 1780. He and a large group of followers, the vague but imposing figure thousands is often used, would enter a small town and assemble the population. Tupac Amaru would demand that everyone gather, not difficult due to the excitement of most people as well as the inability of most Spaniards and other prominent people to hide and explain his enterprise in Spanish and Quechua. Indians from adjoining communities and villages would participate and, if convinced, join the uprising. November is the early part of the rainy season. Agricultural tasks were at a minimum, making it easier for peasants to leave their fields. He opened jails, burned gallows, ransacked textile mills, and declared the abolition of the sales tax, reparto, and the mitar, and the end of corregidors. This was his stump speech. For Indians, these were wildly popular and deeply symbolic actions. In the Andes under Spanish colonialism, powerful individuals used jails, gallows, and mills to exert their seemingly inescapable power over Indians while authorities, in cahoots with locals, took advantage of forced sales and the head and labor taxes to exploit and control the indigenous population and to make money. Coercion and colonialism went hand in hand. In these initial weeks, Tupac Amaru repeated in his speeches and memos the essence of his economic program, the abolition of the mita, the reparto, sales taxes, and customs houses. He stated that he would maintain the head tax and rarely mentioned fees destined to the church. To the great satisfaction of the Indian masses, he spoke to them in Quechua. He allowed his troops to ransack the property of corregidors and unpopular Spaniards but sought to limit the damage on other estates. He did not consider all haciendas and hacendados evil, worthy of rebel wrath. Some of his more radical followers did. Beyond these negative measures, the banning of unpopular colonial impositions that had become increasingly intolerable in the prior decade or so and the confiscation of Spanish-owned estates, he never set out a clear economic plan. These measures delighted his indigenous followers, intrigued mestizos and Creoles, intimidated landowners and prosperous merchants, and infuriated Spanish authorities. Tupac Amaru was a man of action. One of his prisoners, José Esteban Isquesna, provided a telling anecdote on the rebel leader's worldview and strategy. In Tinta, Isquesna found some bound law books. When he showed them to the rebel leader, Tupac Amaru responded, "These books are worthless other than to make empanadas or pastries. I'll just impose strong laws." He explained that once in power they would place one official in every town, who would collect the head tax and send it to the city of Cuzco. This program would begin in Cuzco but expand to Arequipa, Lima and Upper Peru. Isquesna also noted that Tupac Amaru told many people that he would get rid of lawyers and jails and simplify punishment. Major criminals would be hanged on the spot while smaller transgressions would be punished by hanging the perpetrator by 1 foot from the gallows, placed in every town. This streamlined system would not only reduce crime but also get rid of lawsuits and notaries. 19. These comments and his speeches made his platform clear, at least in administrative terms: tough laws and the abolition of all taxes, income and labor, other than the head tax. This same passage also clarified who 20 was in charge. The rebel and his wife made the decisions, and he, Tupac Amaru, said several times that he didn't need advice, he knew well what needed to be done. 21. Tupac Amaru expropriated food, livestock, and other goods from corregidors and landowners. For his supporters, the sacking and looting were necessary tactics justified by the level of exploitation that the Indian majority suffered on a daily basis. In their eyes, these actions paled next to the quotidian abuse of Indians, and ultimately sought to right an out-of-sync system that did not even allow Indians to be practicing Christians. For critics, however, looting constituted the lone motivation for naive Indians and mestizos to participate in the uprising. They were greedy, low-end ruffians and criminals, not politically motivated rebels. Royalist supporters cast the rebel masses as ignorant followers who did not understand or even care about debates concerning the legitimacy of Spanish rule. Of course, in virtually any uprising, opponents disagree about whether rebel actions are expropriation for a larger cause or mere theft. It is clear that the rebel leaders understood the importance of provisions From the beginning they accumulated and kept track of supplies. While they distributed wool to their followers in some of the first rebel actions, they sought to store sufficient food, cocoa, and alcohol for what they understood would be a long struggle ahead. Túpac Amaru insisted that he was obeying royal orders. A perplexed Spaniard wrote, in the early days there are still subjects who think his following His Majesty's orders, which would make him a faithful subject, but this seems unbelievable as Indians aren't granted these rights. 22. Even the letter writer wondered whether Túpac Amaru might actually have permission from Madrid. In a letter to Cuzco's bishop, Diego Cristobal Túpac Amaru, Túpac Amaru's cousin and successor, contended that our king, Charles III, had taken repeated and wise measures against the unbearable abuse inflicted on Indians by misguided colonial authorities, but to no avail. Frustrated, His Majesty thus gave José Gabriel a royal decree permitting his actions against Corregidor Arriaga. In other words, the king had grown tired of his underlings not 23 following his orders and had supposedly granted Túpac Amaru permission to act. Túpac Amaru believed, it seems, that he would have the king's support to rid Peru of wayward authorities if the monarch were to know the level of exploitation in the Andes. Túpac Amaru converted this faith in the king's hypothetical support into the argument that he had written proof of it, a contention that many people accepted. Violence did not mark these initial excursions. The Spanish did not have troops in any of the towns between Cuzco and Arequipa, and local militias, if they existed, did not have arms or esprit de corps and crumpled before the fight began. Royalists could not confront these quick entries into towns and villages. On the other hand, Túpac Amaru imprisoned corregidors and abusive Spaniards but rarely executed them on the spot. In fact, from the beginning, late 1780, he tried to keep rebel violence in check. This would change. Túpac Amaru returned to Tungasuka late on the 14th of November. He spent the next few days organizing his forces and drafting numerous letters and decrees. He wrote these on paper, but the rebels also wrote on canvas and even on animal skins. They often hid their messages under saddles and mule bags. On the 15th alone, he penned at least 6 edicts, 524 letters, and 3 orders or commissions. That day he wrote the curaca Diego Choquehuanca, ordering him to arrest the corregidor of Azangaro in the district just north of Lake Titicaca. He announced that corregidors would no longer exist and declared the abolition of alcabalas, customs houses, and other pernicious novelties. He included a decree justifying his actions. Diego Choquehuanca and his son José 25 immediately reported the letter to the corregidor and assured him of their good intentions. His family remained loyal until its bloody demise. In 26 fact, Túpac Amaru largely failed in his efforts to recruit the curacas of the Titicaca Basin. Túpac Amaru wrote to the curaca of Lampa, also to the south, near Lake Titicaca, Bernardino Sucaragua, in similar terms. The accompanying document began inasmuch as the king has ordered me to proceed in an extraordinary manner against several corregidors and their lieutenants, based on legitimate reasons that cannot be disclosed at this moment. I authorize Governor D. Bernardo Sucaragua to do it in my place. In another letter to Sucaragua, Tupac Amaru insisted that he 27 would respect all Spanish people and members of the church who have become friends of the Peruvian people yet would pursue abusive Europeans. He instructed Sucaragua to capture the corregidor of Lampa. Sucaragua disobeyed his orders and, like Choquehuanca, 28, joined the royalists. Tupac Amaru wrote numerous curators throughout the region with instructions to capture the corregidor and to implement the abolition of colonial institutions such as the mitar and the reparto. He insisted that he had the support of King Charles III and sought to allow Indians to become good Christians. His uprising, which began with the execution of Corregidor Arriaga and stormed though the Vilcanota Valley in its initial weeks, was fought, he claimed, in the name of the king and the Catholic Church. On the 16th of November, Don José Gabriel Tupac Amaru, Indian of noble blood of the Incas and royal family, wrote one of the most intriguing documents of the uprising, the Emancipation of African and Afro-Peruvian Slaves. The document's title indicated its dual goal to free slaves and weaken Spaniards, proclamation to the people of Cuzco so that they desert the Spaniards and free the slaves. It called for all people of Spanish descent, clergy, and other distinguished people who had befriended the Peruvian people to join his struggle against the hostilities and abuses of European people, and for everyone including slaves who had been mistreated by Chapetones, the derogatory name for Spaniards, to abandon them. They would be granted freedom from their servitude and slavery. It employed a common rhetorical maneuver by the rebels, inviting all of those who didn't partake in the more egregious aspects of colonial rule and exploitation to join the rebellion, thus narrowing the enemy to abusive Spaniards and their representatives. Tupac Amaru sought a broad anti-colonial alliance and did not want to scare away all Europeans and priests. He underplayed the incendiary activities of his movement, his attacks on estates and textile mills. Critics would discount these statements by contrasting them with his violent actions. One AC count labeled his seeming moderation a mask, a strategy that sought to hide his true intentions and ferocious tactics. In many ways, both sub-29 porters and critics are correct. He did seek a multiracial movement yet also understood the advantages in the early days of keeping his military movements and broader plans under wrap. Why emancipate African slaves? The vast majority of the slave population was on the coast, working in sugar and other plantations or in the city of Lima. The Andes, in contrast, counted on Indians for laborers, and its products did not merit relatively expensive slaves. In 1790, the Intendancy of Lima had 75% of Peru's slaves, roughly 30,000 out of a total of 40,000. Cuzco only had 284. Mining, 30. Focused in the Andes, and the backbone of the colonial economy, relied on indigenous workers, coerced, mitar, workers, or wage earners. This pattern was found throughout the Americas. Africans and Afro-Americans concentrated near the coast and the plantation or export economy. Moreover, in Peru people commonly believed that people of African descent suffered and, more importantly in the calculating eye of the slave owner, could not perform well in high altitudes. It does not appear that 31. Tupac Amaru and his retinue had links with the burgeoning abolitionist movements or sentiments then present in North America and Europe. 32. Tupac Amaru's decision was definitely strategic, and arguably heartfelt or sincere. The tactical advantage was clear. If slaves started fleeing their masters, the colonial export economy would crumble and rebel forces would grow. If the proclamation reached the coast, and we know nothing about its diffusion, it could tempt plantation and urban slaves, already defying their masters by running away and other forms of resistance. In August 1781, one account noted that with the rebels' promise of freedom, hacienda slaves are somewhat restless. In Lima, the up 33 per class is worried more about defiant slaves and truculent free blacks and mulattoes than they did about highland Indians. As an acute up 34 server who had spent time in Lima, Tupac Amaru presumably understood the psychological and economic effect of slaves massively fleeing their owners. Although he did not count any blacks in his inner circle, perhaps he had made friends with blacks in Lima. 40 years later, in 1820, the Argentine liberator and leader of the War of Independence, General José San Martin, employed the same tactic on Peruvian shores, promising slaves their freedom if they joined him. San Martin hoped to weaken royalists and to gain soldiers. The freedom offer might have 35. Also sought to gain the sympathy of the vast mixed-blood population. Those with some African lineage who although free despised slavery. 36. Yet the motivation was not merely practical. The freedom of slaves, cast here as victims of the Spanish, resonated with Tupac Amaru's emphasis on justice and the struggle against widespread and systemic abuses by Europeans. Tupac Amaru had witnessed the horrors of slavery in Lima, and abolition fit well with his call for freedom from European abuse. Cuzco and the Battle of Sangarera. Despite Tupac Amaru and Misila-based Idasa's efforts to control rumors and the flow of information, news of Arriaga's execution reached the city of Cuzco quickly. On the 12th of November, 1780, the Quipicanchi corregidor, Fernando Cabrera, who had barely escaped the rebels, reported to the Cuzco Town Council about the horrible excess in Tungasuka. The Corps 37 Regidor of Cuzco, Fernando Inclán Valdez, established a war council or junta that included some of Cuzco's leading citizens. They raised money, established barracks in what had been the Jesuit monastery until the order's expulsion in 1767, and on the 13th of November sent an emissary to Lima to request aid. In a 14th of November note to Bishop Moscoso, the junta members requested the church's aid in the fight against Tupac Amaru, who, with a fake decree from His Majesty, has published numerous edicts that call for his followers to kill corregidors, free Indians from the head tax, and ruin textile mills, internal divisions and perhaps fear. And in 38. Competence, however, impeded the junta's efforts, and it failed to put together an organized front. Instead, Bishop Moscoso took over military 39 organization and fundraising. He and other clergy helped rouse the Sai against the threat of the rebels. They organized incessant religious processions, bringing out Cuzco's traditional saint, the Lord of the Earthquakes, El Señor de los Temblores, who had protected the city during the 1650 earthquake, and, more traditional, for the Spanish, the Archangel Michael. Moscoso himself donated 12,000 pesos and other monasteries 40, and religious orders an additional 18,000. He lent 14,000 pesos of the church's money, while the San Jeronimo priest, Ignacio de Castro, lent an additional 40,000 pesos. 41. The bishop organized the city's clergy into a militia, divided into 4 companies. He held a meeting with religious leaders on the 13th of November, 1942, to devise a plan. The bishop stressed that the rebel was only 10 leagues, or about 26 miles away, counted on 10,000 armed Indians, and 600 mestizos and Spaniards, and thus posed a great danger to religion, our king, and the republic. They discussed the possibility 43 of confronting Tupac Amaru in the area between Cusco and Tungasuka, to persuade him by any means possible to abandon his depraved project. The church leaders decided to remain in Cusco, presumably to the great relief of the majority of the religious men, because of the lack of weapons. Instead, they agreed to use the pulpit to chastise the rebels, to collect information from priests in the rebel area, and to lobby Father Don Antonio Lopez de Sosa, the Tungasuka priest and intimate of Tupac Amaru. They recognized that the rebel leader himself was a devout subject of the king who could perhaps be convinced to give up his uprising. 44. Don Tiburcio Landa created a company composed of local militia members, volunteers from Cusco, and approximately 800 Indians and mestizos procured by the curators of Oropesa, Pedro Sawaora and Ambrosio Chilichipa. In the ensuing 2 years of insurgency, Indians would almost invariably constitute the majority of combatants on both sides. This hastily assembled group of counter-insurgents intended to defeat the rebels and claim a reward. On the 17th of November, they reached Sangarera, a small, frigid town north of Tinta, 12,500 feet above sea level. Indian militias organized by the curators of 6 small towns joined them. When the sentinels reported no sign of the enemy, Landa's company camped in town rather than on a less vulnerable hillside. They were more concerned about an impending snowstorm than the enemy. Tupac Amaru had hidden his forces in order to dupe the royalists into believing that the rebels had fled or were simply not that numerous. At 4 in the morning 45, Landa's troops found themselves surrounded. One observer said that the approaching troops sounded like an earthquake. Landa and his 46 troops took refuge in the church. Tupac Amaru demanded they capitulate and instructed the priest and his aides to leave. When the royalists disobeyed these instructions, Tupac Amaru ordered Creoles and women to abandon the church, indicating that an attack was imminent. Landa and his forces prevented anyone from leaving, and several died in the chaos. Their gunpowder caught fire, burning much of the church's ceiling, and causing one wall to cave in. Desperate, they fired their cannon and charged. Greatly outnumbered and outpositioned, hundreds of Landa's troops were killed. One report calculated 576 dead, including more than 20 Europeans. Rebels treated and freed 28 wounded Creoles. 47. The survivors who fought for the Spanish gave a detailed account, blaming Tupac Amaru for the damage to the church and for the bloodshed. Bartolome Castaneda contended that upon arrival, Landa secured the support of Indians from Sangarera. He also claimed that, contrary to other accounts, the commander realized that the enemy was near and debated about whether to set up camp on one of the surrounding hills or in or near the well-fortified church. They chose the church to take refuge from the cold night, which proved to be a fatal mistake. Túpac Amaru's troops slipped into the adjoining cemetery and bombarded the enemy, camped outside the church with rocks from their slings. Landa's artillery was useless because of the walls separating them from the cemetery. 48. One soldier was killed in the stampede into the church. Desperate, many of the soldiers confessed to the harried chaplain, Juan de Molinado. He could not offer communion because they could not find the key to the cabinet with the ciborium. Once the roof was on fire, burning beams began to fall and the tejas or roof tiles exploded from the heat. Rebels used stones and spears to kill the troops fleeing the church. Castaneda saved himself by hiding in a small chapel. He calculated that at least 300 of his comrades died, most of them subsequently stripped of their clothes and weapons by the Túpac Amaru troops. He guessed that there were 6,000 Indians in the surrounding hills and far-reaching support for the rebels in much of the region. Another report 49 contended that Túpac Amaru kicked the cadaver of Fernando Cabrera, the corregidor of Quipicanchi who had evaded him days earlier, muttering, his guy ended up like this because he was so hard-headed. Est. Porque dura seve de est modo. The account also claimed that the exuberant rebels beat a royalist curator to death in front his family. 50. The chaplain, Juan de Molinado, provides more details about the Sangarera battle. In his report, he notes that authorities in Cusco offered a reward for Túpac Amaru, dead or alive, which spurred Landa's company to hasten their expedition. Their rush doomed them. They camped the first night in Huro and then made the long trek to Sangarera. After Landa had won the debate about whether to set up base in the church or outside of town, false alarms woke up the troops several times. Molinado describes the frustration when the Indians took the adjoining cemetery and reports that one soldier was blinded by a rock propelled from a sling. He details the heroics of Landa and other leaders, who fought on after they were shot. Landa sought to hide royalist cadavers so his troops wouldn't lose faith. The fire in the church, blamed in this account on Túpac Amaru, killed many men, and those fleeing the voracious flames fell into the hands of the no less voracious rebels. The universal slaughter, the pitiful groans of the dying, the bloodthirstiness of the enemy, the flames, in short, everything that occurred that unfortunate day provoked horror and commiseration, sentiments never felt by the rebels. Blinded by fury and thirsty for blood, they only thought of stabbing all the whites. Molinado tabulates 395 dead in combat, 51, plus an incalculable number incinerated in the church. He puts Túpac Amaru's forces at 20,000 Indians and 400 mestizos, as well as a sizable contingent guarding Tungasuka. 52. Rebels captured Molinado, the presbytero of Oropesa, fleeing the church with the holy sacraments. Túpac Amaru ordered that the cleric be given alcohol, aguardiente, for his wounds and be taken prisoner to Tungasuka. There, Molinado oversaw the burial of some royalists, and Túpac Amaru released him because of his status as a priest. Molinado still had to get past sentinels and rebel troops and describes escaping half naked, without even a hat on his head. He was detained, coincidentally, just outside of Sangarera but released again and reached Cusco. Other royalist prisoners kept in the Pamukanchi textile mill for a longer period confirmed his story. In the small town of Papris, he witnessed in 53 Dianes and rebel sympathizers kill the curator of nearby Rondacan just because of his white face, despite the fact that he had fought for the rebels in Sangarera. 54 Molinado's story and all of the other reports from Sangarera prompted panic in Cusco about the prospect of a caste war. The Tungasuka camp base. The rebels kept Tungasuka as their base. Not only was Tupac Amaru and Maisila based Idas's house there, but the town loomed above the Vilcanota Valley, the logical route for enemy soldiers from Cusco, Puno, or Arequipa. Several prisoners describe Tungasuka in the frenetic first weeks of the uprising. Friar Juan de Rios Pacheco, a Mercedarian, was on his way from Arequipa to Cusco with 2 children in the middle of November when mestizos with lances and slings detained him and took him to Tungasuka. He mentioned 4,000 Indians, more mestizos with lances and some muskets, 3 simple cannons, and the gallows. Indians called him a puka kunka or redneck in Quechua, which he explained is how they refer to Europeans. When Maisila based Idas learned that he was a priest, she invited him into the house. He was surprised to pass 55 by a mestizo doorman dressed in red and blue with a saber in hand, an uncommon formality in this rustic setting. He described Tungasuka as full of thousands of people of every caste, mentioning Europeans, blacks, mulattoes, and Indians. Maisila explained to him their opposition to bad government but not the church, and expressed her confidence that Arequipa and the upper Peruvian towns of La Paz and La Plata supported them. At this time they only controlled nearby Tinta, Quipicanchi, and Chumbivilcas. She claimed to have letters of adhesion from curators from these areas. 56 Tupac Amaru and Maisila based Idas shared power, cajoling yet trusting, and confiding in one another. While Tupac Amaru was the leader who made speeches and signed the bulk of the rebel documents, Maisila based Idas ran the rebel camp and oversaw provisions. Both rebels and loyalists feared her wrath. According to one royalist document, her duties included aiding Tupac Amaru in every way possible, mobilizing soldiers through stern orders, punishing and even executing anyone who resisted, recruiting and encouraging the Indians, providing honors for those who stood out and telling them terrible stories about the Spanish to kindle their hatred, promising followers no taxes other than the tribute and a return to the freedom of their idolatrous times, that is, the time of the Incas. Letting everyone know that Tupac Amaru and she meant to reign, gaining even more obedience than that offered her husband, tearing down decrees from church doors and replacing them with her own, closing churches, providing passports, writing letters to publicize the uprising, and demanding recruits from local leaders, with the threat of death for any who disobeyed. These were not the activities of a behind-the-scenes under 57 ling or obedient wife, but instead those of a full-blown partner in planning and executing the mass uprising. Their inner circle consisted of an extensive list of family members and friends and colleagues from Cusco, including Indians, mestizos, and even a handful of Spaniards. Family. Why supporters included their 3 sons, as well as aunts, uncles, cousins, nephews, nieces, in-laws, and more distant relations. Curadores, men and some women, from the region that ran from Cusco south to La Rare Pass, also proved important. 58. So who supported the rebels? The rebel documents and those of colonial authorities agree, although from absolutely opposing viewpoints, that Túpac Amaru initially sought to create a multi-ethnic, multi-class movement. He spoke about living as brothers with Creoles in one decree, while Mysila wrote Europeans treat us like dogs. He sought the 59 support of Creoles, mestizos and blacks, and must have looked with satisfaction at the bustling headquarters in Tungasuka. The Spanish, in turn, complained that Creoles had lost their respect for Spain. Many blamed these Europeans born in the Americas and priests, usually Creoles themselves, with the type of venomous hatred saved for those considered class traitors. Yet both sides understood that as the months passed, 60, it became an increasingly indigenous uprising, one that often targeted, to Mysila-based Idas and Túpac Amaru's dismay, Creoles and mestizos. Túpac Amaru sought to impede a war of extermination, understanding that he could not win without a broad base of support and believing that he was destined to lead not only Indians but others as well. The Spanish realized that over time, they did not have to worry as much about Creoles, but rather Indians, who were increasingly prone to attack and kill anyone they deemed European. This was not reassuring. Indians made up 90% of the population in the southern Andes. Indians supported Túpac Amaru for a number of reasons. He understood them, lived in their world, and spoke their language. Many runner or common Indians had met Túpac Amaru in his work as a curator or in his journeys as a muleteer. Others had heard about him, his battles in Lima to reclaim his Inca legacy and to defend Indians from the odious Mitar and other exactions. His speeches and initial actions made clear that he would abolish taxes, the labor draft, and other exactions, would eradicate corregidors, and would rule with Indians' well-being in mind. His Inca ties gave him prestige as well as a platform, the return in some new form of Inca rule, a more just society than that of Spanish colonialism. Supporters understood that he would create a new society, one rooted in their language and traditions. Many supporters believed that Túpac Amaru could resurrect them, bring them back from the dead if they died in battle. He instructed them to enter battle without fear, that on the 3rd day after their death, he would resurrect them. Spanish observers complained bitterly about these promises, which obviously increased the troops' courage, their willingness to die in battle. The promise connected to broader Messi 61. Anic and millenarian elements of the uprising, to Andean beliefs about the circularity of time and thus a return to an era free of exploitation by Europeans. Túpac Amaru presented himself as the Messiah, a term he did not use, whose bloodlines and project could bring about the return of the Incas, or at least a more just system. He built on Neo-Inca currents as well as Andean millenarian ideas of radical upheaval, such as a cataclysmic Pachacuti. 62. More mundane factors explained why some supported him and others did not. Many Indians followed the lead of their curadores while others, particularly the more mobile such as shepherds, stumbled upon the rebel lion and simply decided to join it. Similar explanations can be used for those who opposed the rebellion. Many presumably did not agree with his platform, others were forced to fight it by their royalist curator. As will be seen, the fighting could pit one Indian community versus another. The question of who formed his inner circle obsessed colonial authorities. They posed it to seemingly every witness in the subsequent trials. In an effort to isolate and capture Tupac Amaru, in March 1781 Visitada Arish offered rebels a pardon, excluding those individuals deemed part of the rebel leadership. These included all curators allied with the movement, family members, Tupac Amaru, Mysila and her brother Antonio, 3 sons, and 5 cousins. 2 of the European scribes discussed below, Manuel Gallegos and Diego Ortigoza, as well as Felipe Bermudez, and a number of Indian and mestizo supporters in the area around Tinta. The list points out the obvious, the centrality of his fam 63. Ali in the rebellion. Later Spanish measures would target a much broader selection of his family, essentially anyone related to him, no matter what they had done in the uprising. A group of about a dozen European, Spanish or Creole, prisoners also found themselves in Tungasuka. Although initially locked in a cellar alongside Corregidor Arriaga, watched over constantly and kept in chains, they eventually aided the rebels as scribes, advisors, accountants, and even weapon makers. The debate over whether they did this out of coercion or rebel sympathies has still not been settled. Both rebels and royalists treated them warily. Tupac Amaru and Mysila Bastidas imprisoned them and then granted them increasing freedom and duties, although never losing their doubts about their loyalty. Colonial authorities scrutinized them in long trials, tapping them for information about the origin and social base of the rebellion and verifying whether the bewildering prospect of men from Spanish side of society aiding an Indian uprising could possibly be true. Fascinating and enigmatic figures, these prisoners shine light on both sides of the struggle. They personify Tupac Amaru's search for a multi-class and multi-race movement, his perhaps foolish belief that landowning, Spanish-speaking professionals would join his cause. This strategy arguably reflected a deeply colonial view on his part. An uprising could only succeed with Europeans. Once the prisoners turned themselves over to the colonial authorities, they were treated as sources of useful knowledge but also dangerous mavericks who broke well-rooted and venerable hierarchies. The court system showed that colonial Peru had an arsenal of nouns and adjectives to explain Indians' misdeeds, many dating from the Reconquest or Crusades. Heathens, apostates childlike and hateful stand out, but struggled to explain or even describe European treachery. Authorities' shock at their possible treason was tinged with fear. Their stories take us deep into the rebellion. Most of them had worked with Corregidor Arriaga and were captured when they followed his instructions, written under coercion, for people to assemble in Tungasuka. Juan Antonio El Gallego Figueroa, a 40-year-old from Galicia, had been in Tinta building a bridge. Arriaga owed him money. Mariano Banda from Cusco and José Esteban Escacina from Arequipa both worked as scribes or secretaries for Arriaga. Diego Ortigoza, in contrast, had been in Tungasuka for a decade, for the last few years teaching Tupac Amaru's children. He was 52 and claimed no profession, proving the venerable dictum that underemployed scholars are dangerous. Manuel Gallegillos arrived in Tungajuca after the other captives, when Indians captured him after Sangarera. Francisco Molina initially resisted the call by Arriaga to go to Tungasuka, but he ed threats by Tupac Amaru to appear. Francisco Cisneros followed Arriaga's false order and was imprisoned in Tungasuka. Upon arrival on November 7, Don Bernardo de la Madrid, the owner of the Pumacanchi textile mill, received a letter on November 5 from his friend Corregidor Arriaga requesting that he come to Tungasuka. He left that morning, after Mass, and was greeted by Tupac Amaru himself, who suggested that he join him at the table for a meal. De la Madrid said that he had already eaten, and became impatient when he was told repeatedly that the Corregidor would soon arrive. Tupac Amaru eventually led him to a room where he said Arriaga was dressing some wounds. 25 servants jumped the mill owner, but he claimed that they could not get him in chains. Taken to the basement, de la Madrid refused to write a letter inviting his friend, Don Fernando Cabrera, to come to Tungasuka. The request infuriated de la Madrid, who, blinded by rage at seeing myself the prisoner of a servant of mine who served me as a muleteer taking my cargo to Potosi, i.e. Tupac Amaru, I answered that once I was freed from this oppression, he would suffer worse consequences than those inflicted on me. After a while the rebel ordered them to put me in shackles. In 64. The following weeks, rebel guards threatened to kill de la Madrid several times, and he did his best to gain the trust of the rebel leaders. He remained scared and indignant, complaining that Tupac Amaru refused to give him blankets, even though he owed me 1,500 pesos, money that I had supplied him on various occasions for his expenses. Once UN 65 shackled, I accommodated myself to serve the rebel and his wife with humility and zeal, behaving as the most humble of blacks. When the Indian, Mysila Bastidas, would go to Mass, I would take her by the hand, holding the umbrella in the other. 66. The rebels kept the prisoners in locked rooms with guards. At one point in late November, Tupac Amaru wanted to hang them. Mysila Bastidas defended the prisoners, stressing their useful knowledge of weapons. On the 26th of November, he wrote her, "Be very careful with the prisoners in our house, and tell Figueroa to make sure that he has all the weapons there ready soon." When Mysila learned that royalists had 67 killed her cousin, Simon Noguera, she cried with rage and threatened to hang all of the prisoners. The rebel leaders' concern eased, however. 68. And they increasingly relied on them to write letters and memos, to take care of and make weapons, and in some cases to participate in decisions and key tasks such as paying soldiers. Banda, Cisneros, Isquesna, Gallegillos, and Ortigosa served as scribes. They subsequently claimed that they did this to save their lives. They had witnessed the fate of Arriaga, and that they merely followed orders. The prosecution contended that they participated willfully, influencing what was being communicated and even dictating letters and orders. Tupac Amaru was a capable writer but required help because he was so busy and often out of Tungajuca. Whether Mysila Bastidas could write adequately in Spanish is unclear. She did not have the schooling that her husband did and was less likely to pick up the rudimentary training that men of her intermediate social status often gained in small towns such as Pampamacor. Although Bilingual, she frequently spoke in Quechua in discussions, forcing the Europeans and Creoles to rely on a translator. 69. In her testimony, Maisila Bastidas deemed Mariano Banda a major confidant. Other prisoners also incriminated him. Although their testimonies need to be taken critically, they were trying to save their own lives and sought to present themselves as secondary figures forced to help the rebels in minor roles. Ortigoza and Gallegillos maintained that Banda had paid rebel soldiers. In fact, one historian argues that perhaps his imprisonment was a ruse and that his participation had been planned before the capture of Arriaga. 70. While they no doubt fudged the truth when defending themselves by blaming others, they provide a clear portrait of camp in Tungasuka. They describe their shock at the execution of Arriaga, their mistreatment, guards and chains, and their eventual duties. They indicate that Tupac Amaru was in charge yet always consulted with Maisila. After Sangarera, they were allowed out of the locked rooms and even shared meals with Tupac Amaru and F.A. Mealy. Maisila ran the camp in Tungajuka. She kept a close watch on provisions, cajoled Indians and Kaakas to support them, threatened those who wavered, kept tabs on her husband as he expanded his zone of action toward the south in late 1780, and to the extent possible scrutinized events in Cusco, which she knew would counterattack. People spoke Quechua and Spanish and an air of nervous elation can be detected. The leadership knew that they had taken irreversible steps that could radically change their world or lead to their gruesome deaths. Although they did not understand this at the time, both outcomes proved to occur. Followers had experienced an unbelievable turn of events, the death of exploiters, the abolition of hated institutions, the return of an Inca leader, yet they also knew that defeat would come at a fantastically high price. Tupac Amaru was not the only one concerned about the loyalty of these puka kunkas or rednecks. Iscarsna noted that the Indians sought to exterminate Europeans and then do the same to Creoles and mestizos. He argued that they ultimately wanted to be alone among themselves, living happily with their king. The treatment they gave Tupac Amaru. 71. Francisco Cisneros, one of the detained Spaniards, contended that the Indians despised him and planned to kill him. Manuel Castillo, a Spanish authority imprisoned alongside Cisneros, described Indians breaking the walls and roof of their prison, Tupac Amaru's house, in an attempt to get their hands on Cisneros, Arriaga's tax collector. The assistant priest of Copracan Tungasuka, Ildefonso Bejarano, maintained that he convinced the Indians to stop the attack, while Cisneros used these claims. 72. In his defense, no one countered them. 73. Their testimonies mention some unusual events and conspiracies, not found in accounts of the uprising. Francisco Molina asserted that Banda had been aware of a plan to poison Europeans in Cusco City. Banda contended that a man named José de Palacios had written to Maisila Bastidas claiming to have a strong potion that would kill the city's elite gamonales, and thus facilitate seizing the city. He had even tried it out on some unfortunate dogs, with success. Although rebels did not poison city residents, the threat or rumor played on city dwellers' fears of insurrection from the countryside and from within the city. Cisneros mentioned 74 that he and some others had tried to kill Tupac Amaru in November, but could not shake their captors. He also claimed an attempt to capture him in April 1781, when Spanish forces pushed into Tupac Amaru territory. 75 Why support an Indian rebel? In an effort to make the charges against him seem ludicrous, Manuel Galleguillos posed the question, why would a subject of the Spanish Catholicity king support an Indian rebel who had a mortal hatred of Europeans? 76. This is the question that authorities in the trials and scholars ever since have been asking. Although W.E. probably will never know the exact proportions of coercion, desperation, or free will, were they forced, were they trying to gain favor, or did they support the rebels that motivated their actions? The Europeans and Creoles did write memos, give advice, and even took up arms or spied for the rebels. Their defense that they actually did these things solely because of coercion seems implausible. Scarlett Afalin Godoy posits 3 explanations: solidarity with Tupac Amaru, the belief in his decrees that he had royal support, and the defense of their property. She also stresses that they came from the intermediate European or Creole social groups, not the most powerful but not the weakest. 77. The trials indicate a good measure of opportunism on their part. They were imprisoned and no doubt did whatever they could to save their lives. But their testimony supports authorities' suspicions that they did not flee when they had the opportunity and fulfilled their duties with a certain level of enthusiasm. While they claimed they did not have an alternative, they might have been swept up a bit in the heady times of late 1780. Creoles, and even some Spaniards, had many reasons to dislike the taxes and other measures imposed by corregidors such as Arriaga. They could have supported Tupac Amaru's call for the abolition of despised Spanish institutions and even the execution of some of the more hated authorities, and believed in his emphasis on a multi-ethnic, multiclass movement. Almost all Andean social movements included support from wayward mestizos and Creoles. They lived in Tupac Amaru's house, first 78. As prisoners, but increasingly, it seems, as guests, and shared food and decision-making with the rebel leaders. Was this a case of Stockholm Syndrome, in which hostages increasingly sympathize with their captors? Probably, although the metamorphosis is not that shocking. The prisoners came from a social group that Tupac Amaru rubbed shoulders with in his work as a muleteer and curator, and hoped to recruit for his movement, thus explaining his patience with them and rejection of his initial inclinations to execute them. Before the uprising, Tupac Amaru was likely to socialize with people such as Banda, Cisneros, and Galleguillos. Ortigoza taught his children, and in a small town such as Pampamaca, population of less than 5,000, the two literate men must have shared many conversations. In fact, the relationship might also reflect what has coincidentally been called the Lima syndrome, in which abductors feel growing sympathy for their hostages. The name derives from the 1996 seizure of the Japanese embassy in Lima by the Tupac Amaru Revolutionary Movement, MRTA, another coincidence, guerrilla group, when the rebels treated the hostages well, releasing most of them and befriending some. This laxness facilitated the storming of the embassy and the death of the guerrillas. Perhaps Tupac Amaru and Misila Bastidas grew Inca easingly fond of the captives, appreciative of their adulation and cognizant of their value to the movement. Ethnic curators and those who claimed royal Inca blood, such as Tupac Amaru, sought throughout the 18th century to gain the respect of Creole society. Their deference 79 might have given Tupac Amaru a similar satisfaction to that which he derived when he redistributed cloth from an abrage or announced the abolition of the Indian head tax. Tupac Amaru believed that their respect for him was as correct and necessary a societal change as the improvement of conditions for Indians. For Spanish authorities, it was also an equally subversive and troubling change. The rebels counted on Creole supporters. Felipe Bermudez also worked for Arriaga in Tinta, but once in Tungasuka, his time in rebel prison did not last long. Whether his capture was a ruse or not is uncertain. He was rapidly named Captain General and wrote important letters for Tupac Amaru and Maisila Bastidas. He did not stay behind in Tungasuka but accompanied the rebel leader in his forays to the south in the final months of 1780. Tupac Amaru clearly trusted him, instructing Maisila at one point that a decision should be made by only you and Bermudez. Antonio Castillo, a mestizo or Creole from Siquani who had lived in Tungasuka for several years, was the other mestizo or Creole leader. Hesitant at first over the execution of Arriaga, he quickly gained authority within rebel ranks and by the end of the year led one of the three major fronts. He was in heady company, Tupac Amaru himself and his cousin, Diego Cristobal, who would soon become the absolute leader, led the other two. In an important reassessment of Creole participation, David Cahill argues that rather than the leadership having consisted of a charismatic Inca leader and a small nucleus of lieutenants, the rebellion was rather the creation of a ruling Inca Creole junta with Tupac Amaru allocated the starring role, in effect, a joint venture of the Tupac Amaru and Castillo families, given that his stature as Inca made him a lodista for Indian recruitment. Cahill shows how the Castillo clan's patriarch, 81, Melchor, had ingratiated himself with José Gabriel well before the uprising and highlights the important military role that the multiple members of the family, not only Antonio, played. While correctly describe 82 in the role of Creoles in this early phase, Cahill overstates his argument. When discussing a joint adventure, all of the documentation, correspondence, the trials, contemporary accounts, and the rest, demonstrate that Tupac Amaru and Maisila Bastidas planned and oversaw the uprising. Although eager to gain Creole support, Tupac Amaru was firmly in control. Within weeks of the shocking execution of Corregidor Arriaga, Tupac Amaru and Maisila Bastidas had set up camp in Tungasuka and prepared well for a long battle. Tupac Amaru crushed the royalists in the first confrontation, Sangarera, and recruited supporters in nearby towns and communities. He unsuccessfully attempted to capture Corregidors, but in doing so prompted a mass exodus of authorities from the region. His platform of abolishing hated taxes and labor demands, his seizure and redistribution of goods found in haciendas and mills, and his presentation of himself as an Inca descendant, loyal subject of the king, and devout Catholic resonated well with the indigenous population. Weeks after the execution, indigenous support and Spanish fear accelerated. From Tungasuka, Maisila Bastidas oversaw provisions and logistics and kept discipline. Indigenous men and women joined him en masse, the men as soldiers, or guerrillas, and the women usually as camp followers. The intriguing stories of the Creoles and Spaniards captured in early November, who transformed from prisoners to supporters, shed light on the rebellion. They demonstrated that the rebellion could gain supporters from regional middle sectors, but also showed the challenges in recruiting and maintaining them. Creoles and Spaniards shared Tupac Amaru and Maisila Bastidas' dislike for heavy-handed Spanish policies. Nonetheless, they hesitated to support a mass movement that sought the expulsion, if not death, of Europeans. This tension between a multi-class and an indigenous uprising only increased over time. Yet it was not the only contentious and disruptive dividing line among rebel supporters. The Church proved to be an equally vexing problem for the rebel leaders. 3. A world without the Catholic Church. After the stunning victory in Sangarera and Tupac Amaru's triumphant return to Tungasuka in mid-November 1780, he and Maisila Bastidas worried about attacks from two fronts. They knew that they had only defeated the first wave sent by the hastily organized junta in the city of Cuzco, and apprehensively awaited a stronger royalist offensive from Peru's second city. They also fretted that colonial troops would attack from the south, either from the Lake Titicaca area or from the city of Arequipa to the southwest. Therefore, instead of immediately attacking Cuzco, the administrative center of the Andes, the rebel leaders decided to take advantage of their strength and expand to the south. Tupac Amaru, the apparent architect of the plan, would lead the combatants, while Maisila Bastidas would oversee camp headquarters in Tungasuka. Other rebel commanders, Diego Cristobal Tupac Amaru and Antonio Castillo, would continue to attack and recruit in the core area of the Vilcanota Valley and the upper provinces, and extend their forays into the coca-growing lowlands of Porcatambo. On the 25th of November, Tupac Amaru entered the town of Livitaca in the Provincias Altas near Chumbivilcas. This largely monolingual Quechua area was and is known for its unruly, violent population. Most towns perch around 2.5 miles above sea level, and their inhabitants, long associated with livestock, excelled at trekking and riding long distances. Many supplemented their meager incomes with cattle, sheep, goat, llama, and alpaca rustling. Outsiders always feared the upper provinces. People and severe topography, the area rapidly became a rebel hotspot. The small population of Spaniards in Livitaca fled when Tupac Amaru appeared, whereas, according to one breathless account, even boulders turned into Indians who kneeled and bowed to him. The assembled Indians pledged that "You are our God and our Lord, we ask that there no longer be priests who disturb us." Tupac Amaru answered that this could not happen, who would absolve us in the time of death. This X1 change highlights perhaps the greatest, or at least most unexpected, challenge faced by the rebel leaders: how to reconcile their religiosity with widespread indigenous dissatisfaction with the Church on the one hand, and extensive counter-revolutionary efforts by priests and other members of the Church on the other. This conundrum would dog the rebels until the end. The indigenous masses had a worldview different from that of the rebellion's leadership. As will be seen, Indians understood the uprising as a messianic movement and believed that Tupac Amaru would unleash a radical change in the Andean world, turn things upside down, invert Power relations. Indigenous rebels had little patience with efforts to keep Creoles and mestizos in the rebel fold and to temper rebel violence. These differences or tensions escalated over time, but did not come to the fore in the initial months. Tupac Amaru and mestizos succeeded in keeping peace among the insurgents, as the euphoria of these early months satisfied the more radical vision of much of the indigenous masses. However, the conflict between the rebel leaders' respect for priests and the bishops' implacable efforts to depict the rebels as heathen apostates and to use the clergy to defeat them proved to be a virtually insurmountable obstacle for the rebels. The stories rapidly spreading throughout the region about the execution of Arriaga and the rebel victory in Sangarera terrified lowly tax collectors, petty officers, and corregidors. In fact, Tupac Amaru complained that authorities fled so quickly that he could not capture them. The church was a different matter. While the rebellion counted on the support of a handful of clerics, others remained in their parishes and campaigned bravely and effectively for the royalists. Tupac Amaru could not convince these clerics to join or leave, nor could he bear executing them. Tupac Amaru and mestizos confronted a formidable adversary. The Catholic Church had a deep presence in colonial Cusco. The city itself, with a population of about 30,000, had 9 convents, 3 monasteries, 8 houses for religious women or beaterias, and 7 church-run colleges and schools. All of the major male orders could be found. From the Cusco Cathedral, the bishop presided over a sprawling diocese divided into over 130 parishes or curatos, the number varying due to frequent territorial realignments. 1. Calculation put the total number of secular and regular priests, that is, members of religious orders, at about 1,000. In the 16th century, the Jesuits built an imposing church on the Plaza de Armas equal in grandeur to the cathedral, while the Dominicans, Mercedarians, and Franciscans also constructed magnificent churches. Although strongest too in larger cities, the church extended deep into the countryside, maintaining a greater presence in most cases than the colonial state. Every town mentioned in this book had at least a small chapel, while many, including towns with less than 5,000 people such as Pampamacor and Kikakup, had splendid churches laden with spectacular artwork. Beginning in the 16th century, Spain had sent European masters to train indigenous artists in Cusco, part of its efforts to indoctrinate the descendants of the Inca Empire. Their work, the Cusco School, featured vibrant, didactic paintings of religious scenes. These works of art, which graced the churches and temples throughout the region and today, are victims of thieves and the thriving international market for stolen colonial treasures, sought to convert and instruct through the eye, the essence of Baroque religiosity. 3. Since the 16th century, the colonial state had delegated much administrative work in the Andean hinterland to curators such as Tupac Amaru. Priests and their numerous aides and underlings, however, took charge of the spiritual realm, and consequently had an important presence in daily life. The fees for masses, burials, baptisms, and other services kept them afloat and, when considered excessive, angered many local people. They also counted on free labor from local Indians and profits from church property, rural and urban. These different forms of income made some local parishes quite profitable. The indigenous people could very well venerate their priest, but they were also willing to sue, harass, and even run him out of town if they disagreed with him. 5. The Catholic Church was an all-encompassing institution and must be conceived of in the plural. Hierarchies and divisions characterized its internal structure, while over the centuries members of the Church fought over its administration and direction and confronted external foes. The stratification took many forms. Secular and regular priests understood their missions in markedly different ways, while priests and nuns operated in distinct realms, with the former enjoying far greater rights. In the uprising, the secular clergy played a particularly important role. In economic terms, Bishop Moscoso presided over a vast and profitable domain from the majestic cathedral in Cuzco, while a doctrinero in his distant parish hustled to make ends meet. Masses held in and around Cuzco resembled those of Rome, while religious rituals in the countryside were less orthodox and incorporated native elements. Nonetheless, over 2 centuries after the conquest of the Incas, Catholicism had put down deep roots in Cuzco. Tensions brewed in the late 18th century. Not only was the Crown attempting to rein in the autonomy of the Church, but in Peru and beyond, some members of the Church demanded that Indians be granted the right to become priests. Bishop Moscoso worried about these 6 and other strains, but also recognized the profound religious devotion that characterized Cuzco, the city and its largely indigenous countryside. Excommunicated. Bishop Moscoso excommunicated Tupac Amaru on the 17th of November. The bishop proved to be a formidable enemy. The confrontation with the Church devastated Túpac Amaru and Mysila Bastidas. It surprised, pained, and angered them, and ultimately weakened their control of their core area, the Vilcanota Valley. They could not conceive of a world without the Catholic Church firmly rooted in the Andes. They sought a radical uprising that left the Church intact, which proved to be a difficult if not impossible objective in the colonial Andes. They could not convince followers, enemies, and most of those in between that the excommunication was a mistake or illegitimate and thus inapplicable. In turn, the opposition never tired of casting them as church-burning excomulgados. Bishop Moscoso excommunicated Túpac Amaru and his followers for having set fire to pubic chapels and the church of Sangara. A. For being a bandit and rebellious traitor to the king, for seditiously working against peace, and being an usurper of royal rights. The excommunication also threatened anyone who aided him or who removed the announcement from church walls, where it had been posted throughout the region. Moscoso also ordered priests to spread the news by posting the 7 decree and verbally chastising the rebels in mass. At this point, late 1780, Moscoso led the efforts in Cuzco to defeat Túpac Amaru. He lent 12,000 pesos of his own money and even more from the bishopric itself, organized 4 militia companies that included over 400 ecclesiastics, and ordered priests outside the city to send information about the rebels, and to conduct masses in Quechua in order to separate Indians from the pernicious superstitions that the rebel has planted all over the place. 8. Although the bishop's conflict with Corregidor Arriaga had earned him some enemies, and became even more controversial after the Corregidor's execution on the 10th of November, authorities in Cuzco in late 1780 knew that they needed the bishop's leadership and resources. those who subsequently criticized Moscoso for purported links with the rebels presented his efforts in late 1780 as a smokescreen to conceal his initial lack of activity against the uprising and even rebel sympathies. This seems exaggerated. Bishop Moscoso energetically and effectively took command of royalist efforts in Cuzco. 9 With the excommunication, Moscoso sought to exclude Tupac Amaru from the Christian community. The rebel leader was not permitted to partake of church rituals, nor could Christians, as the term excommunication indicates, communicate with him. The horror expressed by Túpac Amaru indicated how unexpected the measure was, and he contested the decision passionately in the coming months. He argued that Moscoso's decision was illegitimate for 3 reasons. Indians like himself were exempt from excommunication, he was not against or an enemy of the faith, and the royalists, not he, had burnt down the church. In Sangarera, Túpac Amaru had a strong case on all 3 points, but he had no forum in which he might rebut Moscoso. He could only attempt to minimize the excommunication's impact. Moscoso had justified the 10 excommunication in a closed assembly with regular and secular priests. Recognizing that Indians could not be excommunicated, he contended that the rebellion required extraordinary measures and that Túpac Amaru and his main followers were more enlightened, más luces, and more rational, actually, less irrational, than most Indians. He called them Ladinumbers, people of Indian descent who spoke Spanish. With one decree, he 11 converted Túpac Amaru in the eyes of many from a rebel hero into a here-then. The excommunication stung. Túpac Amaru believed himself to be a model Christian and also understood that Moscoso's decree would be the single most efficient weapon against him in the propaganda war that was beginning to rage. To defend himself, he repeated the argument that as an Indian he was not subject to excommunication and moreover that he was innocent of church burning. As for Mysila Bastidas, she declared in her trial that Túpac Amaru always held that they were not subject to excommunication and that God knew their intentions. His AC 12 actions throughout his life substantiated the sincerity of his devotion and he demonstrated his religious fervor and respect for the church during the uprising. He sought to have a priest with him at all times and attended Mass and offered services for the deceased, both supporters and enemies, whenever possible. He insisted that corregidors and the many corrupt and misguided representatives of the king, but not men of the cloth, were his enemies. The rebellion never sought to break with the church. In fact, the leadership went out of its way to protect priests. In November, Túpac Amaru claimed that he was defending the Holy Faith. 13. Mysila also demonstrated her faith and her understanding of the consequences of the excommunication. In order to impress a Mercedarian friar who happened to be in Tungasuka just after the rebellion began, she had the people of Tungasuka pray at her house and attend church. She sought to show him that she was a very good Christian, telling him that God supported her cause in benefit to the people. In Addisum 14. Ber 13, 1780 decree, Mysila noted that our holy faith is carried with the greatest respect and veneration, which we have to take forward, and, if possible, die with, respecting in the same way the ministers of Jesus Christ, the Señor's priests, so that God supports us in our Christian goals. She then instructed followers to display the cross in their caps. and hats. Nonetheless, Tupac Amaru and Misila-based IDAS could not 15. Contest the excommunication edict or contain the damage. They tried. Anguished by Moscoso's actions, Tupac Amaru sought to lessen the excommunication's impact in his core area, the valleys and peaks south of Cuzco, in late 1780. He and Misila ordered their followers to rip the decree from church doors. Authorities in Cuzco fumed when they learned that the decree had not been posted in rebel towns, such as Pac and Rondocan. Indians in the rebel-controlled town of 16 Acres did not allow priests and Europeans to confer, in an attempt to prevent news of the excommunication from spreading. When Tupac 17 Amaru found out that a priest in Chumbivilcas had preached against him, stressing to his parishioners Tupac Amaru's religious limbo, he sent 2 trusted comrades, Felipe Bermudez and Raymond Ponce, to arrest the priest. They tore down Moscoso's decree from the church door, replacing it with one that explained that the priest had been arrested, that Tupac Amaru knew how to repay his loyal followers, and that they should not believe anything that the cleric had told them. 18. The evidence in the trial against Tupac Amaru included the Bundo decree that the rebels posted in Chumbivilcas. It stated, "He who removes this will be given the death sentence." It came from Don Jose Gabriel Tupac Amaru Inca, descendant of the natural king of this kingdom of Peru, and was intended for all types of people, Spaniards as well as common Indians in the province of Chumbivilcas. After declaring the rebellion's intention of liberating people from corregidors' abuses and from European threats, it continues. Some ecclesiastics, taking advantage of the excommunication imposed maliciously and fraudulently by some Europeans, attempt to introduce countless abuses against Christians. Trying to perturb their faith, we demand that everyone in this kingdom, Spaniards as well as Indians, completely disregard their preaching, because they are not only against God's law and that of Christianity, which we must defend, but the objective of their advice is to protect the unjust demands they place on us and the great damage they inflict. To liberate ourselves from them, we request that the citizens capture and bring us these clerics, following the necessary procedure, and those who don't follow these orders will be hanged. Those priests who don't abstain from their lying abuses and sermons will be committed in a school for the rest of their life, or they will serve the sentence wherever we end up. Tupac Amaru. 19. It is striking that the decree threatened disobedient followers with the death sentence, whereas the wayward priests would merely be committed to a school. One witness claimed that Tupac Amaru himself ripped the decree from the church in Yarisk, replacing it with one of his own. He searched for the priest who had posted it, and when he didn't find him, ransacked his belongings. He threatened to send priests who didn't obey wherever he felt like. 20. The battle over the excommunication decree heightened rebel sentinels' efforts to control how information, letters, posters, and lampoons circulated. In a note to authorities in Cuzco, a priest complained that the Indians are so malicious that if they find out that priests on this side of the river are communicating with those of the Peru province, they say, "We are opposing the rebels, we can't even write one another." The letter that I'm including is from the Acomeo priest who got it to me through his assistant, who is very ill, and thus was allowed through by sentinels. Otherwise, it's very dangerous. In another case, the unfortunate Fran 21 Cisco Lassart carried letters to Cusco in his shoe. On a return trip, the rebels found them and executed him on the spot. Despite these efforts, 22. Tupac Amaru fell short in his efforts to impede the spread of the news about his excommunication. People reacted to the news in different ways. One royalist account said that the excommunication made people lose their fear of the rebellion. The priest of Lazq, O and Quinota raved about its impact. He 23 claimed the excommunication had brought peace to Quinota, a rebel hotbed. He described how curators and other people listened carefully when he translated the document into Quechua for them. He followed up in mass by promising that even those who had participated in some rebel activity would be absolved by the bishop's special measure as long as they did not recur. He claimed that the decree had also turned the tide in Colquemaca and Santo Tomas, important towns of the high provinces. The priest contended that excommunication had punctured 24. Tupac Amaru's mystique and driven fear into pious Indians. The letter exaggerates. Calm did not suddenly return to these two towns. Nonetheless, the excommunication gave many people second thoughts, slowing recruiting into rebel ranks, decreasing enthusiasm, and increasing desertions. It particularly weakened the rebels' efforts to 25 cast themselves as judicious reformers who were forced to do what the king would have done himself had he been aware of the situation, that is, expel abusive authorities. It also countered the argument made frequently by Tupac Amaru in late 1780 that the rebellion sought to fortify Indian religiosity by ridding Peru of the exploitation that kept Indians from becoming good Christians. The excommunication weakened the movement. It prompted doubt among supporters and drove away potential rebels. The decree aided the royalist propaganda campaign. Yet its impact should not be exaggerated. The rebellion continued to grow after the November 1780 excommunication. Thousands of insurgents cared more about the uprising's anti-colonial efforts than about the bishop's maneuver. How indigenous people felt about the Church and Catholicism varied greatly. It was a personal question, one that reflected circumstances and context. Popular, emphatic priests held great sway over their communities, the more abusive earned parishioners' wrath, as might have been the case in Livitaka, where Tupac Amaru was questioned about what he was going to do with exploitative priests. The rebel masses shared Tupac Amaru's ideal of rising against the Spanish without breaking with the Church. Nonetheless, they proved themselves much more willing to attack church property and even priests themselves. 26. Moscoso's measure was the centerpiece of the propaganda against Tupac Amaru after Sangarera, presenting him and his followers as church-burning heathens, backward and dangerous Indians. One dejected rebel in Calca, in the royalist stronghold of the Sacred Valley, described how royalists jeered him as an excommunicated Indian, telling him that he couldn't go to church to hear mass and that the insurgents were all sorcerers. Some feared that the excommunication of Tupac 27 Amaru presented a danger of contagion. When 30 Indians surrendered to the royalist curator commander, Mateo Pumacahua, in early January 1781, he executed them, claiming they were separated from the sea Church, and they would infect his people with their wretchedness and guilty sins. In January 1781, Loyalist Indians would not touch rebel cadre 28 Vs or their belongings due to the excommunication. Excommunica 29 had prompted Indians and others to question Tupac Amaru's faith and his uprising. Moscoso coupled the excommunication with a decisive strategy that historians have largely overlooked. He demanded that priests remain in their parishes, doing whatever they could to weaken the rebels and, if possible, reporting the situation to Cusco. In light of the virtual absence of the state after the rebellion, corregidors fled almost immediately and the bulk of administrative work fell to curators anyway. Parish priests formed a virtual shadow government behind enemy lines. They maintained the morale of Europeans and others who distrusted and feared the rebels, insisting on the leader's excommunication and the sinful and doomed nature of the uprising. Although Túpac Amaru dominated the Vilcanota Valley, the priests and their supporters never allowed him to have free rein in his own base. Frustrated and even desperate, Túpac Amaru and Misila Bastidas themselves cajoled and threatened the priests, yet ultimately found themselves forced to ask for their permission to hold masses for the dead or to bury them. In several cases, the priests refused. The rebel leaders could tear down posters and threaten those who propagated news of the excommunication. They were allowed not, however, attack royalist priests. This strategy proved decisive, maintaining royalist figures in an area overrun by the rebels' faith behind enemy lines. In a 21st of December, 1780 letter to Viceroy Jaggi, Moscoso wrote, "I have instructed my priests to harass, reprimand, and to preach continue ally against the rebels." He continued that they were thereby preventing much malevolence and that he had ordered them to stay in their parishes, even if they were under threat and wanted to flee. The war junta in 30 Cusco underlined the importance of this strategy. One document men 31 mentions that Moscoso selected strong and spiritual priests from the cities' monasteries to send to the war zone to preach to the people about their errors. 32 Moscoso had no patience with priests who disregarded his instructions. One writer said the bishop breathed fire when dealing with them. 33 Father Antonio Arta, the priest of Valil in the center of rebel territory, despaired to the bishop in a letter that his flock despised him for his efforts to dissuade them from supporting the rebels and for the fact that he was European. Arta told him that he was leaving for Lima or Buenos Aires because of the great danger. Moscoso showed no sympathy and ordered him to stay in Valil and continue his anti-rebel endeavors. He wrote, "I cannot believe in such a metamorphosis in your flock, just because you spoke with them with Christian liberty and attempted to separate them from he rebel." While he acknowledged Arta's courage, Moscoso 34 scribed others who had faced greater risks. The priest of Quiquijana had removed the gallows that Túpac Amaru had placed in the public square, cut down a bridge to impede a rebel advance, and posted the excommunication decree. Fearful for his life, Fernández de Córdoba had fled to Cusco, but Moscoso sent him back to Quiquijana, to calm the situation. In a town openly in favor of the rebel, the bishop recognized that 35. While some priests had very few parishioners left because all the Indians had left, presumably to join the rebels, people in Siquani, Omercha, and other towns begged their priests to stay. He ended by pointing out that Tupac Amaru did not seem intent on slaughtering Europeans, as Father Arthur argued. To prove his point, Moscoso mentioned the Spaniards who moved around Tunguska freely as well as the absence of executions after Sangarera. He insisted that he himself was staying in Cusco to avoid disorder and confusion, reiterating his command that the priest remain in Velil. 36 The priests in the war zone were not clear-cut heroes who selflessly held the line by standing up to the rebels. The situation was more ambiguous and fluid as clerics and other residents of the small and medium-sized towns south of Cusco attempted to figure out the meaning of the uprising, specifically the danger to them and the best way to save their lives and those of others. Many individuals sought to be neutral, while partisanship remained quite open in this early phase of the uprising. In fact, we know about the priests' activities because 18 of them were tried after the rebellion for having written obsequious letters to Tupac Amaru or Mysila Bastidas. They had the misfortune that loyalist commandees found their correspondence when they captured the two leaders. While some of the priests convincingly argued in lengthy trials that the notes and letters were ploys to gain time and to save lives, others seemed to sympathize with the insurgents. This correspondence and the detailed trials about them, which featured elaborate discussions of the language used by the priests, provide unusual glimpses into daily life during the uprising. In the heart of the fire, Moscoso prosecuted 18 priests or other religious men, sacristans, aides, and others, for having written to Tupac Amaru or Mysila Bastidas. The letters complimented these two leaders and requested favors, from protection to sugar. The archbishop tried them in Cusco's ecclesiastic court, the Curia Ecclesiastica, for pledging their support to the rebels and for consorting with someone who had been excommunicated. The sycophantic salutations usually got the writer in trouble. Juan de Luna, a priest in Camaca, near Velil in the center of rebel territory, wrote to Mysila Bastidas on 10 February, 1781 to clear up some false accusations by Don Juan de Dias Valencia, the comisionado or representative of Sister Don José Gabriel, Your Majesty's husband, which led to his imprisonment by 200 Indians in the town of Livitaca. Luna explained to Bastidas that his captors misinterpreted his sermons as critiques of the rebels. He argued that he had spoken out against wretched vices and the horrors of sin and that the rebels' efforts were actually addressing these issues, thus carrying out divine will. Father Luna insisted that the prevalence of vice in the area greatly offended God. In this letter, Luna also disputed the rebels' claim that he had organized royalist soldiers, contending that he had only brought them together so that they could confess and take communion. He requested that he not be harassed, and signed off by calling himself her most reliable server and fond chaplain. 37. Luna testified in 1782. He argued that the letter was part of his efforts to get out of rebel prison, where he was held along with other priests and religious people. He asserted that the rebels controlled the paths and roads that led to Cusco and he thus stayed behind to defend his people, helping many Spaniards escape the area. He had been forced to feign surrender and submission. Apparently confident, Luna chided the judge for writing from the tranquility of his office while he had been surrounded by barbarians. Witnesses supported Luna's claims, insisting that Valil and Chumbivilcas in general were firmly rebel territory, that some priests had been killed in areas such as Porcatambo and the area near Lake Titicaca, and that he helped Spaniards escape. In his case, the letter was not particularly damning and he was absolved. 38 The prosecution accused the clerics of negotiating with the rebels, rather than fleeing, and of communicating with an excomulgado. The defendants relied on 3 explanations. When asked why they did not leave rather than plead with the rebels, they claimed it was impossible. Rebels had filled the roads and paths to Lima with sentinels and spies, and people could not circulate easily. They used a similar line of argument when accused of dealing with an excomulgado. They argued that they were unaware of the decree, as it had not reached their town. With these 2 justifications, they portray a curious scenario in which rebels controlled a massive region extending 100 miles south of Cuzco but could not thwart royalist priests. In the region around Tungasuka, rebels would not break into the sanctuary of the churches or, even after direct and heated confrontations, attack priests. 39. Their third line of defense, alongside the impossibility of fleeing and their ignorance of the excommunication decree, was fear. The prospect of death at the hands of the rebels forced them to negotiate and even fawn, but also led them to act in irrational and unusual ways. One defendant wrote, "It would have been different if I had found myself free of the worries prompted by such unexpected and scandalous events, the oppressing, but when fear rather than reason dominates, an overwhelming fantasy takes hold that makes you think about the most wretched events and get overexcited." In canon law, the rules of conduct that guided in 40 investigations and trials of church members, grave fear is understood as diminishing actions and thus can be used to justify unacceptable actions. 41. And despite Bishop Moscoso's reassurances in late 1780, the clerics had reason to tremble. Don Antonio Chavez, the auxiliary priest of Siquani, gave a chilling anecdote. Chavez had written Tupac Amaru to ask that he send a judge to prevent extortions by Indians. The town's dignitaries and wealthier merchants had taken refuge inside the Siquani church. Rebels frequently pounded on the church door and did not tire of threatening those inside. One day they intimidated Chavez by shaking burlap bags with objects inside that made a loud noise. He was horrified to learn that inside the bags were the heads of royalists killed by the rebels. He was acquitted. 42. Don Carlos Rodriguez, the priest of Yanaoca, wrote Misila Bastidas to request 50 pounds of sugar, for which he sent 10 pesos. In this, the 26th of December, 1780 note, he promised to make up the difference if the 10 pesos weren't enough and that he would like even more sugar if possible. His justification for the one-sentence letter was, in contrast, elaborate. Tupac Amaru had threatened the people of Yanaoca if they did not join high. Locals begged Rodriguez to impede the rebel, and even more so his wife, the stronger one. He said the letter was to trick the rebels 43 into believing that he and the town supported them, a ruse he came up with in the midst of so much confusion, in the very heart of the fire, surrounded by barbarians. He emphasized that he helped 3 Spaniards escape and that his town had captured Misila's brother, Antonio Bastidas. The prosecutors recognized the difficult situation that Rodriguez y Avila faced but persevered because of his signoff in the letter to Bastadas. I pray to our Lord and the Virgin for your success and that they take care of you for many years. Witnesses testified that Rodriguez had acquired much needed sugar for Yanaoka and gained time to allow Spaniards to escape. They described his face-to-face confrontations with rebels and how he had kept Yanaoka out of the hands of the insurgents. Every night he had his parishioners join together in a procession in honor of the Holy Virgin. Clearly a counter-revolutionary ritual. On the 30th of November, Mysila Bastidas arrived in Yanaoka with 2,600 soldiers. He would not receive her in royal fashion or allow the rebels to ring the church bell. She ordered 3 artillerymen to shell his house but, according to his testimony, he didn't budge. Rodriguez took an even greater risk when he did not allow the rebels to bury Andres Noguera, Tupac Amaru's cousin, and Hermenegildo Roxas in the Yanaoka church. The rebels offered 300 pesos, he claimed, but he refused. He also raised the rebels' ire by allowing local Spanish authorities threatened by rebels to take refuge in the church. Despite their fury, the rebels did not break down the door or even demand that he give up the key. Rodriguez also confronted Tupac Amaru himself, audaciously asking him whether he didn't fear God and hell in light of all the turmoil, deaths, and theft he had prompted. Tupac Amaru responded that in taking action against the thieving corregidors he was doing God's work. On another occasion, the priest criticized Tupac Amaru for having ransacked the church's fields. The rebel leader responded that the damage would be repaid. Witnesses did not corroborate these encounters, they were not asked, and the priests might have exaggerated. Nonetheless, the stories indicate the respect that rebels had for the sanctity of the church. If a Spanish landowner had made such comments, the rebels would very likely have killed him. Other priests also told stories of rebels ransacking, burning, and threatening but stopping at the church door. Backed by Spanish witnesses, Rodriguez was acquitted. Domingo de Escalante had been the assistant to the priest in Marcocanga, an annex of Sangarera, but after the events they returned to his family house in Acas, Quipicanchi, aiding the priest of Puc. On the 12th of February, 1781, he sent Mysila Bastidas peaches, prickly pears, and bread in the N.A.M.E. of his mother. In a poorly written letter, Escalante described how the Indians of Pumacanchi, where rebels had burned a textile mill and entered repeatedly, had threatened his brother and damaged his house. He asked her for protection. In his defense, Escalante claimed that caution and just fear, rislo y temor justo, drove him to write the letter. He noted that while he never believed the decree published by Tupac Amaru that declared his prerogative as a viceroy and visitador general to punish corregidors, he did not know about the rebel leader's excommunication. He explained, Indigenous didn't allow us to meet or talk about anything or to put up signs. He described how rebels controlled all of the roads in the area and how they targeted all Spaniards, with no respect for gender, age, or status. They punished them for no other crime than having a white face or for not wanting to join the vile insurgent troops. He insisted that even priests were arrested and subject to execution. He employed the widely circulated anti-insurgent litany, Tupac Amaru was a violent tyrant who murdered, burned churches, and killed his enemies on a whim, and stressed his own anguished and even irrational emotional state. Several witnesses confirmed that the rebels had blocked all roads and threatened priests and Spaniards. He was acquitted. 44. Luna, Chavez, and several other priests prosecuted by Moscoso appear to have been faithful and courageous followers of the bishop's command to stay put and preach against the insurgents. They wrote the letters and notes that got them into trouble, but their testimonies and the many witnesses that backed their stories indicate their loyalty and unflagging efforts to boost the morale of local people and to disparage the rebels. Other defendants leave a more ambiguous impression. They wrote obsequious letters to Tupac Amaru or mestizos, but their actions went beyond desperate maneuvers to save their lives or those of European parishioners. They might have simply felt obliged to show their support for the insurgents in tangible ways, beyond a mere letter. It should not be forgotten that they were in the midst of rebel territory, terrified by dreadful stories or scenes of insurgent violence. But their seeming ambivalence might have been more than just a tactic used in a dire time. Some seem to have supported certain measures taken by the rebels, or at least believed that Tupac Amaru and his followers were going to control the region for a long period. They certainly did not enthusiastically follow Moscoso's command to harass the rebels implacably. In late December 1780, Don Buenaventura Tapia, an ordained priest based in San Pablo de Cacha, sent Tupac Amaru the town's tax rolls, along with his assurances that he would quickly dispatch Indian soldiers, even single men and choir members. Rebel leaders could use the tax rolls to keep track of recruits and to make sure that the town was sending its share. Tapia told the recruits that the rebellion fought for the common good. He thanked Tupac Amaru for cutting from the root the corregidor's bad customs and monopoly of resources that caused such great poverty, but excused himself from leaving town to meet in person due to his choleric tumors. In the trial, Tapia blamed panic for this highly incriminating letter and the remission of the tax rolls, bluntly stating that he wrote it due to his fear of Tupac Amaru's recklessness and rigor. He elaborated, "Fear impelled and moved me to write the letter. The extraordinary effects that this class of fear prompts in men, not just unprepared, pusillanimous, uninformed ones like myself, but even those strong, informed individuals who had perhaps experienced such serious conflicts." He deemed the letter a pretext or ruse that only the most confused, fearful, or uninformed men could create. Witnesses acknowledged that he had protected Spaniards and preached against the rebels. The prosecution rebuked him for the letter but absolved him, noting that it was written in a context of coercion, force, and fear. Nonetheless, 45. It seems clear that he took concrete steps to help the rebels. The priests frustrated Tupac Amaru and mestizos. They could not force them to follow their commands, particularly when they were in the sanctuary of the church, nor could they easily contest the anti-insurgent messages in masses and processions. In fact, Tupac Amaru had to prevent his troops from taking actions into their own hands. Another defendant, Don Justo Gallegos, the priest of Leo, had sent Tupac Amaru some fish and requested that Indians stop harassing him and his parishioners. On the 20th of January, 1781, Tupac Amaru wrote him that there was little he could do as the Indians are out taking revenge for the Spanish affronts and iniquities, and from what I see they are destroying the church haciendas, who aren't the guilty ones but rather the priests who are preaching against us and hoping to obscure our righteous orders. 46. This might have been disingenuous on the part of Tupac Amaru. By claiming that he couldn't control his Indian followers, he tried to shield himself from some of the blame, but in effect he did struggle to limit violence and ransacking by his own followers. However, his anger and disappointment with the priests and their sermons are clear. Rebel priests. The best-known priests in the Tupac Amaru rebellion are those who apparently supported the rebels from the beginning. Father Antonio Lopez de Sosa, the parish priest of Pampamaca, had married Tupac Amaru and Mysila Bastidas and baptized their children. Some maintained that he had virtually raised Tupac Amaru and that they were compadres. In his 47 testimony, Lopez de Sosa did not deny their closeness and admitted that he had lent Tupac Amaru money at times. Born in Panama, Lopez de Sosa was a long-time resident of the area and his jurisdiction also included Tungajuca and Surimana. He had been at the dinner at Father Rodriguez's house that preceded Arriaga's capture and remained in Tungasuka after his execution. One witness claimed that he went in and out of Tupac Amaru's house, rebel headquarters, at will, and some contended that he had even helped gather wood to build the gallows. 48. The assistant priest, Ildefonso Bejarano, lived in Tupac Amaru's house, and to the disgust of European prisoners, moved about freely in the rebel camp. He and Lopez Sosa participated in the preparations for Arriaga's execution. Lopez de Sosa gave last rites while Bejarano lectured from the gallows to the thousands present. See what has happened to this bad man. For having lost respect for priests and the bishop. They both had paid 49 lip service to the excommunication but reiterated their support to Tupac Amaru. Mysila Bastidas had reservations about their loyalty to the rebel cause. On the 26th of November, 1780, she wrote Tupac Amaru about how Bejarano and Raymond Moscoso, the curator of Yanaoka and Bishop Moscoso's cousin, reported to the bishop and others in Cusco on troop numbers. She pointed out that the fact that Bejarano and Lopez de Sosa closed the church and wouldn't give mass could indicate loyalist leanings. She closed this letter. All of this has me worried as we are in the midst of enemies and we could become victims of a sudden act of treachery. This 50 exchange prompted Bejarano to reassure Tupac Amaru in a highly incriminating letter dated December 1, the centerpiece of the decades-long trials against him. He explained to the rebel leaders that city council members in Cusco had deemed them accomplices of the rebel Lopez de Sosa. Thus closed the church and posted the excommunication decree to counter these charges, to appear to be working for the royalists, but it was well known how much he, Lopez de Sosa, cares about your majesty, Tupac Amaru. Bejarano stressed that Lopez de Sosa and he understood that the rebellion was not against the faith and recognized that young and old knew that this type of men, abusive Spaniards, has been very harmful in this kingdom. The letter explains their actions and confirms 51. Their admiration for Tupac Amaru but does not explicitly say that they support the rebel. It strikes a middle ground, in which these priests continue to work with their parish in the midst of rebel headquarters but do not pledge support. When they later defended themselves in court by asserting that they were only doing their jobs as men of the cloth and had no alternative but to perform some duties in the elaborate execution of Arriaga. They were stretching the truth but not blatantly lying. The priests had sided with Bishop Moscoso in his previous battles with Corregidor Arriaga and believed in greater clerical autonomy from the viceroy and the crown. They opposed the regalist efforts of the Bourbon to hem in the power of the church. Other than that, the explanations of why they supported the rebels are not that different than those for other middle sector individuals. They knew Tupac Amaru well and understood that he was a devout Christian. In fact, they trusted and even venerated him. These priests witnessed on a daily basis the ceaseless exploitation of Indians and understood the toll that the mita, the reparto, and other taxes took on Indians. They also knew that these demands reduced the money available for the church. In addition, they believed that corregidors and authorities in Cusco and Lima served towns such as Tungajuca and Pampamacapali. They presumably understood and welcomed the importance they would have and the longed-for changes that would take place if the rebellion were successful. They also must have had a strong inkling of the consequences if it failed. The trials against López de Sosa and Bejarano lasted for more than a decade. The Spanish did not know what to do with them. It's safe to say that their robe saved them. It is difficult to imagine a layperson getting away with such open support for the rebels. In their defense, several of the European prisoners noted the priests' kindness and deemed them good men. For example, Juan Antonio Figueroa observed López de Sosa pleading with Tupac Amaru just half an hour before the execution. However, they also expressed their shock at how López de Sosa and Bejarano moved about camp freely and rubbed elbows with the rebel leadership. 52 The two priests insisted that circumstances did not allow them to prevent the execution or alert authorities. In 1787, López de Sosa was still captive in a Capuchin monastery in Madrid. He presented medical testimony that he suffered from hypochondria, depression, and from the region's bad weather. Bejarano had spent time in Cádiz, Madrid, and Sigüenza, in the center of Spain, restricted to monastic life. In 1790 the king granted him a small daily pension, yet in 1794 Bejarano demanded his freedom, bitterly complaining about Sigüenza's climate, a land of misery and tears. He missed his homeland, the delicious valley of Porcatambo. Neither returned to 53. Peru. Scholars have long debated whether the Catholic Church supported the Tupac Amaru rebellion. The key is how the question is framed. If it is asked whether some members of the church aided the rebels, the answer is yes. As seen here, the clergy from the center of the rebellion met with Tupac Amaru on a daily basis before and after the uprising began and did almost nothing to impede the rebels. López de Sosa and Bejarano continued their clerical duties in the midst of Arriaga's execution and its aftermath. While not weapon-carrying soldiers or radical ideologues, they were close to Tupac Amaru and disregarded the bishop's command to condemn the rebellion from the pulpit and to spy on the rebels. But no one contests that some clerics were on the rebel side. 54. The trials against the priests and the long-running campaign against Bishop Moscoso led people past and present to focus on the bishop and to exaggerate the subversive role of the church. In part, this reflects the ageless maxim that the victors write history. Spanish hardliners, who took over the royalist side at the very end of the demise of the rebellion and then oversaw the trials, the major source for scholars, and subsequent repression, contended that defiant priests had played an important role in the formation and development of the uprising. Visitada. Arish and his replacement, Benito Matallanares, mistrusted and disliked Bishop Moscoso. They belittled him in correspondence and tried, with great energy and even anger, to prosecute him for rebel sympathies. These trials dragged on for almost a decade, and the archive records are literally voluminous. A critic of Moscoso, Arriaga's nephew, Us 55. Bio Balza de Verganza, published a detailed indictment loaded with documents, La Verdad Desnuda o las dos fases de un obispo, the naked truth or the two sides of a bishop. In 1784, José Rafael Sahuarora 56. Tituatoki published Estado del Perú, 1784, a defense of Moscoso. While in 1790 Moscoso released a long summary of his refutation of the charges in Inocencia Justificada contra los Artificios de la Calumnia, justified innocence against slanderous tricks. Subsequent chapters 57 examine his long struggle, from Cuzco to Lima to Spain, to defend himself against the accusations of supporting the rebels. Readers are led to believe that whether Moscoso supported Tupac Amaru or not is the fundamental question, and his accusers made a convincing or at least spirited argument. This chapter instead stresses the impact of his measures in late 1780 and early 1781, and their importance for slowing the rebels in their own base. This battle between the hardliners and the bishop was based on both Arish and Matallanares's growing disdain and even hatred for the Creole Moscoso, as well as on broader ideological battles in Spain and the Americas. As we will see, Moscoso's relatively conciliatory approach to the second stage of the rebellion dismayed hardliners. They gladly channeled the accusation and rumors about Moscoso, not only regarding rebel inclinations but also scandalous relations with women, to the king's inner circle in Madrid. It was personal. But the battle also reflected the battle over the role of the Church in Spain and Spanish-American society. Although devout Catholics, hardliners and royalists such as Arish and Matallanares believed that the Church and other institutions should be firmly under the control of the Crown. They thought 58. That priests had too much autonomy and wealth in Peru and had lost their monastic discipline. Stories linking priests and nuns with lovers, of 10 of the lower orders or occasionally even of the same sex, abounded. In 18th century Peru, a virtual trope. Moscoso's enemies shared 59. The view that ecclesiastics were too independent and unruly, particularly Creoles, and could even go so far as to raise arms against the crown. The story of Moscoso and Arriaga, as well as that of the hardliners, moves from the personal to the structural, Spanish royalists versus the Creole clergy. In a June 1781 letter, Arish vented that in Peru, clerics, secular and regular clergy as well as many Creoles, are weak at heart in terms of Spain's ownership and possession of these dominions. Your Excellency, there are many Voltaires, many Rousseaus, many Reynolds and many others who have sacrilegiously opposed in their writing the authority of kings, as these clerics are not properly watched over by the Inquisition, prelates, or the government, who must be zealous that such doctrines, despised by everyone educated, rational and Christian, don't enter, undisseminated or read. Near the end of the letter H. He added that in the trial against Tupac Amaru, they had found a great deal of correspondence to him from priests and friars that scandalizes and hurts the ears of even the most robust and pacific. There you see how they treated him as your majesty and the submission and respect with which they treated him, calling him Redeemer and the new Messiah. 60. Followers of the trial after the rebellion and readers of the transcripts over 200 years later can be easily led to believe that defiant priests subverted the Cusco countryside along with Tupac Amaru. Despite the cases of Lopez de Sosa, Bejarano and a few others, however, this view is excessive if not erroneous. While Bishop Moscoso knew Tupac Amaru, sympathized with some of his battles prior to November 1780, despised Arriaga, and had tangled with other Spaniards, he threw all his weight against the uprising upon news of the corregidor's execution and the Battle of Sangarera. What is key is the impact of the Excommunica 61 and the decisive aid that priests, following the bishop's orders, gave to royalists. If they had not stayed, the rebels would have had free rein in the massive triangle between Cusco and its amorphous borders with Arequipa and Puno. Recruiting and gathering provisions would have been much easier and church land would have been there for the taking. Royalists would have not had anyone in the region to contest rebel ideology. Instead, priests rallied intermediate groups and planted doubts with the Indian masses about Tupac Amaru's religious status, his all-important soul, and the fate of the rebellion. The question of whether a group or an individual supported the uprising is not so black and white. Partisanship was fluid, often due to opportunism or desperation, and many of the priests were neither committed rebels nor effective counterinsurgents. As the letters to Bastidas and Tupac Amaru showed, they cowered in fear and shock and sought to save their lives and those of their parishioners. Many probably saw good things about both sides or despised them both. Some presumably did not understand what was happening. Few people did in the confusing final months of 1780. Nonetheless, the work of priests backed by the bishop in the Tupac Amaru zone vexed and weakened the rebels. Without them, Tupac Amaru and Mysila Bastidas would have had a much easier time spreading their message and gaining resources. They could not imagine a world without the Catholic Church. Their struggle to create a new world had to contend with its fervent and effective opposition. 4. The rebellion goes south. After the 18th of November victory in Sangarera, many in the rebel camp believed that they would bolster their forces in their base, the Vilcanota Valle, and then quickly proceed north, to the city of Cusco. Instead, Tupac Amaru had his eyes set on the south, the overwhelmingly indigenous area, toward Lake Titicaca. As is often the case with military commanders, an uneasy mix of confidence and fear sparked his thinking. He knew that his message would be well received in a region that bore a particularly high mitar burden for the Potosi silver mines. At the same time, he understood that he had not yet faced the main thrust of the colonial military and that much more challenging battles lay ahead. In the following weeks and months, both rebels and royalists boasted about their numbers and flaunted their confidence while privately fretting that a debacle was close at hand. Tupac Amaru believed that he could control the arid plateau that stretched from Cusco to Lake Titicaca and perhaps even expand into Upper Peru, or Charcas as it was more commonly called. He worried, however, that the corregidors of 5 districts in the Lake Titicaca region would soon receive money, arms, and troops from Arequipa and attack him from the south, or at least thwart his expansion in that direction. He thus decided to push toward Lake Titicaca, leaving Misila-based Idas to manage the Tungasuka base. Many of his supporters wondered why the rebel didn't take Cuzco immediately, before Spanish reinforcements arrived. Commentators and historians would continue to debate this strategy. For centuries, Misila stayed behind and took care of provisions, discipline, correspondence, and the countless other tasks that military campaigns require. During her husband's foray to the south, she increasingly worried that a swift royalist attack from Cuzco would crush their camp in Tungajuca. In numerous letters to Tupac Amaru, she expressed her impatience with his extended sojourn and urged him to hurry, stressing that his family was in danger. In Cuzco, 55 miles away, Bishop Moscoso directed royalist efforts. His situation and activities displayed a curious symmetry with those of Misila. He raised money and morale, orchestrated religious processions, and communicated with authorities. In Lima, his priests threw out rebel territory, and militia leaders. With only vague and distorted news about events south of the city, he and much of the city population feared that a siege of the city was imminent. Europeans began to think that their worst nightmare was possible, the bizarre hanging of a corregidor and the unfortunate turn of events in Sangarera could develop into a full-blown war. While based Idas looked to the south, anxiously waiting for her husband and the bulk of their troops to return, royalists in Cuzco impatiently waited for reinforcements from the north. Both sides sought to win the information and propaganda battles, placing spies and messengers, inflating their strength, and masking their intentions and anxieties. Contentious preparations. Panic spread in Cuzco because of alarming reports about rebel actions to the south and complacency, even incompetence, among the city's leaders. Bishop Moscoso chided the junta in Cuzco for its delays and divisions but worked closely with its members to prepare the city's defenses and to respond to Tupac Amaru. Sangarera had convinced them to forego any sort of attack and instead wait for troops from Lima and prepare for rebel incursions or even a siege of the city. The bishop persuaded district mayors, curators, and the city's well-to-do to donate to a defense fund while mayors and curators from nearby areas arrived with militias, usually about 200 strong. The corregidor of Abanqui, Manuel Villalta, became the city's military commander. Moscoso enlisted all of the city's students, as well as priests in militia companies. Villalta reportedly shed tears of joy and edification when he witnessed the priests marching in Cuzco's streets. In late December, the city council exonerated Indians who joined the royalists from the reparto and the sales tax, alcabala, two of the rebels' major grievances. 2. The city council and Bishop Moscoso did not limit their preparations to fundraising, military training, and last-minute reforms. One account described how the entire population of the city, led by Bishop Moscoso and Franciscan friars, united to wash away their sins in the fountain of penance and to take strength from the Holy Eucharist. The author declared that undoubtedly a spectacle has been offered to God that is capable of disarming his wrath, while the solemn fasting on November 2830 has placed this town in the humility that God demands, whereas before its immoderate haughtiness and excesses prompted his just indignation. Panic had reached the point where city dwellers viewed the uprising not as an unprecedented expression of Indian fury or of Tupac Amaru's bloodthirsty quest for retribution, but as divine wrath. 3. News of Arriaga's execution reached Lima on the 24th of November. Viceroy Jaggi called for an immediate emergency meeting with the General Inspector of the Army, Commander José del Valle, Visitado General José Antonio de Ariche, and members of the High Court or Audiencia. On the 28th, Commander Gabriel de Avalos left the city with 200 members of the Free Black, Pardos Libres, militia, with instructions to recruit soldiers along the long march to Cusco. Peru did not have a standing army and relied instead on militias. Avalos's troops had 400 muskets, 12,000 cartridges, and 500 sabers. At this point, the Viceroy believed that the rebels counted on 20,000 men. Days 4. Later, when the Viceroy learned about the Sangarera debacle, he sent an additional 400 soldiers as well as 6 cannons, 1,525 16-caliber muskets, 75 pistols, spears, lances, and other weapons. Mules and foot soldiers carried the load down the desert coast in the hottest days of the summer. They turned inland around Pisco and climbed the precipitous Andes. Summer in the Andes means warmer temperatures, a welcome respite for people used to the temperate coast, but also rain. The showers and mud made the marching miserable, particularly the climbing. Del Valle left Lima on the 20th of December with an additional 200 soldiers. These and other soldiers from the coast suffered terribly from sourish, or altitude sickness. Over millennia, Andean people have adapted with enlarged chests and increased lung capacities. However, people 5 from lower elevations begin to feel the flu-like symptoms at about 8,000 feet. The thinner, scientists prefer the term less dense, air contains less oxygen, causing people to tire quickly, run out of breath, and become nauseous. Many dehydrate as the altitude consumes more water vapor in the lungs. Some people can develop potentially fatal pulmonary or cerebral edemas. Rest relieves the symptoms, but these soldiers continued to march up and down steep mountains, the grim reports from Cusco adding to their haste. The route to Cusco includes passes that tower 14,000 feet above sea level. Cusco itself is at 10,500 feet, but most of the fighting took place in the south, much of it well over 12,000 feet above sea level. Bus drivers in the Andes routinely hand out coca leaves or medications that can alleviate the aches and nausea. Anyone who has flown to an Andean or other city over 10,000 feet above sea level knows that after an initial exhilaration, the traveler feels sluggish and has a pounding headache. Hydration and rest help greatly. The royalist soldiers did not have this option. Sourish would add to their miseries and impede their fighting in the coming battles. Well-armed battalions advance slowly in the Andes. The sheer western face that rises sharply only a few miles inland presented just the initial challenge. Horizontal ranges that run east-west saddle the inter-range valleys, rapidly breaking up any respite from climbing and descending. Even today, the roads between Nazca and Cusco feature almost non-stop hills and unnervingly steep turns. The Aviles expedition did not reach Cuzco until January 1, where they waited for the others. 6. The three expeditions had orders to recruit among the largely indigenous population between Lima and Cuzco. No commander provided numbers, but they had to rely on coercion and apparently had only middling success. Hundreds rather than thousands joined them. On the 11th of December, 1780, Arish wrote to one corregidor demanding that he pay suppliers the full amount and on time. He confidently predicted that many would volunteer and thus require supplies. His optimism proved unfounded. 7. Indians did not volunteer massively, and many of these indigenous soldiers deserted when the fighting began and conditions worsened. On December 7, Lima's city council abolished the reparto, believing it the major cause of the uprising, and ordered that corregidors receive a fixed salary, hoping that this would discourage them from exploiting locals. They criticized Cuzco for the divisions and indecisiveness that Bishop Moscoso reported, contending that the Andean city had been pusillanimous. At the same time, in Lima divisions emerged that would mark the royalist reaction to the uprising and policies well into the 19th century. Incensed that he had not been named to lead the expedition, Visitado Arish wrote fiery diatribes against the viceroy and del Valle to his ally in Madrid, the powerful José Galvez. He decried their incompetence and what he deemed the cowardice of the Lima population. To Arish's chagrin, few people in Lima volunteered to join the expedition to fight the rebels in Cuzco. This should not have been surprising. It was a 5-week journey over mountain passes that stretched 14,000 feet above sea level. Moreover, people understood that the pay would be minimal, conditions rugged, the combat brutal, the Andean population hostile, and the enemy relentless. In late December, Arish himself headed to Cuzco, intending to take over operations in this early stage. He failed and had to share responsibilities. Yet Arish never gave up in his attempt to undermine Viceroy Jaggi and Commander del Valle and to implement his preferred hardline policies against the rebels and the Andean people. The Southern campaigns. Arish teamed with Benito Matallanes in this struggle. Born in Madrid in 1752, Matallanes had been named to Lima's High Court in 1778 and was also Auditor of War. He and Arish belittled the Viceroy's efforts, demanding a greater reliance on fixed units and professional soldiers rather than local militias and volunteers. They presented the Creoles and corregidors who oversaw the militias as lazy and corrupt, and the lower classes who manned them as untrustworthy cowards. In the final months of 1780 and early 1781, Matallanes and Arish won this battle, at least on paper, as Madrid recognized the drawbacks of the militias. Nonetheless, Royalists did not have the time or resources to make this transition quickly. Matallanes joined Arish in peppering Madrid with letters and memos about the Viceroy's errors and the need for radical change in Peru. In the coming 2 years they succeeded in wresting decision-making from the Viceroy and his allies. 9 Going south. On the 22nd of November, 1780, Tupac Amaru left Tungasuka to shore up his support in the nearby towns of Pichigua, Yaray, and Copric, where the curaca Eugenio Sineuca had been proselytizing against him. He followed what was becoming standard procedure. his scouts searched for enemies and provisions, and he gave an impassioned speech from the church steps about his movement, announcing in Quechua to flabbergasted locals that a new day had arrived. Many listeners joined his movement. On the 25th, Tupac Amaru wrote a proclamation to the population of Lampa, a large town to the south near Lake Titicaca, announcing his campaign against bad government and abusive Spaniards and his commitment to Creoles. He boasted that he counted on 60,000 Indian supporters, as well as Creoles and people from outside the area. 10. In this initial foray to the south, Tupac Amaru failed to capture Jose Campino, the corregidor of Chumbivilcas, and also saw the royalist aka Eugenio Sineuca slip out of his hands. On the 27th of November, he heard disturbing news about an alliance among the corregidors of Azangaro, Chucuito, Carabaya, Lampa, and Puno, who were awaiting arms and soldieres from either Arequipa or La Paz. He worried that if the corregidors received this help and royalists attacked from Cusco, he could be trapped. This motivated him to continue his push south. He asked curadores in his core area to stall any troops mobilizing from Cusco while he was away, and instructed Maisila to disseminate an exaggerated image of their followers' numbers and resources in order to discourage such a royalist charge. He also told Maisila on the 26th of November that he would be back in 5 or 6 days. He was off by almost a month. 11. Tupac Amaru headed toward an area he knew well because of his trips to Potosi. He counted on important contacts and allies. His favorite author, Garcilaso de la Vega, perhaps inspired him. Book 2, which describes the idolatry of the Incas and the way in which they glimpsed our true God, chapters 19 and 20 of the Comentarios Reales, Royal Commentaries, describes in characteristically epic style how Loquiapanqui, the third Inca ruler, conquered the Caldao in the 13th century. Garcilaso portrays how Loquiapanqui tamed their wicked women and instructed them to follow a single god, the sun. We can imagine José Gabriel reading these lines from chapter 20 with glee, perhaps understanding them as a premonition. The people of Chucuito, near Lake Titicaca, though they were powerful and their ancestors had subjected some neighboring tribes, did not wish to resist the Inca. They replied on the contrary that they would obey him with love and goodwill as a child of the sun, to whose clemency and mercy they were attached and whose benefits they desired to enjoy by becoming his subjects. It should be remembered 12. That José Gabriel considered himself El Inca. The Royal Commentaries tells multiple tales of Incas based in Cusco triumphantly imposing order in the Caldao. José Gabriel looked to the Caldao with the confit 13. Enthusiasm of someone who knew the region well. In contrast, when pursuing rebel forces there half a year later, the Spanish would view the region with dread and even disgust. In reality, Tupac Amaru's objective, the 5 corregidors, did not pose a serious threat to Tupac Amaru and were themselves vulnerable. The reinforcements and funds they expected from Arequipa, La Paz, or Lima never arrived, while much of the Spanish-speaking and more affluent local population in the Titicaca area fled. Moreover, as rumors of hordes attacking from the north circulated, the Indian masses increasingly abandoned their customary deference and flaunted their rebel sympathies. The corregidors felt besieged, they knew their lives were in danger. In Late 1780, they strove to hold out against the rebels and save their own lives. Although recriminations about the corregidors' inability to hold the South continued for more and years, they tried. Desperation seems the best term to describe their efforts. When he learned about the uprising, Don Miguel de Urbiola, the Carabea corregidor, instructed parish priests to prepare with penance and public processions and had his assistants organize the defense of towns such as Crucero and Sandia. He himself supposedly walked 22 leagues, about 60 miles. A league was often measured by how far a person could walk in an hour, in a single day, to provide Spaniards and Indians with guns and spears that he paid for himself. Nonetheless, rebels eventually burned down much of Carabea. On the 14th of November, the Azangaro corregidor instructed his Caun 14 to part in Lampa to organize troops and to hold the line, because other provinces were bereft of weapons. 15 Puno's corregidor, Joaquin de Orellana, left a detailed account of his frantic efforts to defend the Caldao. In November 1780, reacting to the call by another corregidor to drown out this fire before it spreads and resist with everything, he proceeded to Lampa with his minuscule militia of 166 men. Orellana was then ordered to Ivory, where rebels almost trapped him and he lost his guns and gunpowder. To his dismay, he then was called on to help much of Puno's population evacuate. He had hoped Lake Titicaca's largest city would be a royalist stronghold. He had no confidence in the local militias and labeled authorities in Cuzco, La Paz, and Arequipa indolent for not sending aid of any kind. Orellana remained active throughout 1781. Authorities in Cuzco, in turn, Criti 16, sized the corregidors for having fled so quickly from the rebels. 17. After attacking the mining town of Caloma in late November, where officials managed to flee with large quantities of money and silver just before the rebels arrived, the Tupac Amaru forces crossed the glacier-covered mountains of La Re, over 14,000 feet above sea level, the towering dividing line between Cuzco and Puno. Reports of his troop size ranged from 10,000 to 60,000. The rebels 18 understood that ahead of them, in the Titicaca Basin and into the Collao, Indians vastly outnumbered Europeans, Creoles, and mestizos, and that desertions and fear had already crippled the colonial militias. They also knew that the area's sheep and cattle ranches provided easy prey for meals. The ranchers could flee to Arequipa or elsewhere but could not take their livestock with them. The insurgents entered the town of Santa Rosa, where Corregidor Urbiola had patched together a militia with up to 2,000 troops. It quickly folded, however, its members fleeing or passing over to the rebels, and Urbiola himself barely escaped. On December 4, the rebels passed into the viceroyalty of Rio de la Plata, entering the small town of Macara. That same day, the corregidors of Chucuito, Lampa, Azangaro, Puno, and Carabea met in Vicente Ordevilla's house in Lampa. Colonel Pedro de la Vallena brought frightening news. He had been imprisoned in Tungasuka but had convinced the rebels that he was a Lima Creole, not a Spaniard, married to the granddaughter of Don Diego Choquehuanca, the curator of Azangaro whom the rebels hoped to enlist. All of this was false. Before releasing him, Túpac Amaru had told Valina that he had upwards of 30,000 Indians and that Cusco would be his. Val 19. Lena demanded that the corregidors prepare what could be a final defense of the Titicaca area. Túpac Amaru had fueled the corregidors' fear by writing letters that he made sure they intercepted, which greatly inflated his troop numbers. This group of corregidors proved unable to defeat the rebels in battle. They lamented the absence of help from La Paz or Arequipa and recognized that they lacked sufficient weapons and soldiers, and critics would contend courage to hold the line. The corregidors probably regretted their one deed that December day. Weeks before, Royalists had captured Túpac Amaru's nephew, Simon Nogueira, in the Quick Hacienda near Santa Rosa and taken him to Lampa on the 24th of November. The 20-year-old had been sent ahead of Túpac Amaru's troops to scout the area. The corregidors oversaw his execution after their junta on December 4. Misila Bastidas, reportedly 21, burst into tears when she learned of his death. Túpac Amaru vowed revenge. Túpac Amaru sent troops to the hacienda where Nogueira had been captured while another grow-up set out for Lampa. The corregidors fled, and deserters bolstered the rebel forces. At this point, people massively abandoned the towns in the plateau northeast of Lake Titicaca, many heading for Arequipa. Túpac Amaru and his troops entered Ivory on December 6 to great fanfare. Priests met them formally, with the customary canopy and ceremony, and Túpac Amaru gave a speech, seeking recruits and reassuring Creoles and mestizos. He was upset to learn that the priests of Santa Rosa, Miguel Martinez, and Oruro, Juan Bautista Moran, had offered an award for him, dead or alive 22. One petrified and anonymous observer of Túpac Amaru's triumphant entrance into Ivory declaimed, "The enemy is on top of us, having taken the towns of Macari, Santa Rosa, Ivory, and Pucara. We don't have the people, arms, or ammunition to challenge them." People fled 23. With only the clothes on their back, and the chaos and fear disrupted the harvest and distribution of food. Hunger began to take its toll, particularly on older people and children. Confident and motivated by 24. The quest for revenge, the rebels nearly captured the 5 corregidors. They burned jails, named new local judges and curators, and confirmed the abolition of the mita, the reparto, and customs houses. Requiring a massive amount of food, the rebels relied on the region's livestock: sheep, cattle, and alpaca. Royalists presented these expropriations as the main incentive for the Indian masses. Not only were they fooled by the leadership, but their propensity toward theft helped seduce them, as they found it easy pickings to ransack ranches, estancias, and estates. They've ruined many. In the Coldau, some days they consumed over 4,000 sheep. One official from Lampa calculated that the rebels 25 slaughtered 63,000 sheep and 1,600 cows, and consumed the entire harvest of corn, potatoes, and other produce. Tens of thousands of soldiers on the move almost every day at 26. Massive amounts of stew. The rebels could do as much damage with their stomachs as with their weapons. At this point, early December 1780, Túpac Amaru had a good idea of his strengths. He understood that unless discouraged or even coerced by their curators, most Indians supported his call for an end to Spanish mistreatment. Túpac Amaru promised a new, more just world, and he and his tens of thousands of followers easily toppled colonial forces. Indigenous in the Titicaca Basin supported the project and believed that he, or they, could succeed. Although Tupac Amaru did not know what to expect from the Spanish, he knew they would attack, but not from where or when. He understood that his growing mass of soldiers represented a serious threat in open battle. He recognized that they had the advantage in mobility, and could employ hit-and-run or guerrilla tactics, a term that would not be invented until the Napoleonic invasion of Iberia in 1807. With great success, Diego Choquehuanca, a curator from Azangaro who came from a distinguished family, initially provided the royalists a bit of good news. Amidst the gloom of the rebels' seemingly unstoppable advance in the Titicaca area. In November 1780, Tupac Amaru had written this elderly patriarch, estimates of his age range from 70 to 90, several letters, explaining his efforts and requesting his support. Choquehuanca immediately informed the Lampa and Carabaya corregidors, and within days had written several more corregidors as well as the city council and Bishop of La Paz, pledging his opposition to the rebellion. He instructed his sons, Joseph, a colonel in the militia, and Gregorio, a priest, to shore up Azangaro's defenses. Furious about Choquehuanca's Reject 27 and believing that he had participated in the execution of Simon Noguera, Tupac Amaru went after the Choquehuanca family and their numerous estates with unusual vehemence. Although Diego Choquehuanca managed to flee to Arequipa, his family paid a heavy toll. Rebels killed another son, a daughter, 3 cousins, and 1 grandson, and razed their estates. 28. Choquehuanca was not alone. The southern curators spurned Tupac Amaru. In the words of David Garrett, the caciqual elite of the Titicaca Basin remained resolutely loyal. As news of Sangarera reached Lampa, the province's curators arrived in its capital with armies of tributaries to defend the crown. In the midst of the royalist nightmare of late 29 November and early December, when Arequipa and La Paz failed to send reinforcements and corregidors fled alongside thousands of desperate people, curators provided promising bits of good news. They remained loyal, particularly those with aristocratic pretensions, rejecting Tupac Amaru's calls for an Inca utopia. This decision would prove fundamental for royalist success not only in the south but also in the Sacred Valley north of Cuzco. In fact, as we will see, another curator, Mateo Pumacahua, was at this very time halting rebel advances in Porcatambo and the Sacred Valley. Tupac Amaru reached Lampa on December 9, greeted by Indians and a few vecinos, non-Indians. According to the 19th century English geographer Clements Markham, the Inca entered Azangaro in triumph. He rode a white horse with splendidly embroidered trappings, armed with sword and pistols, and dressed in blue velvet, richly embroidered with gold. He had on a 3-cornered hat, and an uncure mantle in the shape of a bishop's rochet, with a gold chain around his neck, from which a large golden sun was suspended. His speech in 30, interrupted by celebratory musket blasts, Tupac Amaru insisted that he sought to end the reparto and other impositions suffered by Indians. 31. His troops burned the jail and city hall, ransacked other buildings, and rummaged through the haciendas, textile mills, and mines of the affluent. 32. Túpac Amaru wanted to sleep. They had trekked over Nig. Height from Ivory to Lampa, but his aides warned him, he who has enemies can't sleep. They set up their tents in a safe position outside of town, where he rested. Throughout the uprising, Túpac Amaru accompanied his sole 33 dyers, although surrounded by his entourage. Unlike the majority of the rebels, however, he moved on horseback and slept in a tent. One priest, while acknowledging the deep fear that the rebel leader prompted, noted that he was dressed like a gentleman with elegant clothing. The 34 priest testified that the rebels ransacked the church and took everything they could find from the homes of the town's Spaniards, with the pretext of a search for weapons. Lampa had a considerable population of affluent merchants, who before fleeing had left some of their valuables in the church. The rebels expropriated these goods. They committed UN 35 thinkable damage in haciendas and stole all the livestock they could. The priest lamented that Indians insulted vecinos and refused to pay the fees on which clerics relied. He deemed this abandonment of the status quo, in which Indians had to show deference to priests, mestizos, and Europeans, the eve of the end of the universe. 36. The testimony of 2 Indians captured in December provides insight into the rebel followers. The loyalist mayor of Carabaco, on the northern side of Lake Titicaca, today part of Bolivia, had found them with straw crosses in their hats, the rebel emblem. Diego Choquehuanca took their testimony in Quechua. Pascual Gutierrez Sunco, described as an Indian from the town of Nuno, Lampa, told Choquehuanca that Indian and Spanish rebels wore the cross and were instructed to kill all Chapetones, a derogatory term for Spaniard. The rebels understood that there were 2 types of Spaniards, those who could be recruited and the enemy Chapetones. Gutierrez Sunco explained that non-Indian rebels used paper crosses in their hats while Indians employed straw. He had heard that the Inca, Tupac Amaru, was on his way to conquer Buenos Aires to be crowned and that he would extinguish all corregidors. He claimed that some Indians joined of their own free will and others because of death threats from their chiefs or mandans. Gutierrez Sunco had witnessed Tupac Amaru redistribute goods taken from estates and was awed by the infinity of Indians who were following the rebel leader. 37. Manuel Chuquipita, arrested with Gutierrez Sunco, added that the Indians in the Caldao, and the young and the Spaniards had given Tupac Amaru their full obedience and all are in unison in their support, wearing the cross in their mantra, the indigenous headwear. We were instructed to wear this rather than other types of hats as well as uncas or a tunic and a sling across our chests. Tupac Amaru had requested that his troops use the cross to distinguish themselves and preferred indigenous clothing rather than European. Chuquipita pointed out that the rebel leader had exonerated Indians from the December semester head tax. The Darku 38 Ment does not note the 2 Indians' fate, but they were presumably executed. Mysila and Tomasa. Tupac Amaru stayed in Lampa for 3 days, deciding where to continue. He was tempted to push on to Upper Peru and align with rebels there. He also considered attacking Arequipa or sieging nearby Puno. Numerous letters from Mysila, however, persuaded him to return. In fact, Throughout the uprising, she proved to be highly persuasive. On December 39, 6, she chided him for moving very slowly, touring around from town to town. I am losing my patience with all of this, and I'm capable of turning myself over to the enemy so that they take my life, because I see that you do not take this grave matter seriously, endangering all of our lives. One royalist observer described her role with repugnance and amazement she filled in for her husband in Tungasuka, overseeing the expeditions and even mounting a horse to recruit in Chumbivilcas, where she sent repeated orders, with audacity and unique intrepidation, authorizing the edicts with her signature and going so far as to begin a plan of invading Cusco herself, in charge of the troops, which she would have done if Tupac Amaru hadn't written about his victorious return from the south. She thus decided to wait for him. 41. Their correspondence in December is among the most touching documentation of the rebellion. They expressed great affection, referring to each other with names such as Micah and Chepe, from Mysila and Pepe, the classic nickname for Jose, and as my daughter and my son. These letters combine affectionate banter and Mysila's demands that he stop dilly-dallying and return. On the 10th of December, she chided him for having paid little attention to my letters and for putting her life in danger. Placing her on the bull's horns is her metaphor. Authors have used these 42 to cast her as the henpecking wife who also happened to be a smart, efficient commander. The latter point is true. Jose Gabriel and Mysila demonstrated how much they loved each other not only through terms of endearment but also with recommendations for the other's safety. In a brief note on the 23rd of November which came with 600 pesos, some alcohol for the troops, and correspondence, Mysila ordered him to make sure that he only ate food prepared by his most trusted comrades. She worried that he would be poisoned. On the 8th of December, 1943, he sent a letter, in Spanish, the language of all their correspondence, instructing her what to do if the Spanish troops attacked from Cusco. This clearly worried both of them. His elaborate plan called for her to go to the town of Langui, where their sons Fernando and Mariano were. If necessary, she could go to the nearby hills of Chicameo, which they considered impenetrable, but rebel troops could stay in Langui and nearby Leo. While noting that this was unlikely as their forces controlled the mountains and peaks that separated Tungasuka from Cusco and could use boulders and slings to pick off the enemy, he encouraged her to speak with curators of 9 towns to be prepared to take to the hills and prepare a counterattack. He instructed her to proceed to Langui if a Spanish attack occurred, under the pretext of recruiting more soldiers, but to make sure to shackle the prisoners well, or to even poison them, and then we wouldn't have to worry. Túpac Amaru closed by reminding her that 44. He had requested some cannons and that she should keep a handful of soldiers in Tungasuka even if she and the bulk of their troops abandoned it. The correspondence to and from Mysila Bastidas highlights her capacity as a commander. She received reports from towns and sent spies to check on others and the roads to Cusco, instructed her followers to protect livestock, Creoles, and priests, trekked to Chumbivilcas to recruit soldiers, watched over the troops to prevent desertions, and tapped various sources to make sure that they could feed and pay soldiers. Bishop Moscoso complained that her measures seduced towns, citing the wretched news from Katka, Porcartambo, wherein Defiance had destroyed several estates and plundered all the livestock and towns near the sacred valley where rebels had attacked haciendas and bridges. She 45. Kept a tight rein in Tungasuka, but also celebrated victories and made plans for the future. According to one account, when she got news of the king's troops dying, she got very happy and handed out silver or clothes to whoever brought the information. She advised the Indians to get strong, insisting that even if some of them died, the benefits would be for them and their children. She warned them that authorities in Cuzco wanted to trick them with a pardon, while they would really barricade the rebels in the main plaza and slaughter or burn them until no one was left alive. She notified the Indians that if she and her husband were defeated, they should put Spaniards, men and women, and priests in a house and set it on fire. The last sentence should be read warily. The testimony 46 was from a Creole detained in rebel camp, Manuel Galagillos, who wanted to stress the danger he faced in Tunguskua. Yet he closed by noting, "I saw more rebelliousness in my Sila than her husband, more arrogance and haughtiness, to the point that she was to be feared more than her husband." He had little to gain by underlining her strength and spur 47. In fact, no one disagreed and many echoed this description of Maisila as a dedicated and fearsome leader. Her primary concern in late November and early December was that Royalists would push through and attack Tungasuka while Tupac Amaru was in the south. She sought information from her informants and retrieved contradictory intelligence. One spy in Quiquijana reported that, although a few Indians had betrayed the rebels, Spaniards were not advancing south. Yet Marcos Torre wrote from Acomeo on the following day, the 15th of December, that the towns of Puruo, Aca, and Pilapinto supported the Royalists and would soon attack the rebels' first line of defense, Acas and Acomeo. He suggested she send troops to attack the Royalist rearguard in Livitaca and requested arms. "We don't have a single musket." That same day Thomas Quaker reported from Pamacanchi, where 48. The rebels had ransacked the textile mill a month earlier, that he couldn't feed the troops and they were crossing over to the Royalists' Antioble cuirassiers and mares were giving them plenty to eat. The ability to 49. Feed the troops proved crucial for both sides, aiding recruitment and deterring desertions. Maisila Bastidas wrote that very day to her husband that there is news that they, Royalist troops, have left Cuzco, the vanguard is in Urcos and they also want to attack us from Puruo. This 50 proved to be false, but she and others were worried. Her private correspondence took on the schizophrenic nature of any commander, panic about being overrun mixed with confidence that they would soon control the southern part of Peru and the northwest of the Rio de la Plata. Viceroyalty. On the 15th of December, she instructed her followers to send more troops, while boasting that everything had gone well. Mayor Felicidad, so far and we have in our favor the provinces of Urubamba, 8 parishes of Cuzco, Porcatambo, Quipicanchi, Puruo, Tinta, Lampa, Azangaro, Carabea, Pacacala, the city of Chucuito, and others. In a December the 6th letter, she outlined her efforts to recruit more 51 people and little by little encircle Cuzco, which is well guarded as I noted in my previous letter. Here she chided her husband for taking his time, walking with lead feet, and fretted that Indians were returning to the hills as they ran out of livestock. She exuded confidence and 52. Concern. Tomasa Condemnata, the curator of Acus, was the other important female rebel leader. She had received the Curaçao as a birthright in a town not far from Surimana, where Túpac Amaru held his. Born around 1740, she presumably knew Túpac Amaru as a child. In the initial days of the rebellion, rebels threatened to kill her, believing her a royalist. Due to her Creole husband, she sent her husband and 3 children to Cusco and committed to the rebellion. She watched over Acus, Provid 53. In troops and provisions and directing skirmishes against the royalists. Early in the uprising, on the 12th of November, noting Indians' inclination to steal sheep and commit excesses with Creoles, she requested that Túpac Amaru send someone to impose order. She shared with 54. Mysila. Bastidas the frustration with Túpac Amaru's extended sojourn. On the 30th of November, she wrote Túpac Amaru wondering where he was. On December the 9th, she expressed her concerns to Mysila, royalists could come, hand a venia, and surround us from all over, Quiquijana, and the hills. They know that the Inca is away, and if we are not careful, they will ambush us. I have been very pained by Don José's tardiness. Let's hope God brings him back safely and as soon as possible. In another note 55. Probably from the same day, she described the pressures she faced from a possible royalist attack as well as from those within the rebel camp who doubted her because of her gender. I am so unfortunate, desfavorecida, for being a woman. Her fate became entwined with that of the 256 rebel leaders she followed faithfully. 55 miles separated Mysila and Bishop Moscoso. They both complained about the lack of news due to the turmoil and the great danger messengers faced, and waited for, if not their saviors, at least their military superiors, Túpac Amaru in the case of Mysila, and Visitado Arish and Commander Del Valle in that of the bishop. Moscoso lamented that he could not find out anything about Túpac Amaru's southern campaign due to the confusing chaos. He bitterly noted that the rebels controlled the Vilcanota Valley, the throat of the viceroyalty, but also boasted of his own work. He planted spies in and around Cusco and sent troops to counter the rebels in Yucatambo. In letters to Lima, he underlined the effectiveness of the excommunication and the important information he received from priests and their assistants that he had kept in rebel territory. The bishop also described royalist efforts and 57. Even victories in areas to the north and east of the city, the Sacred Valley and Porcatambo essentially, and recruitment success just southwest of Cusco and Puruo, thus bordering on the rebel base. These sections of his detailed letters to the Viceroy and to the Visitado in mid-December were not hyperbolic bits of inflated good news that sought to whitewash the generally miserable situation in the south. The royalists had made important inroads in the north, and the dividing line between the rebel south and the royalist north, which ran roughly east to west somewhere in between Tungasuka and Cusco, would mark the rebellion and its repression until the very end. This helps explain Bastidas' and Moscoso's anxiety. Each knew that the enemy's base was a single day's ride away. Both sides took extraordinary measures to get letters and notes past enemy sentinels and to monitor the other side's activities. Noting frequent ambushes and interceptions, Bishop Moscoso relied on the priest of Ivory to carry messages to the south, assuming that a cleric would not be searched as thoroughly. 58 December the 7th letter from Mysila based Idas to 2 curakers in the town of Maras never made it to them. Authorities captured Ramo N. Gutierrez with the letter. He told a 59 rich story at his trial. A 30-year-old field worker, Labrador, from Urubamba in the Sacred Valley, he had been working in Porcatambo, but Indians from the town of Coro took him to greet Tupac Amaru in Tungasuka. They were disappointed to learn that the Inca was in the south, in Lampa, but Mysila-based Idas thanked them for their support and asked Gutierrez to take the letter. She hid it, written on coarse cloth by a tall man with an elegant sleeveless coat, presumably one of the European prisoners, in the lining of his bag or chuspa, instructing him to take back roads to Maras and not to go near Cusco. She told him to tell the Indians not to worry, that her husband sought only to get rid of Corregidors and to destroy Abrages. The Coro Indians stayed behind. Guards at the Urcos Bridge searched him superficially and didn't find the letter. Nonetheless, they made him pay a bribe of 4 reales to pass the bridge. He couldn't find the curator to whom the letter was addressed, Lucas Núñez de la Torre, a very Spanish name, and gave it to the authorities' daughter. She found her father and he quickly had Gutierrez arrested and sent to Cusco. The prosecutors in Cusco tried to get more information from him about why Túpac Amaru was in Lampa and who was with the rebels in Tungasuka, but he did not have anything valuable. They gave him the death sentence and rejected his appeal. Although the trial ends with the sentence, He was presumably hanged as an emissary of Túpac Amaru. 60 The Northern Front. While greatly concerned about Túpac Amaru's advances in the south and frustrated by the lack of information, Bishop Moscoso commented with cautious satisfaction about events in Porcatambo and the Sacred Valley. In December, José Gabriel's cousin, Diego Cristobal Túpac Amaru, led about 6,000 followers into the region, Cusco's breadibasket, actual corn, and in Porcatambo, coca. They sought to separate the city from this important agricultural area and eventually approach it from the Sacred Valley, creating a pincer movement in tandem with Túpac Amaru. Entering from the south, the rebels recruited in the high towns of Okangate, Keiki and Katka and then approached Pisac along the Vilcanota River. The royalists understood the significance of a rebel intrusion into a productive region bordering Cusco. Commanders particularly worried that if the rebels proceeded to Abanqui, they could cut Cusco off from Lima. On December 8, Cusco sent troops to Porcatambo, led by Lorenzo Perez Lecuga and Francisco Celorio. The former was a veteran of Spain's wars in Italy. On the 20th of December, aided by the curator of 61, Chinchero, Mateo Pumacahua, and his soldiers, royalists defeated Diego Cristobal's forces near the Pisac Bridge. One priest counted 120 dead rebels as well as many washed away by the Vilcanota River. The Royal 62 ists slaughtered everyone they captured. The rebels took refuge in Calca and, according to several accounts, committed numerous atrocities, killing everyone who had a shirt, raping attractive women and then killing them, and even raping the dead. Witnesses also accused the rebels of murdering children and profaning the Calca church. The Killing 63. All with shirts reference means that the rebels attacked all Europeans, broadly defined as those who wore shirts, that is, Western dress. Pumakahua, 1740 1815, rose to the top of the royalist military command, recruiting thousands of Indians whom he commanded in numerous victories. For generations his family had held the curaca office in Chinchero, a town built on a prominent Inca site on the peaks that separate Cuzco and the Sacred Valley, renowned today for its dual Inca colonial architecture. While he never clarified the reasons why he opposed Tupac Amaru so vehemently, he presumably saw the Tungasuka rebel leader as a lowly curaca with less prestige and capital than those of the Sacred Valley and towns such as Chinchero. Just like the rebels they confronted. 64. Pumakahua's indigenous soldiers knew the terrain well, moved great distances quickly, and employed hit-and-run tactics. Pumakahua proved to be an invaluable ally to the royalists. Bishop Moscoso explained, once, this highly faithful, Fidelissimo, Indian knew about the wretched insurrection of Tupac Amaru. He charged through towns, executing with a knife those who wouldn't join him, burning their houses. He armed his people and after inspiring them defended all of Chinchero and the Calca Wailas district. On the 23rd of December, 1780, Pumakahua's forces attacked 65. The rebels in Calca, killing hundreds and executing almost everyone they captured. Cuzco's city council labeled this bloody defeat of the insurgents a turning point, a glorious triumph. The victory raised morale among troops and civilians and weakened the rebels. The city council's account claimed that the wretched events in Calca, the rebel atrocities, showed that Tupac Amaru's intention was to exterminate all Spanish and mestizo people, and so those people who might have followed him stopped doing so, comforted by our union. The widely reported events in Calca al 66 led royalists to cast the rebels as bloodthirsty savages who would eventually pursue all non-Indians. Royalists used this to drive a wedge into the rebel coalition and to justify their own violence. Battles took place even closer to Cuzco, increasing the anxiety of city residents. On the 21st of December, rebels confronted the royalists on the Chita Pampa about 10 miles northeast of the city, toward the Sacred Valley. A battalion led by Francisco Lezaquilla defeated them. Lezaquilla returned to Cuzco with 25 prisoners and 4 leaders' heads on pikes, parading them around the main plaza. One account called this very opportune, as the common people had never seen this and it encouraged the entire city. Authorities hanged many of he prisoners. 67-68. At this point, reinforcements from Anta and Abanki aided the royalists, boosting city residents' spirits. Moscoso underlined the importance of this victory in a town, Chita Pampa, so close to Cuzco that it forms the outskirts today, believing that Indians in the suburban towns sympathized with the insurgents. He also recognized several other aspects that made the defeat of the rebels so important. Diego Cristobal had to retrench in the hills above the Sacred Valley, abandoning his plan to encircle the city of Cuzco from the north. Bishop Moscoso stressed the need to protect the Apurimac Bridge, near the town of Mollepata well to the east of Cuzco, and the Calca Bridge and others that crossed the Urubamba River in the Sacred Valley. December is the high point of the rainy season, and the gushing Apurimac and Urubamba rivers pushed through narrow gorges. The bridges, many of them dating from the Inca period, offered the only way across in the rainy season. Bishop Moscoso worried that if the rebels managed to take the bridges, they would proceed to the north, isolating Cuzco. Moreover, troops from Lima would have to take a longer route, and their highly awaited arrival would be delayed. As one defender of Bishop Moscoso put it, if Calca and Yuki were lost, the rebels would have lots of grain and other food from the haciendas of that area. If they hold up in Huaycabamba, 4 families could make that narrow passage impenetrable. Moscoso also appreciated the support of northern 69 towns, particularly Anta and Abanqui, that provided large, disciplined battalions led by curadores. Building on this defeat of Diego Cristobal Tupac Amaru, royalists impeded any sort of rebel northern front. 70. Violence. The events in the Sacred Valley and the hills above it mark a change in the use and understanding of violence by both sides. Although sources are thin and one-sided, we do not have rebel accounts, each side slaughtered the other and desecrated cadavers. The rebels raped cadavers and the royalists paraded heads on pikes. Neither took prisoners. In the initial weeks of the uprising, in contrast, rebels stormed into a town and ransacked estates and mills, but did not pursue all Europeans or kill most prisoners. Tupac Amaru and Mysila Bastidas sought to prevent widespread violence, and many people near the rebel center believed they could remain neutral. By the middle of December, however, each side believed that the other sought to exterminate and thus matched brutality with brutality. To use an important term in the study of war and violence, restraints diminished or even disappeared. Neutrality was increasingly difficult. 71. The change can be explained partially by the passing of time and the extension of the rebellion. Violence begets violence, and Pumacahuas troops believed they were taking revenge for rebel atrocities. The rebels probably had a similar justification or motivation. Furthermore, rebel exulance increased or hardened as the uprising expanded geographically. Miles away, Tupac Amaru, Mysila Bastidas, or other commanders had little power to impede the distant rebels from slaying anyone of European descent or culture, often in brutal fashion. As will be seen, the worst rebel atrocities took place when no major rebel commander was present. Yet, the cruelty in late 1780 was not just a reflection of deepening hatred and an expanding uprising, it also revealed a broadening ideological divide between the two enemies. Each side defined the other as a vile nemesis who needed to be exterminated. As historian Jan Semensky showed, rebels cast the Spaniards as bad or evil Christians, whose actions placed them outside the church, and who thus deserved a brutal death. At the same time, insurgents broadened the definition of puca conquers, thus unleashing violence against anyone with European dress, the Spanish language, or other Western cultural attributes. Whereas Tupac Amaru and Mysila Bastidas differentiated between good and bad Spaniards, more radical insurgents considered everyone of European descent or culture as evil and thus a justifiable victim of violence. CE. 72. Similarly, the burning of the Sangarera Church and Tupac Amaru's Excommunication allowed royalists to paint the rebels as non-Christians or heretics. This validated cruel treatment such as that of Pumacahua toward the victims of the Calca massacre. The Chinchero Curaca treated all rebels as heathen excomulgados, and claimed that some of his Indian followers, despite the cold and their hunger, would not touch the rebels' clothing or food. In reality, the broadening of the definition of rebels 73, or the enemy, as virtually any Indian who did not fight under a royalist curaca came not only from the exclusion of the rebel leaders from the church but from the events of late 1780, the miserable news coming from the Vilcanota Valley, the Coldau, and the Sacred Valley. If Indians sought to rid the viceroyalty of people of European descent, royalists responded that they, in turn, needed to attack all Indians. Divisions widened and brutal tactics became the norm. Violence escalated in 1780. The following year, 1781, would be worse. Terror in Cuzco. Tupac Amaru terrified Cuzco's European population. A report from the Royalists' headquarters in Cuzco, Quartel General, to Lima from December 22 complained that the rebels had cut off all communication and that the city knew nothing about events stretching from Tungasuka into the Coldau. They had not seen any correspondence from Tupac Amaru in over 20 days and, they correctly noted, Misila-based Idas seemed to be in charge of the rebel base. The writer worried that Tupac Amaru might be in Chianta, where the Qatari brothers led a violent uprising, reaching an agreement with the Qataristas or infesting those provinces and lighting the flame of rebellion throughout the kingdom. The writer noted that Indians were better at trickery than open battle, devemos to mamas sus Enganos que sus fuerzas por la guerra, which can be interpreted as a jab at Indians' mental capabilities or recognition of their guerrilla tactics. The writer acknowledged that they were so uninformed about the rebels' whereabouts that he could even be in Cuzco, planning an attack. Resid 74. Ents of Cuzco felt surrounded. A few days later, however, just before Christmas, they learned that Tupac Amaru had returned to Tungasuka. City residents prepared for his attack. The usually optimistic Bishop Moscoso gave several reasons for additional concern. Jose Andaya, an accountant with the city's royal treasury, had absconded with a great deal of money and prominent figures, such as the Archdeacon Ximenes Villalva, and another priest had fled the city. The bishop also complained about rebel spies operating in the city. 75. In the rebel camp, Tupac Amaru boasted about his successful trip to the south. He had gained supporters and provisions, what the Spanish deemed booty. After a month of uncertainty, when only ghastly rumors reached 76, Cuzco and both sides suffered from the near impossibility of getting their messages and spies through the corridor between Cuzco and Puno, the situation became much clearer. Tupac Amaru and Misila-based Idas were about to lead an attack on the city of Cuzco. 5. The Siege of Cuzco. Colonial Cuzco possessed all the signature elements of Spanish urbanism: a majestic cathedral, a spacious municipality, checkerboard design, elegant housing for the powerful, and prominent shops. And this was just the main plaza. The Spanish built their city on top of the Inca capital, believing that Catholic churches put the Incas' sites of heresy. to shame and that their palaces outdid those of the Inca rulers. Their sons, almost always Indians, added brick or adobe walls and elaborate roofs to pre-existing Inca buildings or build more European-looking structures from the ground up. In the 18th century as well as today, astounding monuments from both cultures stood side by side. Inca walls. Mass blocks of granite crafted to fit together snugly without any type of caulking, lined streets and alleyways. 1. From some perspectives, Inca and Spanish architecture meshed together nicely, highlighting the imperial vision and technical skills of both. For example, both the Inca fortress that towers above the city and the imposing Jesuit church, La Compañía, receive awed compliments from visitors past and present. From other viewpoints, however, these two styles clashed glaringly, bringing to light opposing aesthetics, simple stone versus intricate Baroque, and the brutal power struggles behind the architecture. This ambiguous duality served as a metaphor for social and political relations. In the colonial period, Cuzco could seem like a flourishing bilingual and bicultural center where people knew and accepted their place and Spanish rule thrived. In other moments or from other points of view, the strains of colonialism and its cornerstone in the Andes, the oppression of the Indian masses, surged to the surface and tensions spread. December 1780 was such a time. The Incas built Cuzco, or Cosco, alongside the Huatenay River, in a bowl surrounded on three sides by steep hills and ravines, which opens to the southeast toward the sacred Orzongate Glacier and Tupac Amaru's Vilcanota Valley. In late 1780, Cuzco was both a Spanish and Inca center. It was Peru's second city, with a population of 30,000 people, compared to Lima's 50,000. The upper classes consisted of descendants of the conquistadors but also those of different waves of Spanish immigrants. But it was still also an Inca city. Quechua was as common as Spanish, even many members of the upper classes who flaunted their European lineage spoke the Inca language. Quechua-speaking Indigenous and mestizos constituted 3/4 of the city's population and at any time Cuzco also hosted thousands of campesinos bringing their wares to sell or seeking short-term employment. Indians throughout Peru venerated Cuzco, seeing it as the Inca capital. Here, in the final days of 1780, the city's population believed that the long-awaited attack by Tupac Amaru, dreaded by some, anxiously awaited by others, was at hand. Everyone understood the importance of Cuzco. 2. Tupac Amaru's return to Tungasuka in mid-December signaled that such an attack on the city of Cuzco was imminent. Misila-based Idas and other rebel leaders understood his southern sojourn as a delay, a loss of valuable time. City residents, in contrast, had hoped that he would be defeated in the Caldao or that he would extend his campaign into La Paz and Potosi rather than Peru's second city, less than 60 miles from his base. They wanted him away from the city of Cuzco for as long as possible. While his expedition gave the city's residents a month to fortify their defenses, it also provided time for rumors and anxiety to spread. Well-to-do city residents despaired that Indian barbarians, as they saw the rebels, would pillage and rape or that the insurgents would siege the city for months, depriving them of food and water. They looked nervously at the Indians and mestizos who constituted the city's majority. Would the lower ranks join the rebels, supporting the incursion, and perhaps looting and wreaking havoc. They also wondered whether their neighbors would flee the city or surrender quickly. The city's upper crust, authorities, and many more dreaded the arrival of the insurgents. Preparations. The War Council in Cusco recognized on the 23rd of December that he wants to invade this city and prepared for an attack. By this point, he or three, the rebel referred to Tupac Amaru. The council could keep track of events in the nearby Vilcanota Valley much more easily than in the distant Caldao. On the 24th of December, it informed Viceroy Jaggi that a cleric who had been in Tinta told them that Tupac Amaru planned to attack around Christmas. He also reported the grim news that the rebel leader had been well received in Lampa and Azangaro, whose corregidors and white citizens, vecinos blancos, have fled to Chucuito. The city council and the War Council set up headquarters in what had been the Jesuit college on the corner of the Plaza de Armas until this order's expulsion. In 1767, they organized patrols, especially at night, and formed 6 militia companies. Fearing that the iniquitous traitor hoped to recruit its members, they kept a close eye on the company made up of noble Indians. Authorities purchased or requisitioned weapons and ammunition, and commanded people to place rocks on their balconies to hurl at rebels. Priests used church towers as sentinel posts. Bishop Moscoso instruct 5. The Dominican priests of Santo Domingo to defend the Santa Catalina convent if he rang the main bell of the cathedral 5 times. He deemed an attack certain but admitted that he did not know the rebels' exact intentions. City residents shared the bishop's prognosis. They believed 6. that the rebels would soon attack, but could not predict the specifics. Clerics and students received military training. The sight of priests marching with a purple flag that the bishop had purchased reportedly boosted morale, especially among the city's plebs. The bishop also 7. spearheaded efforts to raise funds to buy or make arms and outfit the militias, collecting the considerable quantity of 110,881 pesos in November and December. He leaned especially hard on the cash-rich monasteries. 8. In their 1784 report, members of the city council boasted about their efforts to prepare for an attack. Visitado Arish, however, grumbled in a the 22nd of December letter about the city council's inefficiency and soon departed for Cusco. Authorities in Lima agreed that the war council in Cusco was not doing enough and needed commanders, soldiers, and other support to confront the uprising. 9 The war council feared internal traitors and forbade anyone from leaving the city in the days before the rebel army's arrival. They worried that the enemy would gain information about the city's defenses or that a mass exodus might take place and facilitate an invasion. Fear even 10. affected the religious calendar. The bishop held Christmas Mass at sunset rather than the customary midnight because such a gathering could turn into a riot. At the same time that authorities took measures to 11. make sure that the city's residents resisted an invasion or siege, they received distressing news from the south. On the 19th of December, Father Ignacio de Santisteban Ruiz Cano wrote from Camaca, in the upper provinces, to the southwest of Tungasuka, that he needed reinforcements, as Indians merely laughed at his exhortations to remain loyal. Those of his town as well as nearby Valil were joining the rebels, they already consider that damned Indian, Tupac Amaru, sovereign. In an unusual display of blunt frustration, he closed by noting that if he had 25 men on his side, he would burn Kamaka to the ground, as an example to everyone and to show that the voice of our king was not completely asleep. Amidst these barbarians, panic began to take hold among the cities. 12. Powerful, a mass rebel army was on the way. Royalist priests could no longer control their towns, and a significant number of the city's residents might very well welcome the rebels. The story of a courageous or foolish team of merchants illuminates events and the mood at rebel base. On the 15th of November, Augustin Herrera and Maria Santos de Valencia, husband and wife, loaded their mules with over 200 gallons of wine and left Arequipa to sell their goods in Cuzco. For centuries merchants supplied the highlands with Arequipa 13 wine and spirits, much of it produced in the Majes Valley. Today, a popular dance in Cuzco's countless patron saint festivals commemorates these traders, the Magenos. The couple had bravely ventured into Tungasuka 14 to request a pass from the rebels and, successful, had reached Cuzco on December the 2nd or 3. On their return weeks later, insurgent sentinels had taken them again to Tungasuka to find out whether to allow them to continue. The rebel leaders chatted with them amicably and were surprisingly open about their plans. When Tupac Amaru and Misila Bastidas asked about defense efforts in Cuzco, Herrera and his wife told them that 5,000 soldiers as well as weapons had reached the city, an exaggeration, and more were on their way. Tupac Amaru snickered and said, "I wish there were even more people in Cuzco so I could capture all of them and their weapons. This only makes me braver." He confided 15 that although he didn't have the date for the attack set, he and his people preferred Saturday, as they had always succeeded on that day of the week. And he had great faith in the Virgin Mary, venerated on Saturdays. He 16 mentioned that he thought that the viceroy was in Cuzco, which pleased him. It was better to start with the head. Viceroy Jaggi had not left Lima. This bravado might have reflected Tupac Amaru's confidence or have been intended to boost morale. It very well could have been both. The rebel leader believed that he could take Cuzco but understood that he would need the commitment of his troops and support from the towns in the approach to Cuzco as well as sectors of the city itself. 17. Tupac Amaru and Misila gave the traveling couple a poncho and silk stockings as parting gifts and asked that they place a lampoon about the uprising in a corner of Arequipa's main plaza. Laughing, Tupac Amaru told them that he didn't want to kill anyone but just wanted to spare Indians from Spaniards' demands. He noted that Indians worked so hard to pay for the reparto and taxes that they don't even learn how to pray. The rebel leader promised to take a tour, Darun Paseo. 18. At some point to Arequipa to learn about events there. The couple 19. Handed over the lampoon to authorities upon arrival in Arequipa. Santos de Valencia reported that Tupac Amaru's plan was to cut off food and water for 8 days if Cuzco didn't surrender. If that didn't work, he'd burn the city. Another member of their party pointed out that some people in Tupac Amaru's camp, including a Bethlehemite priest, disclosed that they had been forced to participate. One priest, Don Justo, Father Justo Gallegos, told him that once the rebels left, the people of the small town of Leo would turn their backs on and isolate the rebel. They had only feigned support because of coercion. Their testimonies portray a 20. Confident leader facing possible discontent in his ranks. Rebels in the hills. Hurried by Misila and by the prospect of troops arriving not only from Lima but also Buenos Aires, Tupac Amaru led the rebels out of Tungasuka. On the 20th of December. One account calculates that 40,000 followers 21 joined him, a seemingly high estimate. These numbers included FAM 22 Ali members and other supporters, above all women who set up camp, searched for kindling and additional food, and cooked. Royalists sent 23 troops to Angostura, the gateway to Cusco from the Vilcanota Valley. They knew that Tupac Amaru wanted to proceed to the important towns just outside of Cusco, San Jeronimo and San Sebastian, and take the Inca fortress of Sacsayhuaman, which looms over Cusco from the north. Tupac Amaru and most of his troops avoided the enemy by taking a less direct route across the towering mountain peaks to the south of the Vilcanota Valley, from Colcac Ui to Ocoruo. Carrying light loads and accustomed to the steep topography of the area, the rebel forces scurried up and down these hills and mountains, so steep that up until today they have resisted the spread of urbanization. The rebels avoided towns such as Andahuaylas and Oropesa and used gunfire as signals. Despite their numbers, the insurgents moved quickly and silently. Once they reached Cusco, they turned up their volume by shouting, singing, playing drums, and setting off fireworks and guns. They succeeded in intimidating all who saw or heard them. Antonio Castillo took a smaller group through the valley, ransacking haciendas as he proceeded. Diego Cristobal Tupac Amaru returned to the Sacred Valley, with the intention of attacking the city from the north. The siege of Cusco. The approach to Cusco did not go well for the rebels. Tupac Amaru had expected to recruit widely but failed, primarily because he did not come into contact with as many Indians as he expected. Not only did the bulk of his forces skirt the Vilcanota Valley, where the larger towns were found, but authorities had brought curanderos from nearby towns into the city, either as volunteers or conscripts, making it impossible for these ethnic authorities to pass over to the rebels with hundreds of followers. 24. Unlike the areas near Tinta and in the Caldao, Indians and other locals did not join the rebel side en masse when Tupac Amaru arrived. They did not enlist either because they couldn't, their curanderos or other authorities prevented them, or didn't want to. As the following weeks would reveal, most Indians in and around Cusco remained loyal. The rebels not only had difficulty adding troops but also began to lose some of them. In a 30th of December letter from the outskirts of Cusco, Tupac Amaru instructed Father José de Maruri, a supporter, to tell his commissioners and curanderos in Azangaro to send Indians, mestizos, and Spaniards who had been convoked for his newest campaign. The next 25 day, the 31st of December, he commanded a rebel authority back at the base to take the most energetic measures so that the Indians who maliciously stayed behind in Pampamaca and Surimana be brought to me as prisoners for disobedience, and please bring a list of them without losing any time. Some Indians from his home base had failed to join him. 26. In the final days of December, Tupac Amaru mystified the royalists by not sending forces to the north, where Commander Gabriel de Aviles approached the city. The rebels perhaps could have routed the tired and outnumbered royalists, exhausted from the long journey from Lima. Bishop Moscoso considered this a godsend, or at least a terrible tactical error, and noted how the arrival of the Spanish commander and his mulatto militiamen on January 1 raised the spirits of the city. Perhaps 27. Tupac Amaru did not have reliable intelligence about Aviles's arrival or feared losing a direct confrontation with Aviles's well-armed and disciplined troops. Above all, it seems that Tupac Amaru envisioned entering the Inca capital triumphantly, with a few skirmishes but no major battles. It would not be so easy. Good news continued for the royalists after Aviles's arrival. The insurgents had sent Antonio Castillo with a smaller contingent along the Camino Real through the Vilcanota Valley in order to recruit, attack royalist forces, ransack haciendas, and surround the city from the north. He might also have been a diversion, allowing the bulk of the rebels to move quickly through the hills. The priest of Urcos alerted Cusco of Castillo's route, however, and on the evening of January 2, the cavalry led by Joaquín de Valcarcel and Francisco Lezaquila demolished Castillo's forces in the town of Salar, killing 400 rebels and taking a flag with Tupac Amaru's coat of arms. The royalists took advantage of their horses and slaughtered the rebels, who had little place to hide or flee in this wide valley. Bishop Moscoso noted that many of the victims had been important members of the rebellion, so powerful or affluent that they slept in tents. He mentioned that some royalist Indians would not 28 touch the dead rebels or their belongings because they were excomulgados. One partisan gleefully noted that the small number of rebel 29 survivors took to the hills, possessed of a great fear. Castillo and his 30 extensive family would soon betray the rebels. The fact that he escaped led some historians to believe that his treachery might have begun with this battle. 31. More bad news came from the north, where Diego Cristobal Tupac Amaru failed to open a second front. He proceeded from Catka to Pisac, planning to attack Cusco from the Sacred Valley. Royalists stopped him in Huaylabamba and, this time led by Pumacahua, in Yuki. Diego Cristobal could not break through royalist forces on the all-important Urubamba Bridge. Tupac Amaru was forced to send him reinforcements, but to no avail. The battle for Cusco came down to the tens of 32. Sands of rebels camped south of Cusco versus the royalist forces, military, religious, and civilian, preparing in the city and arriving from Lima. The approach to Cusco had not been the triumphant climax of the 1780 fighting that Tupac Amaru had envisioned. His troops had not been able to march into the city unscathed, and Indians near the city had not passed over to the rebels en masse rhetoric above the city. In the final days of December, residents of the city of Cusco could see thousands of troops amassing on the hills to the south and west. Some reacted to the troop build-up with terror, others with nervous anticipation or even delight. People tried to hide their valuables, shelter women and children, and store food and water. Those who attempted to leave the city encountered sentinels barring their way. An epic battle seemed about to begin. Yet Túpac Amaru's forces did not immediately plunge into the city or push toward the arriving Spaniards in the plains or pampas to the north. Instead, the rebel leader wrote detailed letters to Bishop Moscoso, the people of Cusco, and the city council, announcing his plans and requesting permission to take the city. He sent the letters to the junta's general headquarters with 3 of his distinguished prisoners, Bernardo de la Madrid, Father Ildefonso Bejarano, and the Franciscan Friar Domingo Castro, all of whom quickly passed over to the royalists. The bishop received the letters with shock and indignation. The city council deemed the letters pretentious and ridiculous. Critics maintained 33. That Túpac Amaru lost valuable time with the correspondence, allowing Aviles's forces to arrive and the city to prepare. The letters themselves are an interesting entryway into his plans and mindset. In a cover letter included with the longer note to the bishop, Túpac Amaru complained that Moscoso had not answered his previous correspondence and requested that he post these new communications in public places. He demanded that the bishop answer him, in coordination with the cathedral chapter, within 12 hours. In the letter, Túpac Amaru 34 stressed his religiosity and respect for the Catholic Church and loyalty to the king. He explained that he targeted corregidors, customs houses, and other abuses, having tired of waiting for someone else to defend his people from theft, homicides, and insults. He labeled the growing wave of exploitation in recent years, a second Pizarro, Francisco Pizarro, 147-1541, the conquistador of the Incan Empire and founder of Lima, a curious phrase as modern historians have labeled the Bourbon reforms the Second Conquest. Túpac Amaru reassured Moscoso that 35. The bishop, as well as the monasteries, convents, and churches that he oversaw, had no need for concern with the uprising. In fact, once the uprising achieved the abolition of Indians' taxes, the destruction of customs houses, and a pardon for his actions, Túpac Amaru promised to retire to Thebes, requesting compassion. He closed by asking the bishop to send him the necessary titles and papers for such radical changes, with no apparent sense of irony. 36. In his letter to the city council, Túpac Amaru emphasized that in his struggle against Indian slavery he sought to avoid deaths and hostilities, but that they, the city leaders, had been executing people, hanging them without proper confession, and committing other atrocities. He referred to the recent bloody repression in Calca and Chita. He threatened that if they did not allow him to enter the city peacefully, he would have to do so with fire and blood. The rebel leader requested that the Cabildo turn over their weapons and deemed his struggle a defensive war. He also pointed out that the fact that he was the last royal Inca, la única que ha cuidado de la sangre real de los Incas, had motivated him. His letter resembled a modern public relations campaign in which he attempted to cast his opponents as the aggressor. As was the case with his efforts to overturn his excommunication, he had little chance to convince others. Authorities, of course, did not disseminate his letters and maintained the upper hand in communications. Túpac Amaru continued, bad authorities so exploited Indians, suppressing and dismissing the king's dispositions that his people could not even know the true God, and did little more than enrich the corregidor and priests through their sweat and work. He vaguely noted 37. That once he got rid of the repartimiento and other Spanish institutions, he would place one Indian and someone of good consciousness as mayor, alcalde mayor, in each province. This person would be in charge of justice and the Christian training of the Indians and would only receive a modest salary. He ended by underlining that despite these changes, the King of Spain would continue to rule. 38. He began his letter to his beloved compatriots by emphasizing his Inca heritage, Don José Gabriel Tupac Amaru Inca, by the grace of God, descendant of the kings and natural lords of the kingdoms of Peru, principal branch. He pointed out that some people had been misrepresenting his plans, casting him as an enemy of their conservation and freedom. He sought, to the contrary, the abolition of unjust taxes imposed by corregidors and others. While he ought to take extraordinary measures against these people who had misrepresented his project, as well as those who had hanged and dragged his partisans behind horses, he offered to pardon them if they turned themselves in with their weapons. The rebel leader underlined the brutality of recent battles in the Sacred Valley. He demanded that this letter be posted. All three letters were 39. Dated 3 January, 1781, from the Ocoroa base. Royalists, of course, did not post them for public viewing. In an effort to maintain as broad a coalition as possible, the three letters defined his enemies narrowly, Spaniards and corregidors, and stressed his Christian piety and loyalty to the king. He presented himself as an avenger of Spanish abuses and excesses, one who had not expected or sought this role and who planned to slip away once he accomplished his objectives. He also highlighted his Inca bloodlines. The letters 40 can be understood several ways. Rec. Ipians in Cuzco saw them as outrageously pretentious and ridiculous statements that showed that Tupac Amaru had no sense of reality. Whereas the recipients ridiculed the letters, subsequent analysts believed that they provide insight into his ideas and plans. Although Tupac Amaru wrote a great deal, he did not produce a program. They indicate his efforts to maintain or gain the support of middling mestizos and Creoles and, perhaps, his confidence that the city would rise up and support him. They can be seen as strategic feelers to evaluate his support, a sign that Tupac Amaru wanted to take the city without bloodshed. Commandeos encircling cities traditionally provided authorities a last chance to surrender and to avoid sacking. Most analysts, however, have seen 41 them as a curious but significant waste of time. In writing, sending, and waiting for a reply, Tupac Amaru squandered several days, allowing city authorities to prepare and for Avilsa's troops to arrive. Quills on the hills. On January 4, Tupac Amaru moved his forces from Ocoroa to Cara, the ridge south of the city. He expected sympathizers to rush forward from Cuzco and its outlying areas to join him, but this did not happen. Instead, Royalists attacked him that very day and he continued to skirt the city. Moving toward the western peaks above the city, the Pucan Hill. Today. 42. The train for Machu Picchu slowly zigzags up these slopes, the steep incline forcing it to amble slower than those who walk next to the tracks. People continue to build on all of the hills surrounding the city. The bowl-like ravines that mark the western hills like pockmarks, however, have proven too steep and too prone to landslides for any type of construction, providing a bit of open space. Tens of thousands of rebels converged on these western bluffs. Rebels and royalists clashed in this difficult terrain. On January the 6th, members of the recently arrived mulatto militia charged up the slippery hill toward Pucan, confident in their firepower and the element of surprise. Rebels repelled them with their muskets and motley collection of arms, rushing down the hill to finish them off with sticks and rocks. 15 mulattoes died in the first attempt and 25 more in a second, including Captain Francisco Cisneros. The rebels insulted the Lima troops in Quechua, which the troops did not understand. Blood ran in the muddy streets of Cusco. Bishop Moscoso claimed that these newcomers from Lima did not know the terrain and lacked backup due to the indolence of royalist commanders. A ravine separates the steep Pucan 43 hill from the city, making it difficult for either side to charge. The teeming rain worsened conditions and the mood. The sight of the flag-carrying rebels perched on the western bluffs petrified city residents. One person stated that the hills looked like a massive porcupine back with 40,000 rebels serving as the quills. If 44, this number was correct, the rebel camp outnumbered the city itself. The Viceroy subsequently calculated 20,000, primarily Indian volunteers along with 800 Spaniards and mestizos, most of them coerced. Understanding that desertions had already diminished rebel forces, he thought that the insurgent leaders would have difficulty controlling the undisciplined Indian masses. Tupac Amaru wrote that he 45 counted on 60,000 Indians and 6,000 Spanish soldiers. 46. Although these calculations never provide details, they include women and other camp followers who prepared food and set up camp but only fought in extreme circumstances. With the scary spectacle of tens of 47 thousands of rebels just above the city and the failure of the mulatto battalion in the first skirmish, panic and pessimism spread among the city's royalist population. People prepared for the rebel masses to take the city in the coming days. They nervously checked their provisions and wondered whether they could flee. Yet this initial victory over the Lima mulattoes was the last for Tupac Amaru. In the coming days, his troops sought to take control of the northern entrances into the city and, above all, to occupy the former Inca capital that stretched below them. They failed on both fronts. While the arrival of the Lima troops boosted royalist morale, desperation also prompted them to defend the city energetically and efficiently. Aviles's troops guarded the city center and used their artillery to halt rebel advances. Although the muskets and fusils often backfired, they intimidated the rebels, who relied on lances, slings, and knives. In this period, gunshot wounds almost invariably killed, although not immediately. Indian troops from Chinchero led by Pumacahua and from Anta led by aka Nicolas Rosas thwarted rebel efforts to take the northern entryways. Small groups of rebels pushed into the city, scrambling to attack isolated royalist soldiers. They tested the defenders' resolve. Some grabbed supplies, defaced buildings, and even looted. These insurgents had different fates. Some returned to rebel camp to describe the situation and their own deeds, while others abandoned the rebels and sought to blend in among the city's heterogeneous population or turned themselves into commanders. Others were not so fortunate. Royalists shot them or surrounded them and then executed them. Residents watched these street fights with apprehension, cheering from the safety of their balconies. When soldiers captured rebels, one account claimed that everyone in the city, from the nobility to the plebeians, collaborated. This writer tabulated that royalists counted on 2,000 soldiers, as well as an unspecified number of Indians from Anta, Chinchero, and Maras, and the support of civilians and members of the church. On January 8, the corregidor of Peru, Manuel 48 de Castillo, arrived with 8,000 reinforcements, primarily Indian. They attacked the rebels from their flanks and rear. If the rebels 49 moved too close to the city, royalists attacked their rearguard. But the city's unity should not be exaggerated. Bishop Moscoso, for example, complained bitterly about people fleeing Cusco. 50. Skirmishes continued in the ravine that separated Pucan from the city, as small rebel groups sought to break the royalist lines. Women threw ash to blind the marauding insurgents and brought food and supplies uphill to soldiers. Priests took up arms and summoned everyone to join in the city's defense, appealing to numerous saints. One friar recalled how, moved by celestial impulse, he left his monastery and charged uphill toward the rebels, summoning the Virgin Mary and invoking the king. A mob of children, merchants, men of all stations, and women followed him, armed with sticks, rocks, and any other weapon they could find. He confronted the rebels and attended the wounded. Bish 51. Op Moscoso surveyed the western front on a mule, coming within 2 blocks of the rebel forces, according to one sympathetic account. Another writer claimed that the bishop, despite believing that the rebels wanted his head, first approached the enemy cannons and dared the gunners to blast him. 52. The city, including the Quechua-speaking lower classes, put up a greater fight than Tupac Amaru expected. Through coercion and persuasion, royalists managed to prevent the urban masses from joining the rebels. One writer claimed that the mob, the dregs of the plebs, feeble women, made up the bulk of the anti-rebel resistance. Authorities had 53 clamped down on Indians in the outskirts of the city, and the indigenous and mestizo masses in the city had not risen. Authorities watched them closely and terrified them with stories of the bloodthirsty nature of the rebels and the horrific consequences for those who disobeyed and supported the rebels. The parading of rebel heads on pikes after the recent battles in the Sacred Valley and Shita Pampa had discouraged many propaganda efforts that cast Tupac Amaru as a heathen whose movement would kill all non-Indians, a view supported by events in late November and December, at least as understood in Cusco, helped impede the multiracial alliance he sought and the support from the city he needed. To Tupac Amaru and Mysila Bastidas' great disappointment, Cusco's lower classes did not massively pass over to the rebels. Mysila blamed priests. In a letter to her husband from late January, she explained that the common people were about to pass to our side. But the sermons by several priests dissuaded them. She also claimed 54. That Bishop Moscoso was on his way to negotiate with the rebel leaders. When priests convinced him that he could be shot and killed, she argued that people had told the bishop countless falsehoods about Tupac Amaru, particularly that he was going to burn the city down. These rumors encouraged Moscoso to enlist all priests to arm themselves and nuns to leave the monasteries. Moscoso's supporters later contested the 55 view that he had been conciliatory, stressing instead his fervent and effective military measures. What is beyond doubt is that priests led by Bishop Moscoso helped convince the city's masses to reject the rebels. The royalists benefited from traitors in the rebel camp. Juan Antonio Figueroa, a Galician taken prisoner in Tungusuca, was in charge of the insurgents' dozen or so rustic cannons and their artillery. Most of the cannons, pedreros, had been made quickly and poorly in tinta. He 56 aimed the cannons, a brutally effective weapon when fired from a hillside against a cluster of people, high and off target, and also sabotaged their ammunition. He dumped some ammunition into a stream, claiming that the rain had damaged it. Another prisoner, Bernardo de la Mad 57 Rid, had gained the rebel leader's trust. They sent him in the midst of the siege of Cuzco to negotiate with the royalists. The city's authorities met him with great joy. Most thought him dead, and de la Madrid had no trouble convincing them that he had been a captive and had escaped at the first opportunity. In his account, he claimed that a few days later, on January the 8th, he charged to the front line to take 35 shots at the rebels. Prosecutors did not charge him. Túpac Amaru and Mysila 58 Bastidas' misgiving about these European allies proved correct. The rebels suffered in the miserable conditions in their camp, and dissent grew. The cold rain made for very uncomfortable days and especially nights for the rebels, most of whom did not have any sort of cover besides their ponchos. The two sides clashed in bloody hand-to-hand combat, and the guns and cannons added to the carnage. Tupac Amaru and many of his supporters recognized that the mass uprising from within the city that he expected and needed was not going to take place, and that taking the former Inca capital might require weeks of fighting. The nebulous group of Creole supporters he believed he counted on in the city abandoned him, if they ever supported him. Pessimism spread among the rebels. Many slipped away the night of January the 6th, exhausted, frightened, and dubious about Tupac Amaru's leadership or invincibility. Confrontations continued after the January the 6th desertions, with royalists enjoying the advantage of access to the city center to gather food, ammunition, and reinforcements. Rebel supplies, including food, dwindled. On January the 7th, the rebels shelled the city with their meager artillery and confronted the royalists on their flanks. One contemporary wrote in his diary that with this strategy the rebel leader hoped to convince the urban plebs, many of whom lived on the western outskirts of town, to join him. They did not. Tupac Amaru held his ground 59 around Pucan, pushing toward the higher Pitashu peak with little success. Pitashu means mountain or peak in Quechua. Machu Picchu is the old mountain. The fact that many Indians fought at the front lines for the royalists discouraged Tupac Amaru, refuting his belief that he could count on their support. Instead, he realized that he could only take the city over their dead bodies. He also lacked money to pay his soldiers and to purchase food, if he had found any for sale. The hills and ravine that he controlled did not have any harvestable food, and the rebels quickly ran low on supplies. Tupac Amaru and Misila-based IDAS understood the centrality of provisions. On the 29th of December, he demanded that Indigenous in Nayuka send cows, sheep, and other products from the Colonial as well as any remaining cheese, wine, and other provisions. He instructed Sinanayuka to send any wine or agardient that the Maginot merchants brought, as well as food that arrived from Chumbavilcas in the upper provinces. Tupac 60. Amaru knew that without provisions, particularly food, they would lose. By early January, his abundant troops had no doubt consumed almost all the supplies they had left camp with more than a week earlier. Although Castillo's group had ransacked numerous haciendas en route to Cusco, the entire Tupac Amaru contingent had met more resistance than they expected and plundered less food than they planned. Once in Pucan, the women in charge of collecting food and firewood had to risk their lives and venture farther and farther from camp. Little food grew in the hills and ravines on the outskirts of the city. Potatoes, the Andean staple, were not yet ready for harvest, and firewood and brush were always scarce at 10,000 feet above sea level. The rich yellow and purple corn that flourished in the Sacred Valley or the quinoa and key which are found in the higher elevation zones lay tantalizingly beyond the rebels' reach. The rebels could see the city's markets. Merchants continued to enter from the east, but to their great frustration could not reach them. On January the 8th, rebels peppered the city with cannon fire but failed to gain any ground. The vast majority of rebels remained on or around the Pucan Hill, their supplies diminishing, hunger and dissent growing. In contrast, the arrival of the reinforcements from Peru that day buoyed royalist spirits. A friar from the Dominican order shocked observers and heartened, or at least amused, Spanish commanders by shooting at the rebels from behind a boulder. Volunteers joined the well-disciplined Lima forces in increasing numbers. Bishop Moscoso credited Figueroa's sabotaging of the cannons for saving the day, lamenting, however, that over 60 royalists were injured and some dead. 61. On the 9th, Tupac Amaru sent another letter to the city council, with Francisco Bernales, whom he had captured in Sangarera. He claimed that rebel forces were on the offensive and threatened that his Indians were about to take the city at any cost, ruining it and leaving it in ashes. He contended that he could not control them and it was up to the city council to sue Rida and avoid a bloodbath. Tupac Amaru was bluffing, as the royalists had the upper hand at this point. He closed by mentioning that he knew that authorities were considering the abolition of the reparto and the alcabala sales tax. He supported these measures, pointing out that mestizos and Spaniards would gladly make up the money lost in tax revenues. The proof lay in the fact that a high number of them are under my orders, on their own free will. The city council never replied. 62. On the 10th of January, royalist forces pushed into his lines, driving them back. One account claimed 5,000 dead rebels, an exaggeration that nonetheless confirms that this was not the hit-and-run confrontations of the previous days but a full-scale battle, ending in a royalist victory. Two observers described Tupac Amaru desperately whipping his soldiers, ordering them to fight. Nonetheless, they rebelled against him, treating him as a fraud, especially the Tinta Indians. Many deserted, believing 63. The struggle lost and hoping to avoid the repression they assumed would ensue. On the foggy morning of the 11th of January, the Royalists awoke to see that the rebels had fled the evening before. They charged the rearguard, capturing a few stragglers and seizing some animals and Tupac Amaru's bed. It had a silk headboard and a golden base, and apparently had belonged to Corregidor Arriaga. The incessant rain had bedeviled the inn 64 Dianes but facilitated their flight, as Royalists could not track them and slipped in the muddy slopes. Prisoners who had escaped from Tupac Amaru told one commander that the enemy was broken. Descheco. 65. Bishop Moscoso described with great satisfaction the enormous desertions among rebel troops, but also chided the Royalist commanders for not attacking at this point and allowing the rebels to regroup in Yanacocha. Nonetheless, the insurgents could not mount another offensive 66. And Tupac Amaru would only return to Cusco 3 months later, in a very different context. Scholars and others have long debated why Tupac Amaru did not take Cusco. Many question his timing, arguing that he should have attacked in November, rather than shore up forces in the south. Others wonder why he did not move more quickly in December. If he had attacked prior to Christmas, he could have taken the city before Aviles and his mulatto militiamen reached it. Perhaps he took his time because he still hoped for Diego Cristobal to push from the north and distract the Royalists. The more relevant question is why he failed to take Cusco when he surrounded it with tens of thousands of rebels in late 1780. One highly critical review from late January 1781 gave 4 reasons. The rebel leadership lacked food and money. The city was well supplied with soldiers and supplies and also counted on formidable defensive positions. Tupac Amaru lost confidence and increasingly believed that attacking the city seemed impossible, and people are abandoning him since they see he can't even offer a salary to survive on. Generally Sympath 67. Ethic to Tupac Amaru. Most historians have stressed his ultimately naive belief that the city would capitulate and his refusal to win by slaughtering thousands of Indians. According to these accounts, he delayed and finally decided not to push into the city because he understood that a victory was only possible at the cost of the lives of thousands of Indians, rebels, and Royalists. Contemporaries found other explanations. 68. 1781 account, while mentioning rebel desertions, the lack of support from the city's lower classes, and Diego Cristobal's failure to arrive, ultimately credited Our Lady of the Rosary, whom the people had invoked after every sound of gunfire with an Ave Maria. The annual Our Lady of the Rosary feast commemorates the Christian victory, that of the Holy League, against the Ottoman Empire in Lepanto in 1571. Some attribute the victory, which impeded further Muslim excursions into Europe, to persistent praying of the Rosary. Many Cusco residents also felt that, similarly, they had miraculously defeated the heathen hordes. 69. These are important explanations and the timing question continues to prompt fascinating counterfactual questions or what-ifs. I would add 70. A new, unpleasant factor related to poor conditions and internal dissent among his forces. Dysentery struck the rebel camp on the 18th of January, 1781. Father José de Maruri, who at his point had abandoned, at least temporarily, his sympathies for the insurgents, wrote to the curator Diego Choquehuanca from Asilo. He contended that in the midst of the siege, Indians in the south disobeyed Tupac Amaru's call for fresh recruits because they knew that those in Cusco are suffering from hunger, without wages, and sleeping outside, in the midst of turbulent weather, which it has been said has caused many to die of diarrhea, cursos, and malnutrition, flaqueza, literally thinness, and since people coming from Cusco are bringing news of this, Indians from around here are getting scared. 71. The terms cursos and flaqueza are unusual but mean illness and hunger. 72. Conditions in the rebel camp were horrible and thus ideal for widespread dysentery. Tens of thousands of rebels, soldiers as well as the women in charge of the camp and other accompanying family members, rested, slept, and ate in extremely crowded conditions. Supplies ran low, and hunger weakened defenses. The rebels' spirits fell as they watched their comrades die or suffer from terrible wounds, the realization spreading that the siege would not be quick or perhaps even successful. The constant downpours and chilly nights worsened the situation, making the ground muddy and life wretched. No one had a change of clothes. In the late 18th century, people did not understand the relationship between hygiene and infectious disease, and care was not taken to use sterile water for cooking or to defecate and urinate well away from the kitchen. In fact, little was known about the cause and transmission of disease. Although dismissal of indigenous people as filthy and unhygienic is a mainstay of racist condemnations past and present, sanitary conditions were undoubtedly appalling in a swarming, dispirited rebel camp. The rain, cold, slippery hills, and constant enemy fire impeded the insurgents from adventuring out in search of food and brush. They were close to streams and could collect rainwater, and discouraged them from distancing themselves from where they ate and slept when relieving themselves. While I found only one reference to stomach disorders, several accounts mention hunger among the insurgents as a factor for many of them fleeing. The spread of dysentery or other ailments thus seems highly likely. Tupac Amaru had not received the support he expected in the city of Cusco and also witnessed many of his troops fleeing. Widespread illness aggravated this situation, giving the royalists a great psychological and physical advantage. 73 Retreat. Cusco residents celebrated their defense of the city with religious processions and festivities. Bishop Moscoso blessed the military barracks, located in the Jesuit college on the corner of the Plaza de Armas, and declared victory with a rousing Vivat Rex in Aeternum. Circumventing trenches and the other remains of the fighting, the bishop toured the battle area and visited wounded soldiers. Men and women cheered loudly from balconies, windows, and doors, fanning their hats, shawls, and handkerchiefs. Some concerns soured the celebrations, however. 3 months 74 of warfare had ruined much of the harvest and authorities worried about impending food shortages. Rebels had stolen food, razed haciendas, expelled property owners and overseers, and blocked trade routes. Castillo's advance into Cusco up the valley had been particularly destructive and the rebels still controlled the Vilcanota Valley and the western entrance into the city. Moscoso himself believed that they should have pursued the rebels and finished them off. He understood that the uprising was not over, and that they had lost an opportunity to capture the leader and decimate his followers. 75. Tupac Amaru retreated to Okoroio and from there to Akomeo, reuniting with Maisila and other family members and allies who had remained behind. According to one unsympathetic account, he entered Akomeo with far too much arrogance for a defeated and scorned aspirant. He forced the priest to receive him with honors and then took mass kneeling in Pharisaical style, in what the writer cast as a sign of divine aversion to the rebel leader. The priest and the church assistants could not open the sacrarium, which had been working fine before his arrival. Tupac Amaru invited himself to lunch at the priest's house, where he explained that he had retreated because the royalists had put India's on the front lines, as bait, and because the mestizos who had been in charge of his fusils had lost their courage. This explanation has been repeated by the accounts most sympathetic to Tupac Amaru, placing the blame on his good heart and mestizo treachery rather than his tactics or wavering social base. He told the priest that he would recruit more soldiers and would not give up on his principal idea of taking Cusco 76. An anonymous royalist made fun of Tupac Amaru's leadership, jibing that an army of mice led by a lion is better than an army of lions led by a mouse. Jose Rafael Sawara Titu Atoki, a curator whose 1784-77 Estado del Peru defended Bishop Moscoso from accusations of rebel sympathies, wrote that many Indians who had been with Tupac Amaru in the siege told me on their return that their Inca had cried a great deal in Yanacocha over not being received as king in Cusco. In its account, 78, the city council boasted that the city managed to free itself from the assault and prevent the rebels' twisted plan of taking the city. This was his desire, because if he had taken possession of the old kingdom's capital, the court of his Incas, his perverse ideas would have taken an imaginary triumphal step. Freed from the anguish that had torn at their souls, the city's inhabitants, especially women and nuns, offered their thanks and praise to God. 79. Yet alongside the celebrations, taunts, and exploration of how or why they had repelled his attack, royalists understood that the uprising was not over. The same writer who described the diarrhea and hunger in the rebel camp mused, "We don't know what the rebel will do with himself or the route that he will take, but it's a beautiful opportunity to hunt him down as soon as possible, and so the Cusco troops will soon go after him." This was on the mark. Royalists in Cusco did not know Tupac Amaru's next steps but went on the attack. 86. In pursuit of Tupac Amaru, the course of battle seemed to turn at the beginning of 1781. Tupac Amaru abandoned his campaign to take the city of Cusco, and to the glee of the city's royalists, reinforcements from Lima marched up the Andes destined for Cusco. After 3 months of rebel attacks and territorial expansion, the royalists had taken the offensive. In March, their organized, well-armed forces, numbering over 15,000, fanned out from Cusco toward rebel headquarters down the Vilcanota Valley. These events from March through May seemed to indicate a complete turn of fortune, from unstoppable rebel growth to royalist domination. Nonetheless, they form part of a more complicated story. Even with their intimidating numbers, the royalists still had a challenging struggle ahead, one that would last into 1783 and beyond. The campaign of early 1781 was crucial, even momentous, it was not the end of the story. Royalists suffered greatly as they chased Tupac Amaru into his homeland. The terrain voided many of T's advantages, their horses and heavy armament did not work well as the trails became narrower, steeper, and higher. Moreover, the altitude and the shortage of food and other supplies undermined morale, while deaths in battle and, above all, desertion decreased their numerical advantage over the rebels. On the defensive, Túpac Amaru and his major commanders turned to effective and frustrating guerrilla tactics. Reports from the south, the Lake Titicaca area, further disturbed the royalists. The rebels had the upper hand and the uprising became increasingly violent. Tales of rebels massacring and beheading prisoners terrified the royalists. Commanders and soldiers alike understood that they would need to proceed to the lake, a prospect they dreaded. Túpac Amaru also faced new challenges. The Spanish had a mass united army focused on trapping him. It was one thing to storm into town and topple a small militia, it was another to confront 6 well-armed columns. He also faced internal divisions and dissension that had not surfaced prior to the Battle of Cuzco. Maisila and he struggled to maintain order, to prevent violence against non-Spaniards and non-combatants, and to make sure that the troops did not sneak home. Discipline and desertion became a problem for both sides. Moreover, while the news from Titicaca was positive, the reports of rebel massacres and bloodletting troubled José Gabriel and Maisila. The insurgents were winning in the south, but no in the way that the Tinta rebels had envisioned. In the midst of the frenzied hunt for José Gabriel and the other leaders, the nature of the struggle was changing. Fanning out, led by Visitador General Antonio de Ariche and Inspector General José del Valle, approximately 15,000 troops entered Cuzco on February 24. Headquartered in the Bethlehemite convent on the city's outskirts. The soldiers paraded through the town the following day, their leaders celebrated with a mass and a magnificent banquet. Ariche publicly recognized royalist supporters such as the priests in Cochabamba who had defended the region from the rebels, and conferred the rank of captain on Pumacahua and Nicolas Rosas, the curators of Chinchero and Anta. Days later Ariche released a widely distributed decree that offered a pardon to those involved in Tupac Amaru's robberies, insults, and other grave crimes, stressing how the rebel leader had used false affection, unfulfilled promises, and fear to attract followers. He instructed those interested in a pardon to give up their arms and appear in the city of Cuzco. The pardon listed about 35 people excluded from the offer. Maisila Bastidas, Tupac Amaru, his immediate family, and their inner circle. Ariche offered a reward of 80 pesos a month for life to anyone who turned in a person on the list. He also promised both the pardon and reward to anyone listed who handed over Tupac Amaru, Maisila Bastidas, their children, and other family members. The Visitador sought to divide the rebels, believing that many would abandon the cause and hoping that some might even turn on their leaders. The army divided its troops into 6 columns. The first included 310 dragoons, infantrymen, 100 of them mounted infantry, and 2,000 Indians from the Cauca highlands. The second column had 950 cavalry drawn from Lima, Cuzco, and surrounding areas, and 2,000 additional Indians from Muca, Abanqui, and Chinchero. All 6 columns followed this pattern. Indians from the Cusco area greatly outnumbered soldiers from coastal Lima. Put another way, the composition of the royalist troops reflected Peru's demography. Most were Indians, followed in order by mestizos, blacks and black mixed races, Creoles, and Spaniards. The army 3 also mirrored social hierarchies. Spanish and Creoles led and other groups, with the exception of curanderos, served as soldiers. The Indians had been volunteered by their curanderos or dragooned by Spanish forces en route to Cusco. Some, perhaps, had joined on their own volition. In any case, they remained anonymous except when they got into trouble. No Spanish report ever named a common Indian who died fighting for the royalists. Blacks and mulattoes came from Lima. Some fought for pay, others because they had been forced. All of the coastal troops suffered with the altitude. Some rebel deserters joined the royalists because they were disheartened with the uprising, knowing that this would in most cases exempt them from punishment as insurgents. Some who had abandoned the rebel forces found themselves hundreds of miles from home and joined the royalists for food and, eventually, permission to return home. Comandos complained about Indian soldiers' lack of discipline and commitment. In contrast, the indigenous troops led by curanderos such as Pumacahua had demonstrated their skill and determination in battle. The official account tallied 17,116 soldiers in Cusco in March, although the actual number may have been over 20,000. They had over 3,000 fusils, the light flintlock musket that had replaced the harquebus, as well as numerous cannons. These proved invaluable in scattering the enemy, although their transport through the precipitous Andes required Herculean effort. Leaving 1,000 soldiers to defend Cusco, the army's 6 columns fanned out, intending to converge on the rebel base around Tinta. The elaborate military chart and map reveal the increased troop count and precise planning, a vast improvement over the royalist efforts. Just months earlier, 5,000 of uniformed troops, their weapons glistening in the sun, impressed and intimidated the local population, and their arrival changed the nature of the conflict. Royalists had taken the offensive. They counted on a substantial advantage in weaponry and cavalry, with the rebels. Only the leaders traveled on horse, and were no longer outnumbered. Nonetheless, significant obstacles lay ahead. Feeding a larger army as they pushed farther and farther away from Cusco proved difficult. Scant supplies translated into cold, hungry, and consequently lackluster soldiers. Moreover, the dramatic, mountainous topography of the area bedeviled the royalists. When they marched through the narrow valleys, the rebels harassed them from peaks and ambushed them from all sides. They suffered, particularly those from the warmer coast, from the cold and thin air at 12,000 feet above sea level. Also short on food and air, their horses stubbornly refused to continue, and within weeks all but the commanders were on foot. A little over a month after parading their gallant horses through the streets of Cusco, royalists were forced to abandon or even eat them. Despite organization, arms, and numbers, the royalists proved not to be the invincible force that many believed them to be upon their arrival in Cusco. On March 1, General Del Valle sent José Galvez, the head of Madrid's all-important Council of the Indies, a bleak assessment. Del Valle apologized for the delay in leaving Cuzco and blamed Corregida's sloth in providing provisions and pack animals. Royalists in Cuzco grumbled as the soldiers ate massive amounts and Túpac Amaru slipped away farther and farther south. Del Valle contended that Túpac Amaru had convinced the barbarous, naive Indians that his lineage made him the appropriate person to defend them and that his followers who died in battle would be resurrected once the struggle was over and would then find happiness and the wealth unduly taken from them. Numerous authorities lamented in the coming months the widespread belief that Túpac Amaru had the power to save those martyred in his struggle. Del Valle described the enemy's rustic weapons and complained that they preferred to remain in the highest mountains both because of their fear of firearms and the availability of rocks and boulders, which they hurled down upon the Royalists. 7. Del Valle believed that Túpac Amaru wanted to return south, to the Caldao and Lake Titicaca, and also take Porcartambo, an important agricultural area and a gateway to the Amazon. For centuries, the jungle had constituted a refuge for Cuzco rebels and malcontents. Most notably, in the 16th century conquest of the Incas, Manco Inca and his son Túpac Amaru, José Gabriel's supposed ancestor, had taken flight from Cuzco toward Vilcabamba and the Amazon rainforest. This perhaps influenced Túpac Amaru's own strategy. The Spanish commander thus had the columns fan out, the first and sixth columns approaching Porcartambo, but keeping close in order to help one another if attacked. 8. The fifth column pushed to the west, into Cochabamba, while column 4 moved into Peruo. Columns 2 and 3 marched down the valley toward the rebel base. To the dismay of the coastal troops, however, Del Valle drove his forces over the sheer mountain passes that lead to Tinta rather than through the pleasant valley path. He knew that in the narrow canyon-like valley, the rebels would pick his men off with their favorite weapons, boulders sent careening down hills or rocks from their slingshots. Instead, Royalist troops had to climb precipitous and icy slopes, their heads pounding due to the thin air. 9. The Royalist advance, 1781. Although disappointed by their failure to take Cuzco and concerned about desertions and the difficulties in supplying their troops, Túpac Amaru and Mysila Bast Idas still led a formidable force. While uniformed Spanish troops with cannons, shotguns, and horses intimidated the people of Cuzco, the rebel forces terrified well-to-do locals. The breakdown of discipline among the insurgents after the failed siege of Cuzco, although detrimental in the long run, made them even more fearsome. In the months to come, rebel leaders complained that their troops stopped following orders to limit their violence and looting. UN-restrained rebel hordes, no longer under the control of leaders, constituted a royalist nightmare. Moreover, thousands of rebels still worked in unison and proved to be fearsome adversaries in the rugged terrain south of Cuzco. Bishop Moscoso lamented in a 21st of January letter that in their return to Tungasuka, Túpac Amaru and his forces had fought with blood and fire, especially against Spaniards and mestizos. He worried that they would return to attack Cuzco. 10. In the ever more intense conflict, Túpac Amaru and Mysila Bastidas continued their 1,780 roles, he the frenetic, mobile commander and she the logistics chief who stayed closer to base. He remained on the move, rarely sleeping in the same place 2 nights in a row, and prepared to shift the fight from Cusco to the Titicaca area. On the 14th of January, José Gabriel instructed his commanders in the south, in Carabaya, Lampa, and Azangaro, to prepare their Indians, demanding that they shelter people from news about the failed attack on Cusco. Maisila Bastide, as Man 11, aged the building of fortifications, aware that, as she had feared since November, the Royalists would attack the rebel base. They constructed a defensive wall outside of Cumbapata and dug trenches in Tinta. She continued to organize the rebels' provisions, desperately calling on her followers to send soldiers and food and to maintain discipline. In early 1781, they rebuilt their forces, recruiting wherever they ventured and encouraging skeptical or frightened supporters. They threatened deserters and other traitors with death. 13. While all of the rebel troops fought in the name of Tupac Amaru, admiring him and Maisila, some battled under other commanders. Maisila did her best to make sure that the troops were paid, from what they expropriated, in coin or goods. She also strove to guarantee sufficient food, knowing that hungry troops would flee. On the 15th of February, 1781, her brother, Antonio Bastidas, asked her for coca and alcohol, the two things that maintain our soldiers. He also requested jerky and wheat for his troops and some binoculars to spot the enemy. A month later, a priest in Siquani complained to Maisila about hunger due to extreme poverty. The rebels' commitment varied, some had given up everything to fight for the last Inca, while others saw it as a temporary struggle and planned to be home for the upcoming harvest. Some had been forcibly recruited by their curaca. Much of the rebel base came from the indigenous towns and hamlets to the south of Cusco, in the river valley as well as the high peaks, but Tupac Amaru also recruited more mobile people, indigenous and mestizo, who were not tax-paying members of an Indian community. 15. Tupac Amaru and Maisila Bastidas worried about desertions and even treachery. Some important supporters had abandoned the rebels, including the Castillo clan, led by the patriarch Melchor and his son Antonio, who staged a mutiny in Siquani after the failed siege of Cusco. Antonio had been the rebel leader in the disastrous defeat in Salar in late December, when Royalists had blocked them from entering the Inca capital. Once back in Siquani, they called for other Creoles to rise up against Tupac Amaru and threatened those who remained faithful to the rebels. Their efforts might have been a last-ditch ploy to avoid Royalist repression. They understood that the end was near and thus tried to convince authorities that they no longer supported the rebels and could even be valuable in the uprising's repression. Both the mutiny and the ploy failed. Rebels killed several members of the Castillo family in an ambush. The historian David Cahill contends that the Castillo family's treachery eased Tupac Amaru's misgiving about anti-Creole violence among his supporters, and that, after the mutiny, rebels increasingly targeted the American-born elite. The 60-year-old Antonio Castillo turned himself into Del Valle in April, but authorities treated him as an insurgent, particularly galling to the colonial courts because of his social background as someone of European descent, and tried him as a rebel commander and insider. Witnesses deemed him a recruiter and captain. Castillo claimed that he had been coerced, but to no avail. he was found guilty and executed. 17. Rebel lieutenants reported cases where the local population resisted participating in or collaborating with the uprising. On the 11th of January, 1. Francisco Torres wrote Tupac Amaru, beloved father of all my heart, and my Lord, father of all the poor and all the miserable and helpless, that in a small town in Peru an Indian woman insulted him and refused to hand over mules and wheat. Referring to the requisitioning of supplies, the brave woman stated, "The Inca does these things only because he has nothing to show," a stinging reference to the failed siege. 18. Torres mentioned that in another town, locals were organizing against the rebels, contending that the Inca had lost all the souls. This implied that his troop numbers and general support had decreased, and perhaps, with the term alma or soul, underlined his soullessness due to the excommunication. 19. Tupac Amaru instructed Torres on the 17th of January to bring him any troublemakers and to continue to seize goods. Indians in even the 20 most pro-rebel communities no doubt disliked having their goods confiscated. Torres, however, was in Peru and Acomeo, provinces that had provided many soldiers for the royalists and that were by no means rebel strongholds. His letter indicates that local people spoke up against the uprising even in front of one of the major lieutenants, Torres, and that confidence in the rebels had diminished after the failed siege. In January and February 1781, the rebels fought on numerous fronts. Forces led by Diego Cristobal sieged Porcartambo, ravaging much of the area. He failed, however, to take Calca in the Sacred Valley, running up repeatedly against the royalist commander Pumacahua. Diego Cristobal's troops retreated behind the icy glacier peaks of Ocangate and Lauramaca, the snow-peaked mountains visible from Cusco's Plaza. 21. Thomas Pavina, who like Tupac Amaru claimed royal Inca heritage, was one of the rebellion's major commanders. He had accompanied Tupac Amaru to the south in November and then in December led the largely unsuccessful forays into the Urubamba Valley, the brutal confrontations in which the royalist curator Pumacahua came out on top. On the 25th of January, Pavina's forces ambushed the royalist commander Isidoro Gutierrez in Shawatiri, a small Indian community that looms above the idyllic town of Pisac. Royalists reported that rebel soldiers ate Gutierrez's heart, 22, drank his blood, and proclaimed, "Spanish blood turned out to be really tasty." The story added fuel to the royalist propaganda that the rebels 23 were savages, and no doubt made many soldiers nervous. Pumacahua counterattacked in the following days and Ina and Diego Cristobal lost more than 1,000 men. 24. Did eating the heart and drinking blood reflect some type of Andean ritual? Scholars have sought to explain the increasing brutality in terms of traditions, both pre- and post-conquest. Jorge Hidalgo showed that the beheading of one prisoner and the extraction of his heart in Upper Peru was an offering to the Inca deity of Pachamama, Mother Earth. 25. Scholar Tefalin Godoy underlined the parallels between rebel violence and that depicted by Guayman Pama's fabulous illustrations in his early 17th century Crónica Nueva. In his important study of Rebel 26, Violence Against Europeans, Semensky illuminated how Quechua people understood the Spanish, particularly the concepts that could lead to their exclusion from the category of good Christian. He also studied how indigenous people employed alternative notions of history and justice. In 27. Seeking to understand the indigenous perspective on the uprising, these views correct the royalists' interpretation of the brutality as mere confirmation of the Indians' savagery and backwardness. Nonetheless, the paucity of sources, particularly rebel accounts, makes this type of interpretation challenging and, beyond these important contributions, even questionable. Andean people varied greatly in 1780, as they did in 1480 or 1980, and cannot be lumped together. They also changed over time. Semensky used Mochican iconography, a pre-Inca coastal civilization that flourished from CE 100 to CE 800, to understand 18th century mindsets. Studies that combine an understanding of contemporary 28 views of power and violence in the Andes, with fieldwork in Quechua, a language I do not speak, with a reading of historical sources can illuminate the indigenous mindset, past and present. The authors cited above contribute by moving away from Eurocentric interpretations. Yet any interpretation that relates brutality with Andean traditions and mentalities needs a much greater set of sources and a deeper understanding of local society than what we count on. Not all of the battles pitted rebel and royalist soldiers. In some cases, rebel-leaning towns assaulted those believed to be royalist, or vice versa. For example, one document refers to the people of Colquimaca, Santo Tomas, Quilata, and Lasco attacking those of Capai and Calabamba, with many dead and great damage done to estates, houses, and livestock. The document noted that the rebels sought to cut down the Huacachaca bridge to isolate the region from Cusco. One rebel Com 29 Mondea died in this confrontation, and rebels forced a local priest to bury him with full honors, paying 100 pesos. Bishop Moscoso subsequently initiated proceedings against the priest, who claimed that he had been coerced and that once the rebels were gone he had dug up the body and dumped it in a field. Behind these town versus town confrontations lay 30 decades of tensions as well as more ephemeral personal conflicts. 31 The hunt for Tupac Amaru. In early 1781, royalist commanders focused on the pursuit of Tupac Amaru. Although fleeing the city of Cusco, rebels protected their base area aggressively. As the royalists made their way toward Tinta in mid-March, rebels incessantly harassed them from the high peaks. In response, the Spanish charged head-on into these breathtakingly steep mountains, temporarily dislodging the rebels. In these initial confrontations, neither side could claim victory. The rebels made life miserable for the royalists, and when necessary fled to even more inaccessible zones to reduce their vulnerability. But by the 18th of March, both sides prepared for combat. A snowstorm, low supplies, and fear of a rebel trap had halted the royalist advance. The lack of provisions proved to be the royalists' Achilles' heel. One account complained that from the outset, the troops experienced great discomfort, whether from rainstorms, hail, or storms, frequent in that elevation, or the lack of food and firewood, caused by the rebels' ability to sever communication with royalist towns. This isolation meant that cold and hunger threatened the lives of many soldiers. 32. Feeding some 15 to 20,000 soldiers in an area where traditional agriculture only flourished in the narrow valleys and where the bulk of the population was reluctant to assist the Spanish bedeviled General del Valle. Rebels and royalists alike had previously ransacked the estates, farms, and small plots at lower elevations and had depleted the herds of llamas, alpaca, sheep, and cows. Indigenous shepherds took the surviving animals to higher elevations. Native crops such as quinoa only grew in narrow niches in out-of-the-way elevations, around 13,000 feet above sea level, and in any event constituted an emergency supplement for the Spanish and coastal troops at best, in their eyes hardly qualifying as a true meal. The fundamental Andean staple, the ubiquitous potato, presented a challenge to marauding soldiers. Unlike corn or other grains that were stored in silos or stone granaries, potatoes remained underground until ready for the pot. Communities hid their supplies of tuna or freeze-dried potatoes. Furthermore, even if supply lines were open to Cusco, that city could not offer surplus food to the soldiers. The presence of 15,000 troops in the city for a month had already exhausted supplies. Andean seasons also punished the royalist forces. The rainy season, November through April, which made every river crossing life-threatening and the daily march on slippery, muddy trails exhausting, was followed by a brief fall and then the frigid winter months of June through August. In March, for example, commanders complained about the rain months. Later they suffered the bitter cold. As they pushed south, into higher and higher altitudes, temperatures dropped. Royalists suffered in the high peaks. Many soldiers had thought that they had passed the worst in the steep climb from Lima to Cusco. Higher, more desolate summits, however, stretched above them in the journey from Cusco to Lake Titicaca. Even though they had overcome initial soarish or altitude sickness, pursuing the enemy among peaks that loomed over 13,000 feet above sea level was exhausting and terrifying. But oxygen was not the only element in short supply. Just weeks after leaving Cusco, Lieutenant Colonel Manuel Villalta complained that his column was out of meat, bread, and firewood and were hard-pressed to get by on biscuits, probably unappetizing hardtack. The severe scarcity resulted not only from the lack of local provisions but also from shabby planning and reluctance to spend on the part of colonial authorities. Adding to the soldiers' misery was sleep deprivation. The fear 33 of rebel attack and the cold kept soldiers up at night, often covered with snow. Illnesses spread. 34. On the 18th of March, Del Valle led his soldiers onto the Salumeo Peak, seeking to dislodge the rebels from the mountain tops that loomed over the valley. Rebel forces harassed them day and night under punishing snowstorm and strong wind, along with the alarming lack of food, made conditions miserable. On the 20th of March, the two sides clashed in Pucacasa. Royalists decimated the rebel front line, forcing survivors to step over cadavers. Bad weather and attacks on their flanks pushed the Royalists 35 back. On the 21st, a rebel deserter burst into camp, begging not to be shot and promising valuable information. This was Yanurio Castro, a curator from Pichumaca, who reported to Del Valle that Tupac Amaru planned a sneak attack that very evening or at dawn. The rebel leader had 10,000 men, who he had inspired with many jugs of firewater, aguardiente, so that they would attack with the fury that their malevolent leader desires. 36 Del Valle prepared his troops, who after taking their positions quickly begged to return to their tents rather than die of cold. Although disheartened by his troops' softness, Del Valle admitted that they all prayed for dawn to come, preferring to fight 1,000,000 men than stand knee-deep in the snow. They had no hot meal for 3 days and survived on biscuits and bits of stale bread. One anonymous account described 37 the days of cruel snow and cold, the soldiers up all night knee-deep in the snow. At dawn the attack began, with shouts in Quechua of 38. Viva King Tupac Amaru! 2 rebel columns attacked the royalist troops and the third attempted to seize their mules and supplies. Tupac Amaru had the advantage. He had lured the royalists into the hills and concealed the whereabouts and strength of his forces. Nonetheless, the rebels found the troops ready for battle, not sleeping, as they had expected. The battle pitted Del Valle's largely black vanguard, the Lima cavalry and dragoons, against Tupac Amaru's indigenous fighters. Rebels could not overpower the royalist camp, and by 8 a.m. most of them had withdrawn. Even with the warning, Del Valle's troops barely repelled the attack, ultimately relying on the fortunate arrival of a column led by Juan Manuel Campero. Disgruntled soldiers complained bitterly to Del Valle about their hunger and fatigue. The following night, the 23rd of March, Del Valle witnessed many of his troops falling exhausted into the snow, unable to remain awake or even seated. Noting that the exhaustion caused by days without sleep and the bitter cold would have defeated not just my soldiers but the robust warriors of the King of Prussia, he began a retreat toward the valley. Campero brought desperately needed food and alcohol while a 39 priest collected firewood, clothing, and more food for the starving, frostbitten royalists, who retreated to the Vilcanota River basin. The Spanish had learned not to confront the rebels in the higher mountain peaks. Tupac Amaru expressed his frustration over the near miss in Pucacasa, ridiculing the royalists' cowardice. While the black militia 40 members and Pumacahua's forces remained loyal to Del Valle, Indians who had joined the royalists after the frustrated siege of Cuzco deserted en masse. Del Valle also learned that royalist indigenous troops from Anta, Abancay, and Huamanga had returned to their towns. He wanted to track them and execute every 10th man, the Dias Madu, but realized that the circumstances made it impossible. He bitterly described the desertion of many Indians from among our auxiliary troops from Chinchero and Anta, who took with them many sacks of coca leaves and wheat, and spread the rumor that I had sent them home and suspended the campaign until Easter. The commander called for severe reprisals, because of the bad consequences their malicious lies can have, and because I now understand that we will get nothing out of this disaffected nation, Indians, by treating them with contemplation and suavity. Del 41. Valle's opinion of Indians would become even more acidic in the coming months. After near disaster in Pucacasa, Del Valle led his troops down toward the rebel center around Tinta. The rebels had destroyed the Urcos Bridge, so the royalists lost several days crossing the Vilcanota River, at its rushing peak at the end of the rainy season. Del Valle knew that the royalists had little chance for success in the remote, high mountain passes, and instead sought something closer to a classic military engagement in the Vilcanota Valley. After days in the snowy mountain peaks, he extolled the valley's benign temperature and abundant food. His AC-42 count, however, demonstrates a limited knowledge of the region. He named only a few of the larger towns found on colonial maps and described the challenging topography more than political geography. He observed that the rebels didn't take full advantage of the narrow passes and deep canyons. Although this seemed to surprise him, he generally minimized the rebels' talent and intelligence, stressing instead, when recognizing their military prowess, Indians' supposed bloodthirsty nature and blind devotion to Tupac Amaru. Del Valle mentioned that the rebels attacked from the left and the right and surrounded them at night, peppering the royalist camp with light cannons and fusils. Del Valle's troops encircled Quiquijana, a rebel stronghold. He initially calculated that it would take 15 days and much bloodshed to take the town, but Quiquijana's parish priest got a note through to him that the rebels had fled to join Túpac Amaru elsewhere. Royalist troops entered the town and found only women and the elderly cowering in the church. They tearfully begged Del Valle for a pardon, pleading that he not torch their houses and haciendas. The Spanish commander hanged Luis Pamena, a distant relative of Tupac Amaru and another suspected rebel. Del Valle belittled the indigenous population, contending that in the hands of a more educated nation, conquering the town would have taken 2 months even with veteran and abundant soldiers, whereas he marched in unopposed. 43. The fighting in late March frustrated Tupac Amaru. In several letters, he sneered that the royalists fled like cowards. Pukakasa also made him overconfident. He had been close to decimating Del Valle's column. Concerned about other areas, the rebel leader sent troops to aid Thomas Parvina and Felipe Miguel Bermudez in Chumbivilcas, Diego Verdejo in Caloma, and Diego Cristobal Tupac Amaru, his cousin, in Urubamba. Raymond Ponce and Vilca Apaiza confronted royalists around Puno. The bulk of his forces retreated to Quiquijana and then Cumbapata, just north of Tinta, where they reinforced a wall and trenches to hold off the Spanish. 44. In March, Parvina, one of Tupac Amaru's most trusted commanders, moved his troops into Chumbivilcas. This towering province had been a rebel stronghold. Tupac Amaru worried about the extreme use of sixolence by both sides, and also feared losing it. On the 13th of March, he sent a decree to the area, expressing his concern about many excesses, everyone killing each other, with Spaniards and Indians hurting one another. He demanded that they live in peace, as God orders. Threaten 45. In death at the gallows for those who didn't obey. Once there, Parvina warned his followers about the grave consequences of desertion, and allowed them to ransack the property of those he considered deserters. He and Felipe Bermudez confronted the royalist column led by Francisco Lezaquila. On the 21st of March, Spanish forces pushed the rebels, who were virtually out of guns and ammunition, into a final defense near the town of Santo Tomas. Del Valle described Parvina and Bermudez's courage as they died fighting, below their cannon, the only significant weapon they had. Del Valle calculated that the rebels had 5,000 to 6,000 men and that the royalists executed over 1,000 of them. To save ammunition, they stabbed them to death. At this point in the uprising, body counts had jumped from dozens to thousands. We know nothing about the identity of the dead rebels or their remains. On the 31st of March, royalists paraded into Cusco with Parvina's and Bermudez's heads on pikes, displaying these grisly trophies of victory in the Plaza Mayor and then in the paths that led to Cusco. The royalists had begun to slaughter 46 all captives and to show off severed heads and other body parts. The use and display of violence was changing on both sides. Túpac Amaru and mestizos lost two important commanders in an area that had been considered a rebel stronghold. Yet the royalists also had reason to worry. On April the 6th, Visitado Arish complained that Chumbivilcas is more agitated and rebel than ever. He lamented that not only had its only judge and some priests fled, but the royalist officials and parish priests who remained had been at odds, everyone just defending their own interests. 47. Amid the bloody battles of late March, chaos and uncertainty reigned. From Cusco to Puno and into Upper Peru, each side stressed the opponent's weaknesses and confusion. Del Valle wrote, for example, on March 19, that we hear that this damned man, Túpac Amaru's own house, is in disarray with grief, that his wife won't stop crying, that Diego is suffering from extreme melancholy, and at Intinta, where he's based, and where they've built trenches for reinforcements, the 1,200 soldiers protecting him are eager to turn him over or kill him, as soon as our troops approach. Violence and retribution caused the situation 48 to deteriorate. One Spanish prisoner claimed that a rebel commander had sent mestizos the heads of a woman and a young boy as trophies of his deeds. At the same time, reports from the far south, the 49 Caldao, maintained that the rebels were thoroughly defeated, troubling. Rumors also spread that Túpac Amaru was headed south to regroup in the Lake Titicaca area. Violence escalated. Rebel leaders struggled to control their troops. Antonio Bastidas wrote his sister Misila in mid-February that after they entered the town of Urcos, his Indians destroyed houses and burned down the city hall. Indicative of the shortage of supplies faced by both sides, he requested coca leaves and alcohol, the two things that keep our army going. He also asked for charqui, llama jerky, the English term comes from Quechua, and wheat, to pay his troops. Royalists executed prisoners en masse, dryly noting 51. The deaths of hundreds or thousands of men, or punished them brutally. For example, the troops led by Lezaquila who had defeated Pavina encountered 38 men on a hillside. They sent a local man to convince them to give up, but he was received with a volley of rocks. The royalists charged the hill and captured the group. They whipped those they caught alive and sliced off pieces of their ears to make a permanent mark of their iniquity and rebelliousness. This distressing increase 52 in the level of brutality did not reflect the opponent's supposed traditions, European cruelty or Indian barbarism, as much as the spiraling of violence and the conversion of the enemy into a wretched other seen as deserving abuse and death, as was the case in other rebellions and wars, as casualties and mortalities mounted, combatants on both sides sought revenge, and the upper hand, and employed increasingly brutal tactics not seen in the initial combats. Desperation and hatred deepened, and each side killed captives and desecrated cadavers. This fervor fed into and fostered each side's understanding of the other as non-Christians or savages, interpretations that justified greater violence. In the midst of this violence and chaos, Túpac Amaru and Visitado Arish wrote one another, seeking to explain their plans and, perhaps, negotiate some sort of accord. Their correspondence resembled a chess match, as each side tried to inflate its base and narrow that of the enemy. Tupac Amaru insisted that he was only fighting against evil Spaniards, while Arish cast the rebels as a small, aberrant band of Sixolent apostates who would soon be annihilated. Although propaganda pieces, the letters shed light on both sides and the state of affairs in early 1781. David and Goliath correspond. On the 26th of January, Tupac Amaru wrote Father Joseph Peds. He explained that European heretics had been at fault at Sangarera and that he had actually saved lives. In addition, his Christian faith had stopped him from taking Cuzco, thus saving it and its numerous churches, monasteries, and convents from destruction. He insisted that Bishop Moscoso erred in pitting the church against him and reiterated his proposal to abolish the reparto, mita, customs houses, and sales tax, arguing that exploitative corregidors not only mistreated Indians but also prevented them from being good Christians. He ridiculed royalists' confidence in support from Lima, scoffing, "I've been in that audiencia and I've seen that the only thing they're good for is killing Jews and wolfing down corn pudding. Mazamoras, they also excel at delaying lawsuits and living off the blood of the poor, which is what happened to me." He insisted that he 53 had only killed Arriaga, no one else, and signed off as the last descendant of the last king of Peru, his last heir. He would continue this line 54 of argument in his correspondence with the Visitada. On March 5, Tupac Amaru sent Arish a long, 28-paragraph letter with a prisoner, the priest Rafael Jose Sawarora Titu Atoki. Sawarora's brother, Pedro Sawarora Ramos Titu Atoki, aka, had died in Sangarera. Tupac Amaru later claimed that his scribe, 55, Francisco Cisneros, a member of his inner circle, Felipe Bermudez, and Sawarora himself had helped him write it. Jose Gabriel began with a 56 respectful, even obsequious, tone and then explained that after Arriaga's death, he went to Cuzco to fulfill His Majesty's wishes, referring to the Spanish king, and withdrew in order to avoid bloodshed. He did not mention his prior foray to the south or his violent actions. Jose Gabriel claimed that he wanted to avoid the examples of the Roman Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus regarding the siege of Jerusalem. With this, the rebel leader made it clear that he did not want Cuzco to be sacked. Turning to the Old Testament, he cited King Saul, whose defeat and death at the hands of the Philistines at Mount Gilboa crippled the kingdom of Israel, and compared his own struggle against the Spanish with that of David and Goliath. 57. Tupac Amaru described in great detail how corregidors oversaw a corrupt web of activities that ignored both Spanish law and Indian well-being. After expounding on brutal conditions in haciendas and textile mills, and how the scant wages prevented Indians from paying the head tax, he asked who were the true apostates and traitors, Indians or corregidors. 58. Building on a much-discussed theme in the 18th century, he complained that priests did not maintain churches or their own appearance, and focused more on charging exorbitant fees rather than offering Mass itself. Tupac Amaru also grumbled that these priests as foreigners don't know the language, Quechua. This means that there are 20-year-old girls and boys who don't even know how to cross themselves. This was an unusual complaint, for rebels rarely referred to the need for Quechua-speaking priests. Throughout the letter, he stressed his deep Catholicism, and made almost no reference to the brutal war that he and the recipient, Visitado Arish, were waging. 59. On the 5th of March, 1781, Arish published his decree offering a pardon for most insurgents and a reward for those who helped capture the uprising's leaders. He described the rebellion's sacrilegious nature and destructive ways, and explained its mass following in terms of the leaders' vain, unjust, and damned promises to naive followers as well as intimidation through threats and punishment. He demanded that the decree be published in Quechua and Spanish and posted in every town and place POS Sybil 60. On the 12th of March, the day he received Tupac Amaru's letter, Arish sent 2 priests with his response. One of them, Fernando Ramos Titu Atokai, Rafael Jose Sawara's uncle, read it out loud to Jose Gabriel Maisila, their 2 sons Hipólito and Fernando, and Diego Cristobal. It angered Túpac Amaru so much that he had the 2 messengers arrested. In contrast to most colonial documents that begin with a paragraph 61 of formulaic salutations, it opens in unusually straightforward fashion. I have just read the extensive letter that Your Honor sent me on the 5th of this month that sought to convince me that you would stop hostilities if I were to take certain measures. He chided Túpac Amaru for casting the rebellion as justifiable. Arish argued that Túpac Amaru was disingenuous or naive not to recognize the gravity of his crimes, and then contended that he, the Visitado, and the colonial system in general, did all it could to improve the lot of Indians. In fact, he used a classic bureaucratic line in reference to Corregidor's abusive behavior: it was about to be fixed, estaba cerca de remediarse. He ridiculed Túpac Amaru's declaration that he had royal powers to punish corregidors and to take other measures, and stressed that the rebel leader had committed murder. In the case of Corregidor Arriaga, he pleaded with God to show Túpac Amaru his great crimes, to feel the blows, the calamities, the assaults, the destruction, and sacrilegious acts that he and his people have committed against the Church, Santuario, these destroyed provinces, and obedience to the king. Never losing an amicable yet cold or con 63 sending tone, he demanded that Túpac Amaru turn himself in to avoid more bloodshed and dishonor. Túpac Amaru considered the letter de 64. Lirius, Commander del Valle, who found himself increasingly at odds with Arish, also questioned its tone, believing that it voided any possibility of a negotiated solution. 65. This correspondence gave little hint of the warfare raging south of Cuzco. Little is known about the circulation of the letters other than the obvious fact that Arish received Túpac Amaru's, but both writers sought to present their movement in the best light, attract the support of the opposition, and test the resolve of the other. They also firmly believed in their prerogatives: Túpac Amaru as the defender of the indigenous masses and heir of the Incas, Arish as the maximum representative of the Spanish, alongside, above, in his eyes, the viceroy. They both prided themselves on their intellect and leadership abilities. Supporters in both camps presumably wondered if writing long letters was the best use of their time in light of the almost incessant fighting. Arish's correspondence also reflected how much Andean people and topography exasperated him. On March 1, before leaving Cuzco, he wrote Galvez in Madrid that Indians believed that the rebellion would mean the end of the church, priests, the head tax, corregidors, repartimientos, obrajes, mitas, customs houses, and chapetones and Europeans. They also think that if they die in the action of crowning, the Inca, they will resuscitate on the third day. To Arish, the end of Spanish 66. Rule and resurrection were equally absurd beliefs. Although he noted mass desertions on the rebel side and the increasing reliance on coercion, hangings and beheadings, to maintain discipline, clear signs for him of rebel decline, he glumly reported Indians' primitive Catholicism and deep, but for him, false, memory of the Incas, forgetting the oppression they suffered under them. In his mind, Indians' shallow religiosity and reverence for the Incas would make them difficult to defeat or to assimilate. Arish explained his shock and disappointment with the widespread use of Quechua. It pains me deeply to walk this land without understanding what is spoken to me, despite the king's repeated insistence that the natives be taught Spanish. Only a bloody uproar 67. Ing forced a high crown official to visit the Andean hinterland and experience multilingual Peru. Arish not only censured Indians' elementary Christianity and Spanish, but also blamed lax policies in Lima, specifically the viceroy's inability to crush insolent malcontents as well as those who refused to pay the royal treasury. Arish's dislike for Viceroy Jaggi and his fervent opposition to Quechua, linked to the belief that Spanish language and culture had to be imposed in the Andes, marked the struggles within the Spanish camp and disagreements over policy in the coming months and years. Capture Del Vaale's retreat from Pucacasa frustrated Tupac Amaru. He thought that he had been on the verge of routing the Spanish. It also led him to believe that the royalists were vulnerable, their numbers and organization neutralized by topography, weather, and guerrilla tactics. This led him to send troops to Chumbivilcas, Caloma, and Urubamba. Yet the Spanish 68 were hot on their heels. After delays crossing the river in Urcos and Y.T.ing for the last columns to approach from Cusco, in late March royalist forces moved down the valley toward rebel headquarters. Rebel forces led by Tupac Amaru harassed the Spanish with hit-and-run attacks, artillery fire, and their one mobile cannon, from Urcos to Cumbapata. The 5th Royalist column, which had pushed to the southwest, confronted rebels in Peru, Cotabamba, and the upper provinces, defeating and killing Parvina and Bermudez. After skirmishes in Peru, the 4th column joined it. In late March, as snow and hail began to fall in the higher peaks, the Royalists pushed closer and closer to the rebel base north of Tinta, in the hills just above the valley where the Salca River feeds into the Vilcanita. They recognized that they were outnumbered but also knew, from deserters, that the insurgents were running low on supplies. Pumacahuas troops dislodged the rebels from advantageous positions on the mountainside. On April 4, the Royalist second column led by Lieutenant Colonel Villalta arrived, converging with Del Vaale's column. That night, the rebels attacked Villalta's column, beheading 4 sentinels. A 5th fired his gun and the suddenly awakened Royalists rushed into battle formation. Del Vaale, however, ordered that they lie on the ground to lure the enemy into range. Once the rebel front line was almost on top of the hail-covered soldiers, the Royalists shot their muskets in unison, killing many and causing the survivors to flee. The rebels left behind their 5 cannons. In open battle on relatively open, flat ground without the element 69 of surprise working for the rebels, the Royalists now had the advantage. Using their superior cavalry and weaponry, the colonial forces attacked, moving quickly to surround the insurgents and force them into the valley. Perhaps a deserter had informed them of the rebels' strength and exact location. A charge by black militia members again broke the rebel line. 70 and gunshots left an infinite number of wounded and hundreds dead. 71. The Royalists were on the offensive. According to one report, the horrific bloodshed and the loss of cannons, weapons, and other supplies stunned Tupac Amaru, who was in the midst of his troops. He raced on horseback and plunged into the 72 Vilcanota /Cumbapata River to save himself, nearly drowning. Royalists took hours to cross the river. The rebels had destroyed the bridge, and Del Valle claimed that Tupac Amaru wrote a frenzied note to Mysila. Many brave soldiers are coming after us, we have no alternative but to die. 73. The bulk of the Royalist troops came through Cumbapata, where the rebels had built their fort. Del Valle used 5 cannons and gunfire to destroy the wall that the rebels had constructed, forcing the insurgents to flee. Other than 7 prisoners, Del Valle found Tinta deserted. Among the rebel leaders' belongings, they discovered a portrait of Tupac Amaru on horseback in the midst of the Sangara victory that Tupac Amaru or Mysila had commissioned. To the consternation of authorities in Cusco and generations of historians, the Royalists destroyed the painting. 74. Enticed by the promise of a significant reward, Royalists rushed south after the rebel leaders. On April 7, soldiers trapped Mysila, 2 of her sons, Hipólito and Fernando, and other family members as they sought to escape toward La Paz via Livitaca. In hindsight, Mysila had waited too long for Tupac Amaru. Some accounts claim that their decision to take valuable but heavy treasures such as gold and silver delayed their departure from Tinta and slowed down their escape. Mysila admitted having 3 pairs of earrings, 11 rings, golden buckles, a golden necklace, bits of gold, 600 pesos, en plata celada, 4 boxes of gold, a lot of silver, and clothing and textiles. The Spanish believed she hid much more. 75. Separated from Mysila since the March battles, Tupac Amaru fled to Langui, the area south of rebel headquarters that they had always projected as their escape route. In Langui, Ventura Landeta, one of Tupac Amaru's followers, insisted that he rest before continuing his retreat. He also urged Tupac Amaru to stay and resist rather than run. Tupac Amaru realized too late that it was a ruse. Landeta and another traitor, Francisco Santa Cruz, restrained him with the aid of local women and the local priest, Antonio Martinez, until mulatto militiamen, who had tracked him since his escape in the Vilcanota River, seized him. Tupac Amaru offered 200,000 pesos for his freedom but to no avail. The soldiers quickly tied up the rebel leader. Just weeks after having 76 nearly routed the Royalists in the snowy peaks, Tupac Amaru was now in shackles. A well-armed battalion transferred Tupac Amaru and about 30 prisoners, the estimates vary, to Tinta. Authorities hanged at least 67 prisoners, lower-level followers, in the following days. Terrified Indians watched these grisly rituals, praying to be incorporated in the general pardon promised by Royalist leaders. Royalists killed 177 hundreds and perhaps thousands more, the number cannot be verified. The execution of Indians rarely left a paper trail, particularly in the towns outside of the Vilcanota Valley. Unlike Del Valle and Arish, who had to inform Cuzco, Lima, and Madrid of their actions, lesser commanders did not send formal reports and were disinclined to detail the slaughter of the enemy. Spanish forces seized weapons, ammunition, food, silver, and items reportedly taken from churches in Langui and Tinta. Rumors lingered for years about a hidden treasure of gold and silver. Del Valle 78 calculated that he had seized 2 trunks full of papers, providing Arish all you need to find out about the origin of this raucous uprising. 1. Commentator Riley noted that these sources might make his accomplices in the city of Cuzco lose sleep. 79. On April 8, Tupac Amaru wrote letters from Tinta to his cousin Diego Cristobal, Andres Mendigia, and other commanders asking them to turn over their arms and to trust Del Valle. Few believed in his sincerity. And although common indigenous people turned themselves in, claiming they had nothing to do with the uprising or had been forced to fight, rebel officers did not fall for the trap. Rumors arrived that Diego Cristobal would attempt to rescue his uncle in the road from Urcos to Cuzco, and Royalists reinforced the substantial and heavily armed troops that watched over their prize captives, all of whom had their arms and legs tied and chained. On the 14th of April, with Visitado Arish in the lead, the convoy reached Cuzco. The city, crazy with happiness, had been celebrating for days. Around-the-clock church bells helped spread the news. Behind Royalist euphoria, however, lay trouble. Rebels sneaked 81 into Kikakup after it had been taken by the Royalists, killing the local priest, Spaniards, and women and children who apparently supported the Spanish. The Spanish would greatly regret that Diego Cristobal, 82, Andres Mendigia, and Mariano Tupac Amaru had not been captured. The rebellion was not over. Moreover, Arish sought to prevent Del Valle from taking credit for the capture, and these two rivals increasingly clashed. In the months to come, infighting would develop into a broader split between moderates, who sought negotiations with the rebels, and hardliners, who believed exterminating the enemy and Andean culture was the only solution. This clash would shape not only the outcome of the rebellion but also the nature and fate of Spanish rule in Peru. 7. Torment. The trial and execution of Tupac Amaru, Misila Bastidas, and their inner circle combined the administrative formality that marked Spanish-American justice and the public cruelty that characterized early modern Europe. Overseen by Arish and the newly arrived Visitado Benito Mata Linares, two hardliners who would cast a long shadow on Cuzco and Peru in the coming years, the trial sought to obtain as much information as possible about the rebellion and to intimidate the rebels' followers, real or potential. The Spanish also wanted revenge. They executed the prisoners in brutal fashion in front of thousands, intending for the spectacle to discourage the indigenous population from further subversion. In addition, they sought to erase the memory of the uprising, its leaders, and the movement's ideas, as symbolized in the burning of their bodies and the dumping of the ashes into the Hutane River. These were formidable and perhaps contradictory objectives. The ritual was ghastly and shocked the region. Yet while it certainly intimidated, it failed to silence or make people forget. For many people in Cuzco, past and present, the 17th of May execution converted the rebels into martyrs rather than ignored apostates and criminals. If Arish and Matalanerez believed that the execution and those executed would be forgotten after 1781, they were wrong. Even Peruvians with a foggy notion of national history have heard of the execution. Today plaques from the Rotary Club and from Cuzco's municipality mark the location of the execution in the bustling Plaza de Armas. Seeing my countrymen and women distressed, mistreated, persecuted, colonial authorities followed standard legal practice, although taking special steps because of the significance of the rebel leaders and the perceived threat that sympathizers might attempt to free the prisoners. Arish had gone to great lengths to assure the prisoners' arrival in Cuzco. Worried about the rumors that Diego Cristobal Tupac Amaru and Mariano Tupac Amaru would attack, Arish met the convoy in Urcos, seeking to claim credit for the capture. On the 14th of April, with most of the main streets of Cuzco shut off and closely guarded, the prisoners reached the plaza. Mayor Tupac Amaru, chained to a mule, his ankles shackled and his arms tied behind his back, wore a velvet gown and a cross, as though part of an auto the fe. His family members were instructed to say goodbye to one another. They would not see each other again until the execution, as he and his son Hipólito were kept in isolation. Mysila reportedly cried. One realist, she had always understood the danger they faced and knew that the Spanish would treat them harshly. Tupac Amaru remained in a cell too, adjacent to the Plaza Mayor, in what had been part of the Jesuit holdings, while the rest of the prisoners were sent to the former San Francisco de Borja school, which had been converted into a jail, military headquarters, and at this point a courthouse. Arish and Matalanerez relied on 10 local scribes and notaries to organize the information and to keep precise records. They called upon Cuzco lawyers to aid them and to serve as defense attorneys. Despite hundreds of testimonies and the review of thousands of documents, as well as complex legal debates about matters such as whether the death penalty could be applied to minors and whether Indians required different legal procedures, they moved quickly. They handed down verdicts for the 9 principal defendants in a month and for the 69 others in less than 3 months. More than 100 prisoners were released without trial. 3. Clearly, Tupac Amaru was the centerpiece and Mysila based as an important second. Prosecutors scrutinized the documentation found in Tinta and elsewhere and also brought in dozens of witnesses and forced defendants to testify against one another, the Carrio, the Spaniards and Creoles who served as Tupac Amaru's scribes, discussed in Chapter 3, played a particularly important role. Royalists trusted the testimony of these Creoles and Spaniards while these defendants themselves desperately sought to counter accusations that they had willingly aided the rebellion. The trial against Tupac Amaru, found in the famous Ligajo 33 Cuzco in Seville's Archivo de Indias and fully transcribed in the Colección documental del Bicentenario de la Revolución Emancipadora. Túpac Amaru, document collection for the bicentennial of the emancipating revolution of Tupac Amaru, begins with documents announcing his capture and the testimony dating from the 17th of April of Francisco Molina, Francisco Cisneros, and other scribes and advisors. The trial material includes his correspondence and decrees found on the rebels or elsewhere. Prosecutors added documentation as it came to their attention, breaking the strict chronological organization. Just as historians would do in the following centuries, the prosecuting team pored over all of the correspondence to and from Tupac Amaru and mestizos to find out who supported the rebellion as well as its geographical extension and motives. Matalanes cross-examined Tupac Amaru on the 19th of April. The defendant identified himself as from Surimana, married to mestizos, the noble Indian curator of Pampamacca in charge of the jurisdiction of Pampamacca, Tungasuka, and Surimana. He immediately denied that he had gone against the king or his crown. Tupac Amaru described his conflicts with several corregidors and admitted his great frustration with them. He had asked several of these authorities what would happen if the reparto were abolished, and they answered glibly, "You would all have your head tax, the tribute, doubled." In other words, even if the Spanish freed Indians from one levy, the reparto, they would compensate by increasing another. He admitted that this exchange had led him to complain to his wife, "What good is it for me to be Tupac Amaru if we can't do anything for our countrymen, paisanos?" Matalanes immediately asked him what he meant by this, and Tupac Amaru rambled, "If the kingdom were a hacienda and I had rights to it, and there were Indians on it and I saw them treated badly, it would be necessary, as a descendant of the Incas, to defend them so they are no longer treated badly, as such. Seeing my countrymen and women distressed, mistreated, persecuted, I believed it was my obligation to defend them, to see if I could lead them out of this oppression." 5. Matalanes then asked him why he believed himself a legitimate descendant of the Incas, who gave him this right, to which he responded, "The audiencia or high court." Matalanes rebuked him, charging that the audiencia had made no such declaration. The questions continued on the 20th of April and, after taking Saturday the 21st off, concluded on the 22nd. Tupac Amaru remained evasive, providing names already known by the Spanish and vague answers about with whom he had planned the uprising and for how long. When Matalanes accused him of challenging the king's troops, taking the law into his own hands, killing Spaniards, and committing other crimes, Tupac Amaru insisted that he was simply defending Indians. 6. On the 21st of April, Arish received a report from Royalist commanders Domingo Guerra and José Acuna in Tinta, promising their best efforts. In inquiring about the frenetic and audacious Caudillo, they included detailed a list found in Felipe Bermuda's house of Spaniards in this province. They also included their own list of the dead, captured, and still at large rebel leaders. The list of Spaniards indicated that the rebels 7 had done intelligence work, tracking which Spaniards remained near Tinta. The latter list cited 12 dead, 4 prisoners, and approximately 50 still to be captured by the rebels. Prosecutors incorporated documents as they arrived. On the 27th, the face-to-face confrontations with witnesses began. The prosecutor asked them repeatedly how long Tupac Amaru had planned the uprising and with whom, seeking information about his allies in Lima and Cuzco. Tupac Amaru remained vague throughout the 1-month trial, and while acknowledging his lawsuit in the Lima High Court and his acquaintance with people across the Viceroyalty, he did not confirm a long-brewing conspiracy or the support of others. He refused to implicate people not already arrested or clearly associated with him, and insisted that his struggle sought to aid the King of Spain by correcting injustices that corrupt officials participated in or abetted. At midday on the 27th of April, a desperate Tupac Amaru wrote a note in his own blood on a small piece of fabric from the lining of his shirt. He gave it to the guard with instructions to get it to Lieutenant José Casildo. The note asked for a file to remove his shackles. He believed that once unshackled, if he made it to the yard, the people of Cuzco would come to his rescue. He estimated that he could then take the city in 2 hours. He offered the guards on duty magnificent bribes of 9 gold and silver, 19 large bags or zarans of silver and 10 arrobas, a total of over 250 pounds, of gold, hidden in an estate outside of Tinta that only he could find. The 2 men who had helped him bury the treasure, he claimed, were dead. He asked that they help rouse royalist soldiers from Huamanga, an Andean area between Cuzco and Lima, stationed in Cuzco, who might be convinced to aid his escape. Tupac Amaru tried to sway the guards by insisting that his first targets would be Visitado Arish, their commander, and the other lying seigneurs of the barracks. The guard, who could not read the note, it was barely legible and he was presumably illiterate, told his commander, and the following day Matalinarez interrogated Tupac Amaru about it. The prisoner acknowledged the letter but denied that he had threatened Arish and other Spaniards. That day, Tupac Amaru consistently irritated Matalinarez by rejecting the major charges against him. Frustrated that Tupac Amaru would not incriminate himself and others for subversive, homicide, theft, and other charges, and perhaps concerned about further escape ploys, Matalinarez ordered on the 28th of April that he be tortured, el tormento de Garrica. While authorities routinely hit and underfed prisoners, they had never put to use such an elaborate device. In the pulley torture or strapado, victims are suspended from a pulley on the ceiling via a rope attached to their wrists, their arms tied behind their backs. They are dropped and lifted, weights suspended from their legs, adding to the agony developed by the medieval Inquisition. Its victims have included Machiavelli and defendants in the Salem witch trials. 11 Garrica. Elaborate forms of torture such as this were uncommon in highland Peru. The Inquisition had been at the vanguard of implementing horrific forms of bodily punishment, but the Holy Office did not have jurisdiction over Indians and did not maintain much of a presence outside of Lima. Its active Lima office focused instead on Jews, Protestants, and witches. Provincial cities and towns had stocks to punish and humiliate, while haciendas and textile mills counted on their own jails, stocks, and other devices to punish. The lack of formal torture in Cuzco's jails does not mean, of course, that prisoners were not mistreated. Authorities frequently beat prisoners and kept them hungry. Tupac Amaru's half-brother, Juan Bautista, described his mistreatment. When authorities arrested him, they jammed his pinkies into the guard of a musket and squeezed the trigger until his fingers bled. They locked him in a filthy cell with common prisoners and constantly insulted and threatened him. The warden encouraged the guards to hit him. As a prisoner, Juan Bautista Túpac Amaru was always hungry, surviving on bits of rotten meat that could not be sold at the market. Yet even this abusive mistreatment did not approach the sadistic 12 level of suffering inflicted systematically on Túpac Amaru. On the 29th of April, Mata Linares entered Túpac Amaru's cell. He asked him to reconsider his refusal to name accomplices in Lima and Cusco and those with whom he had corresponded, and then posed more specific questions, whether it was true that he had been planning the uprising for 5 years, whether he had mentioned it when he took confession, if he spoke out against repetimientos in Lima, fostering rebellion, and whether Mariano Barrera had written to him about a revolt when he was in Lima, mentioning that 4 provinces are with us and we could move on to Cusco and destroy the Spaniards. Authorities worried that if the rebellion had roots in Lima, which it did not, it could revive even after the leader's execution. Túpac Amaru only acknowledged that he had complained to his confessor about Corregidor's extortions and mistreatment of Indigenous. The priests had instructed him to leave everything to God. Matter 13. Linares asked him several times to answer the questions, which Túpac Amaru refused to do, and so the judge declared that the defendant's obstinacy forced him to resort to torture. He declared that if Túpac Amaru had a leg or arm broken or if he died, it was his fault, not Mata Linares's. The executioner made Túpac Amaru change into a coarse robe and tied his legs together and his arms behind his back. He tightly fastened a thick rope to his wrists and ran it through a pulley on the ceiling. He attached 100 pounds of iron or lead to his legs and lifted him about 6 feet off the ground. This puts all the pressure on the prison 14 ers internal shoulder sockets. In most cases, it dislocates them. Matter 15. Linares asked Túpac Amaru again about his accomplices, specifically people whom he had written in Cusco, and when he declined to answer, the executioner hoisted him up near the ceiling and dropped him, catching the slack just before he hit the floor. According to one history of torture, the shock to the body of this suddenly terminated fall was sufficient to jar every bone, joint, and nerve in the system. In most cases, it entailed dislocation. The process was repeated again and again until the culprit confessed or became unconscious. In the case of Túpac 16 Amaru, it lasted for half an hour, 30 minutes of excruciating pain. A clerk transcribed Túpac Amaru's gut-wrenching screams and pleas for mercy. Modern torture regimes do not provide such a record. The moans, entreaties, and brief exclamations indicate a man in paralysis, in agony who could not complete a sentence. It begins, mercy. Lord, I am lost your Lord, Vustra Senoria, your Lord, no more, no, more, the Indians for Holy Mary, your Lord, there is no more, I haven't dealt with anyone, in the name of Holy Mary's Rosary, take my life which has to be remedied, for Holy Mary. Your Lord will have to reckon with God, your Lord for Holy Mary, Merciful One, take my life which I haven't had. This constitutes the first 5 minutes or so of the torture session. These pitiful moans and pleas for mercy continued. Túpac Amaru hoisted head up and dropped down repeatedly, until the clock on the table signaled that half an hour had passed. Tupac Amaru named no one 17. Except the Virgin Mary, Jesus, and Joseph. The brutal, relentless combination of the slow lift, the weight fully on his upper body, abrupt free fall, and sudden stop presumably dislocated both his shoulders and probably broke some bones. One account sympathetic to the rebels written just a few years later stressed how Tupac Amaru resisted giving names or admitting his guilt and snarled at Arish, "You and I are the only ones guilty for the bloodshed. You for oppressing this kingdom with excessive and new taxes, and I for wanting to liberate it from this tyranny and humiliation." This account claimed that in a letter, Spanish witnesses 18 to the torture had stated, "It was a pleasure to hear the Indian rebels' bones snap and crunch as the rope twisted." 19.